Each subsequent exhibition at the Museum Sush is the result of the work of individuals, preparing the exhibitions, publications, and finally the discussion panel. I thank each and every one of you for the time, energy, and commitment devoted to the realization of the project, a project dedicated to the Estonian artist Põder. We need to remember how unfriendly, difficult, and isolated the Soviet and post-Soviet environment was for Põder art practice. Special thanks to the wonderful curator Cecilia Alemani.
Good morning and welcome to Põder, Space for My Body Online Symposium organized by Muzeum Sush and accompanying the exhibition of the artist as well as the monograph dedicated to the legacy of that complex and stunning Estonian figure. My name is Agnieszka Sosnowska and I'm the curator of Disputation Sush, a discursive program at Muzeum Sush. Today marks a significant milestone as we gather to explore the profound impact of Põder's work in the realm of contemporary art. The exhibition of Põder in Muzeum Sush and today's symposium not only honors Põder's artistic legacy, but also celebrates the 5th anniversary of Muzeum Sush, marking half a decade of artistic exploration. 10 exhibitions, 5 book monographs, several symposium, and over 100 resident artists who have visited the museum. However, above all, it pays homage to the indomitable spirit of a female artist who have shaped the landscape of avant-garde art after the Second World War. Põder's Space for My Body stands as a testament to Põder's groundbreaking contribution to the art scene, marking her first retrospective outside of Estonia. Some of you may recall her captivating presence at the Venice Biennale in 2022, where her work was showcased under the curatorship of Cecilia Alemani. Throughout the day, we'll have the privilege of hearing from esteemed scholars and researchers who have delved deep into the Põder's oomph, shedding light on its significance and relevance in contemporary discourse. As we embark on a journey of discovery and discourse, may this symposium serve as a platform for enriching dialogue and profound insights into the work of this remarkable artist. Today's symposium is being held online as we firmly believe this format best aligns with the mission of Muzeum Sush to enhance the visibility of women artists in the art world by disseminating accessible knowledge to a global audience. The recordings of this symposium will be made available on the Muzeum Sush website, ensuring that those unable to join us today can still access all the lectures and panel discussion at their convenience. It's my pleasure to pass now the floor to the curator of Põder's exhibition, Cecilia Alemani, who will briefly introduce the figure of the artist and present the program of today's symposium and our prominent speakers. Thank you very much for being with us, and I wish you an inspiring day with Põder.
Good morning and welcome you to the online symposium on Põder. My name is Cecilia Alemani. I'm the curator of the exhibition Põder, Space for My Body at Museum Sush. and I'm thrilled to welcome you here today. The exhibition Põder, Space for My Body, is the first major retrospective of the artist outside of her native country, Estonia, and provides a comprehensive overview of her artistic career and a thought-provoking narrative highlighting her original contribution to the development of post-war art. Today, we have a very exciting lineup of speakers, and we will be discussing the work of Põder in depth, both in the context of Estonian art and internationally. Põder is one of Estonia's most revelatory voices of the last 5 decades. Her work has stood out since the 1970s as uniquely crafted, originally conceived, and deeply personal. Yet, because it was somehow out of sync with what was the established landscape in Estonia, it has been overlooked for many years. Põder is known for exploring the human body, highlighting the fragility, impermanence, and ephemerality of life in a series of highly evocative sculptures. Throughout her career, she employed unconventional materials such as textile, wax, plaster, soap, plastic, and wood to compose delicate assemblages. Working at the cusp of 2 major eras, the Soviet occupation of Estonia, which began in 1940, and the new independence gained in 1991, Põder embraced the uncertainty of identity of Estonian people, working as one of the very few women artists in a decidedly male context and focusing on female subjectivity alongside other international artists such as Magdalena Abakanowicz, Louise Bourgeois, Mendieta, and Alina Szapocznikow. The symposium today is articulated in 2 parts. In the morning, we will start by sharing with you a slideshow with images of the life of Põder, which were collected by Trin Tulgis for an essay in the catalog of Põder, Space for My Body. The morning will continue with a lecture by myself introducing the work of Põder, followed by a lecture by Agata Jakubowska titled Põder and Other Female Artists Challenging Socialist Erotic Visual Culture. The morning will end with a panel discussion on Põder in the context of Estonian art with Edith Carson, Katrin Kivima, and Berit Tear, moderated by Maria Russo. We will break for lunch, and after lunch, we will begin our afternoon work with a screening of a very rare video interview that was filmed in Põder's studio in 2008 and is currently in the archives of the Art Museum of Estonia. The afternoon will feature some major discussions and conversations, starting with one titled Põder's Outside the Iron Curtain, the International Context, moderated by myself with Manuela Moscoso, Andreas Nilsson, and Matilda Tajika. It will be followed by a lecture by Anna Zikowska-Piotrowska titled Põder, Body Object versus Body Space. The afternoon will also include 2 exciting panel discussions, one titled Body and Defiguration, moderated by Agnieszka Sosnowska, with Dina Akhmadeva, Linda Kaliundi, Adomas Narkevicius, and Anna Zikowska-Piotrowska. And then finally, a discussion on ephemerality and materiality on Põder's work, moderated by Marika Kuzmik with Ilka Iop, Maria Kask, and Ian Elken. The day will end with an online guided tour led by myself throughout the many rooms of the exhibition, Põder, Space for My Body. I hope you will enjoy these thoughtful contributions, and you will also be able to visit the exhibition, Põder, Space for My Body, at Museum Sush, which will be on view until June 30th, 2024. Thank you very much.
Anu Põder was born on 17 November 1947 in Kanepi, southern Estonia, as the first child in the family. Forced by circumstances, her father Hendrik worked as a truck driver, having abandoned prospects of further education because of the Soviet occupation. Mother Linda was a homemaker. Up until entering secondary school, Anu lived at the home in the village of Yoksi, which remained an important place for her throughout her life. She has described it as follows. For the spiritual balance of my existence, I need to have one foot in the forests around Kanepi and the other in the tumult of a big city. In this image, we see family home of the artist. Anu Põder began her art studies at the Tartu Art School, when she studied artistic design from 1967 to 1970. This applied arts institution was established in Tartu after the first Estonian higher art school, Palas, had been closed down in the mid-1940s. The school served as a stepping stone for many South Estonian artists. In 1970, Anu Põder continued her studies at the Estonian State Art Institute, specializing in sculpture. She graduated in 1976 with a diploma as sculpture educator. The education received at the Estonian State Art Institute was essentially conservative. The majority of tutors consider sculpture to be object modeled in clay and cast in metal, yet this approach provided the graduates with an excellent skills in modeling and a good command of material. The focus of avant-garde art in Estonia in the second half of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s was primarily on pop art, and that was the dominant mind frame when Põder began her sculpture studies. Having experimented in the 1970s, among other things, with bright colors and images of the contemporary human being, the most important lesson Põder learned from the pop was an interest in the everyday life and materials. Anu Põder with her 3 daughters, Saskia, Alice, and Maria. Photo was published in a women's magazine. In 1973, during her studies at Estonian State Art Institute, Põder married the painter Yuri Kask, and they had 3 daughters. At the same time, she participated in exhibitions and received the annual Young Artist Award of the Estonian Artists Association in 1979. The latter was regarded as an important reward at the time and was only granted to the most talented young artists. Põder and Kask separated in 1983. After their separation, she raised their daughters as a single mother. The marriage was officially dissolved in 1995. Anu Põder preferred not to disclose the intention behind her works. In the few rare interviews that she gave, the conversation remained strictly focused on form and techniques. Her first 2-person exhibition, alongside textile artist Ivica Karmik, which was held at Tallinn City Museum in 1985 and was titled Form and Color in Textile, was characteristic of the way she used to highlight the formal elements of art. The point of departure of Anu Põder's art throughout the decades was her relationship with material. In the early 1980s, when the majority of Estonian sculptures were using durable materials, such as bronze, which was easy to obtain in the Soviet Union, Anu Põder began to experiment, without any concrete role models, with textile, epoxy glue, and plastic. Reassessing sculpture as something soft and primary material-based was an essentially revolutionary idea in Estonian art at the time. It linked Põder's art more closely to the tradition of applied art than to the prevailing sculpture discourse. She also had to be innovative in acquiring these atypical materials for creating art. For example, plastic reached Anu Põder through her brother, who worked as a doctor in a hospital and supplied her with plastic boards. Thanks to her classical training in sculpture, Anu Põder was a skillful modeler. Most of her skin-like plastic works were created with the help of a pre-model form, which the artist heated in a tap of water to render it malleable. While artists working in durable materials could, if needed, use the help of the masters at the sculpture workshop, Põder was instead assisted by her daughters in preparing the plastic. In addition to her home studio, Anu Põder worked also in the shared sculpture studio in the Art Association building in Freedom Square, sharing the working space with the renowned Estonian sculptors. There is no art on commission, not even portraits, in Põder's artistic legacy from Soviet times, which would have guaranteed a secure and stable income for a single mother of three. Instead, her art from the 1980s dealt primarily with the female body experience and psychological analysis, often addressing truly personal experiences and memories through the universal image of a doll. Here we can see artist's home studio. In the Soviet Union, it was customary to build studio apartments for artists on the top floors of a newly built apartment blocks, combining living quarters with working premises. In Tallinn, the best known among such buildings were the high-rises built in the residential district of Lasnamäe in the 1980s. The studio apartments were provided first and foremost to married couples with children, with the premise that one of the partners was a well-known artist. Anu Põder lived in such an apartment, which enabled her to combine home and work more effectively. Initially, the studio had been allocated to Yuri Kask, who had vacated it in the 1990s. Once Põder gained rights to use the Lasnamäe studio apartment as her personal studio, she had to leave the shared sculpture studio of the Artists Association. On the one hand, Lasnamäe offered more convenient living conditions. On the other hand, it was not a district preferred or appreciated by the Estonian-speaking population because it had been devised by the authorities to resolve the housing issues of the non-Estonian-speaking workforce. And its size and proportions seemed alienating compared to the local building traditions. The overcrowded buses taking people to the district inspired Põder to create the works on 1 foot from Lasnamäe and with a trumpet from Lasnamäe. According to Anu Põder, a large proportion of her works from the 1980s were experiments and served as basis for the works she created in 1990s. A considerable number of Põder's early works have either lost, gone missing, or have been reutilized by the artist herself. An example of the latter is one of her earliest soft sculptures, doll, which was made to stand, whose silhouette can clearly be seen in the 1994 sculpture Long Back. It is symbolic of the way the artist revisited her early works over the years and reused them in new contexts. In addition to art, a significant part of Anu Põder's life was devoted to teaching. This was a practical necessity to secure a stable income, but teaching suited Põder well, and she was highly appreciated as an art teacher. She had previously minored in pedagogy at Estonian State Art Institute, but she took on a full-time job as an art teacher only in 1989. At first at the Tallinn Art School, and from the 1993 onward at the then Tallinn Art University, which from 1995 is called the Estonian Academy of Arts. As a person, Anu Põder was modest and sincere, but also very determined and even headstrong. Her decision to discard stonework and bronze casting reflects her ambition to be artistically as independent in every aspect of her creative process as possible. Anu Põder was unable to realize her childhood dream of becoming a ballerina because of her small stature. Dancing was nevertheless a theme close to her heart, and to which she returned in her work before the performance. Amply captures the dancer's tension before going on stage. And in the rare comments on her art, in which she compared sculpture as an art form primarily to dance. In the 1990s, Põder focused increasingly on installations which differentiated her from the majority of her peers. She was one of the few artists who, having received an education in the Soviet period, experienced no interruption in the reception or presence of her works in the art scene, unlike several of her peers whose artistic style and themes choices fell short of expectations to the art in the 1990s. In 1996, Põder participated in the 4th annual exhibition of the Soros Center for Contemporary Art, Estonia as a Sign. The shift from doll to dealing with the trace and space of the human body had taken place a year before, manifested in her work Space for My Body. The works displayed at the exhibition, Cut as a Sign, Fur Coats, and Cut as a Sign, Coats, elaborated on the theme in dialogue with the national history and the artist's childhood memories. The series was set off by cutting up all discarded coats in the artist's country home in Juoksi. Though initially Anu Põder was fascinated by the graphic patterns that had emerged on the textile due to wear and tear, and the fading of colors subsequently in the actual works, the cut-up fur coats became metaphors that unraveled the psychological and emotional panorama of the former wearers. Although Anu Põder never defined herself as being part of the feminist discourse, her 1994 solo exhibition, Softly in Light, was part of the Swedish-Estonian feminist art project Codex. The 217th solo exhibition at the Kumo Art Museum clearly established her as being part of the feminist discourse, juxtaposing her works with those by Alina Szapocznikow and Anna Mendieta, among others. Towards the end of 1990s, Põder experimented with various new natural materials, mainly with soap. The installation Kirtsabut, the food space of the 20th century man, is a good example of how her interest in materials closely intertwined with her personal memories, experiences, and surroundings, particularly her childhood homestead in Yoksi. The soap used in the installation came from the country home. It had been made by her grandmother, possibly from tallow left over after the slaughtering of a pig. In the case of the furs and coats, this work is also about revealing a secret and usually hidden space, but this time, exceptionally, through the male bodily experience. The work implies a level of meaning related to the countryman, a dialogue between sweat and soap, as well as soap boiling as a creative work of the country woman, similar to that of a sculpture. Anu Põder passed away in 2013 at the age of 65 due to the severe illness. Over the year, she created approximately 60 pieces of art, 44 of which have survived to this day. Her works belong to the collections of Tate Modern, the Art Museum of Estonia, the Tartu Art Museum, and to the collections of Anu Põder's heirs.
Anu Põder's oeuvre begins with 3 works that were made at almost the same time, but at first glance seem made by 3 different artists, and their varied nature points to the range and complexity of Põder's vision. Red Blue, Blue Red is a double portrait which tends to be seen as an indication that Põder was aware of the trends in pop art. To be sure, the choice of primary colors suggests the palette of American painting in the 1960s and thereabouts. But the contrast between red and blue could also be seen as a clash between the Soviet and Estonian flags. The bas-relief thus seems to become the portrait of a split identity, made even more poignant by the choice to depict the woman as a sort of multiplied, divided automaton. Traveler resembles red-blue, blue-red in the simplicity of its forms, which in this case are summed up with a concision that feels almost Egyptian, even Sumerian. One of Põder's few works in plaster, Traveler shows a woman sitting with a small suitcase on her lap. It feels like an ode to waiting, for an impossible journey or for a better future. Though at first glance, it is the most academic of the three works, Traveler actually achieves an incredibly intense economy of form, in which past and future are fused. Põder's Traveler is both an ancient deity and a being of tomorrow, an alien who moves by teleportation. The irony of showing emotionless Traveler would not have escaped Põder's contemporaries, given how difficult it was for citizens of the Soviet Union to travel anywhere in the late 1970s. Studies for a self-portrait is the most personal of these works. Cast in plaster from the artist's own face, it also evokes an entire tradition of death masks of famous or less famous people, or the miraculous images of saints and martyrs, not to mention the Veronicas of Christ's face or the mummified bodies of Lenin. Emerging from this nebula of allusions, the fragment of sculpture introduces many recurring themes of the artist's oeuvre, especially the confusion between animate and inanimate that characterizes many of the three-dimensional works. In Põder's self-portrait, though the position of the woman's hand might be accidental, it suggests suffocation or a sense of oppression and claustrophobia. Not to indulge in too much armchair psychology, this self-portrait of the artist as a young woman, together with a scribe or sphinx or traveler, and red-blue, blue-red, describes a unique conjunction of anxieties, hope, and aspirations that define the art of Anu Põder and many other artists of her generation. As Boris Groys has explained, in the totalitarian Soviet system of the 1970s and 80s, avant-garde artists were in a completely unique position. They were marginalized, forced underground and into silence, yet, at the same time, kept under constant government surveillance, tailed, reported on, written up, and working as professional artists require official state recognition via membership in trade unions and academies that essentially issued artistic licenses in a very literal sense. Paradoxically, in this double context of marginalization and surveillance, forced obscurity and sanctioned visibility, artists came to see their own isolation as demonstrating the consummate importance of their mission. Marginality became proof that their work posed a concrete threat to the system. The result was a sort of productive commitment to solitude, a marginalization infused with a hope of renewal. This is an attitude that turns up in the work of many nonconformist artists of the former Union, whose personas and oeuvre seem modeled on the figure of the prophet, the solitary poet, the eccentric, or the hermit, like Ilya Kabakov, Viktor Pivovarov, or Hulo Suster. Paradoxically, this solitude actually yields all kinds of collaborative approaches, a host of more or less spontaneous movement, Andrei Monastirki's collective actions being the most emblematic in Groys' view, but with examples that include many Estonian avant-garde groups, such as the Tartu Circle, Ang 64, Sub 69, and Viserid, who invented new methods of participation and dialogue. In this end, the history of art in the former Soviet bloc is the story of innumerable collectives, scattered groups, and networks that reinvented more or less underground system of creating an audience. This audience was not imagined as a generic, undifferentiated one, however, rather a self-selecting community united by shared languages, realms of knowledge, and beliefs, a sort of secret society of initiates who were both viewers and fellow travelers on an adventure that was solitary and thus always in desperate need of companionship. In Põder's case, she held an official role as a teacher at the Art Academy, but at the same time, like many of her colleagues, and often in open dialogue with them, she practiced a sort of industrious solitude. She worked to breathe new life in an entire mythology of rural Estonia, drawing inspiration from the isolation of country life and a return to her roots. For that matter, a similar strategy was adopted by many female artists in Soviet bloc countries. One need only think of Ana Lupas or Gheta Bratescu in Romania, Jana Zelipska in Slovenia, Zorka Zaglova in Czechoslovakia, or Zofia Ridet in Poland. Throughout her career, Põder rediscovered, but actually imagined and reinvented, a world of half-fictional folk beliefs and traditions that she drew on at whim. Cow's tongues, old boots full of soaps, ripped-up padded jacket, burlap and plastic bags. A whole heap of materials imbued with memories. They are linked to an earthy peasant world that is utterly mythologized, perhaps to support the sense of rediscovering her Estonian origin, in an open contrast to the notion of international socialism. One of the most striking works from the first part of Põder's mature oeuvre is Before Performance from 1981. A standing female figure made of brown fabric, covered in marks and symbols like those of mail order sewing patterns, which were commonly used in the Baltics due to the scarcity of manufactured clothing under the Soviet regime. Perhaps commenting on perfect proportions, or perhaps likening the female body to a dead animal about to be butchered, Before Performance is one of Põder's most iconic pieces, introducing many themes and concerns that would characterize her oeuvre in the years to come. Some critics have also seen these sculptures as a reference to her career as a dancer, which was hampered by her minute and unsuitable build. In the title and in one of her rare interviews, the artist herself emphasized the ties between her sculpture and dance, which she studied for years before devoting herself entirely to the visual arts. Aside from these and other possible interpretations, Before Performance resembles a golem or some other creature molded out of earth, a bacillum sewn with the silk spittle of a mysterious cocoon, still concealed in the moment before some magical metamorphosis. Põder's earlier works, focused on a mythical, reinvented past, begin to be counterbalanced in the 1980s by a desire to rethink the future. For that matter, envisioning the future is a central theme in nonconformist art from the Soviet bloc. In a political and ideological system entirely founded on the doctrine of building a future of equality and prosperity, trying to imagine a future beyond the triumphant rhetoric of official propaganda was not only fundamental, necessary mission for the artist, but an anecdote to the brutal simplifications trumped by the state. So dozens of Soviet bloc artists in the 1970s and 80s, each working from a different angle, dreamed up their own vast aerospatial lab, not to celebrate the magnificent progress of Soviet socialism, but rather a world of interstellar exploration, often disastrous, even tragicomic, engineered by mad scientists. The most famous image from this cosmic trend is naturally Ilya Kabakov's Man Who Flew into Space. But one could also point to Pavel Pepperstein paintings, Grisha Bruskin's doll, Eric Bulatov's skies, or in the former Czechoslovakia, Sanofilko's celestial utopias. Many of Põder's sculptures from the 1980s also drew on this imagery. Her figure, which was made to walk, and her man's head with flag bring to mind the monumental spacefarers that adorn the plazas and facades of many cities in the former Soviet Union. Rocket men sculpted from titanium, blasting off to conquer not only the stars, but the future. Like the works of many of her contemporaries, Põder's robots of the 1980s seem to parody the spacesuit and aerodynamic silhouettes of the conquerors who were supposed to spread the socialist message to the far reaches of the universe. But Põder's cosmonauts, with their helmets and little flags, are anything but heroic. They are not triumphant specimens of Homo Sovieticus, not workers or Kolkot's woman like the famous Moscow monument. Rather, they're fragile, almost deformed bodies that sprout neoplastic growth, held together by medical plastic used for corset that the artist received from her brother, a doctor. They look more like the creation of some eccentric, inept scientist than like emblems of a rosy and prosperous future. Not the tool of a new humanity poised to colonize space, but prototypes for an impending apocalypse. Stitched together like Dr. Frankenstein's patchwork of flesh, these sculptures inevitably call to mind Hans Bellmer's hypersexualized dolls, with their crazed combinatory logic, which have also been seen as a criticism of the athletic Aryan physique promoted by the Nazi. Works like composition with ropes, very old memories, composition with plastic and synthetic wood, and composition with torso and child's hand make the dialogue with Bellmer's surrealism or Dorothea Tanning's soft sculpture even more explicit. There are no documents inequivocally demonstrating that Põder was familiar with this work of his predecessors. Still, without seeking direct links, one is struck by the long-distance affinities between artists who rejected the idealized bodies of state propaganda, although they were working against different totalitarian systems, Bellmer against Nazism, Põder against Soviet socialism. Põder's exquisite corpses, to borrow another term popular among the surrealists, who use it to describe other methods of assembling bodies, envision new anatomical forms. Free of what would be now called heteronormative dictates, they plot to coordinates of new, organless bodies rearranged at whim, driven by complex sexual urges that have nothing to do with reproduction. Pushing the traditional limits of figuration, Põder composes powerful assemblages of amputated, decaying bodies made from highly unusual materials such as plastic, burlap, wool, and epoxy. These works are sensual, erotic, yet also violent. They depict fragmented, amputated female torsos that intersect with amorphous appendages. In this series of sculptures from the 1980s, the body becomes a site of experimentation. Limbs are twisted, posture are never straight, bodies embrace and interlock, hard materials encounter crumbling ones. Põder's sculptures inhabit these fluid thresholds between the affirmation of corporeality and the discomfort it engenders. Põder's choice of materials add to the sense of precariousness and complexity in these sculptures. The proximity of plastic and fiber surfaces transforms these objects into mysterious fusions of the natural and artificial, making them seem, if possible, even more contemporary. They are fanciful, mutant creatures, more like aliens than like the athletic bodies of Soviet interstellar explorers. Põder's creations are cyborgs that mingle the organic and the inorganic in unexpected combination, suggesting infinite new possibilities of coexistence between different species and technologies. For this very reason, her sculptures now seem to dialogue with the work of young international artists who likewise seek new ways of interweaving the human, the animal, and the artificial. Today, Põder's sculptures seem to have more in common with Donna Haraway than with Kabakov and his contemporaries, yet They're rooted in the same cosmic counter-mythologies of the 1980s. These celestial larvae soon give way to work that seem to explore much more unassuming worldly spaces. The house, the wardrobe, the bottom of a handbag. It marks the discovery of the domestic realm, an important step that coincided with the emergence of a new consumer economy in Estonia after the country gained its independence in 1991. While Põder's works of the 1980s contrasted the fragility of organic and plastic materials with the emphatic marble, bronze, and titanium found in monuments of the Soviet men, those of the mid-1990s focus instead on the second skin of clothes, gloves, coats, and sewing patterns. These transitions, at first glance, might even seem like a step back, a huddling in, maybe even a flight from social space, withdrawing into the space of the home. But it is Põder's reflection on the domestic sphere that ushers in a series of works which deal more explicitly with gender identity. One significant title being Space for My Body, 1995, a piece composed of deconstructed garments, and with the private sphere, which in independent Estonia paradoxically became invested with political meaning. Works such as Ancient Light and the various flayed coats in her Pattern as Sign series present a sort of semiotic investigations of clothing that draws new connections between symbols, desires, and materials, revealing a new system of objects where products, obsessions, and values seem to constantly trade places. There is an investigatory, detective story mood here, an attempt to make sense of a new form of communication in which skin seems to have been replaced by everything that can cover and conceal the body while rendering it mysterious and seductive. It is as if, through these pieces, Põder were trying to decipher a new code, which in the end is the language of advanced capitalism. It is no coincidence that in the 1990s, Põder began shrouding her figures in strange body bags, as in the work Long Bag, the later Tested Profit rubber bags, or the diaphanous import and export bag. These sculptures contain distant echoes of Baroque drapery and brocade, especially Long Bag, that impart a vaguely funereal gravitas. On the other hand, they seem to mark an imminent and complete dematerialization of the body. They're volatile, interchangeable figures, which speak of a new somatic, emotional economy, based on the perennial circulation of bodies that have become currencies and images, the crudest and most brutal version of which is the frieze of sex doll in Tested Profit. Põder's investigation of the domestic sphere continued in the first decade of the new century, with a series of sculptures that seems to return to the rural atmosphere of her work from the 1990s. The tables penetrated by bones, not holes, or encrusted with fat, curved tables, and the burned lectern seem to imagine some secret domestic liturgy that transforms private space into a strange theater of cruelty. Although Western viewers might be instinctively moved to cite Joseph Beuys as a precedent for these works, it may be better to look elsewhere, to the poor theater of Polish director Jerzy Grodowski, from whom the Italian critic Germano Celant later borrowed an adjective to describe arte povera in the late 1960s, or the stage design of Tadeusz Kantor, who also had an enormous influence on many artists who emerged from the former Soviet bloc, or even the everyday metaphysics of Andrei Tarkovsky and the existential dramas staged by Paul-Eric Rummo in The Cinderella Game. But really, the attempt to trace direct influences is a vaguely paternalistic exercise that often target artists that were born in the so-called fringes of the Western system, as if they were incapable of developing their own independent languages. And all the more so, given that by the time Põder was making these sculptures in the 2000s, she was already part of an international dialogue, and these works fit perfectly into the path the artist had traced since the 1980s. Like earlier work, these sculptures seem to exist in relation to some kind of performance. Although they are definitely static objects, not prop, they have a theatrical or ceremonial quality that imbues them with an unsettling presence. Moreover, in the first part of this century, up until her adventure was cut tragically short by her death in 2013, Põder's work showed a deep affinity with the work of many other women artists of our time. I've already noted that how Põder foreshadows some of contemporary conversation about the post-human and the integration of technology and biology, and although names often cited in connection to her work are Magdalena Abakanowicz, Alina Szapocznikow, Louise Bourgeois, Anna Mendieta, and Eva Hesse, one cannot help thinking too of Isa Gensken's mannequins or the anti-monumental current that has defined much of the European and North American sculpture in the first decades of this millennium. Especially since Põder's last sculptures, her assemblage screen, for instance, openly engaged with industrial, pop culture and the surfeit of symbols and data so characteristic of these years. In particular, works from 2007, like Liquors or again Screen and Honeycomb, seem to reflect on the Pantagruelian veracity of the new information society. And while Honeycomb seems tied to the rural traditions that Põder explored in her early works, Screen and Liquors speak instead of how artificiality has colonized even the primal dimension of taste and nutriment. In the 1980s, Põder saw sculpture as dance before the performance. In 2010, the crazed tongues of Liquors seem to suggest that everything at this point is performance.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be part of a symposium which aims to present and discuss the work of Anu Põder. In my presentation, I want to talk about a small selection of her works from the 1980s. Works that I perceive as entering into critical dialogue with the Estonian visual culture of that time. I will also juxtapose Põder's works with pieces created by several other women artists from Eastern Europe. This comparison aims to demonstrate that in various countries, women artists challenge the eroticized image of a female body that was increasingly present in socialist visual culture. At the beginning of her career, Anu Põder created several female life-size figures. One of them, titled Before the Performance, was a headless naked woman whose textile body the artist covered with signs that bring to mind tailoring patterns. It reminds me of a graphic self-portrait by Czech artist Nadezhda Pliskova, made in 1969, in which she presented herself in the form of such a pattern. In the state socialist countries, such patterns were quite commonly used by women who often sewed their clothes themselves in the face of deficiencies in the fashion industry. We should remember that state socialist countries' economy is often referred to as a shortage economy. What I am presenting here is one issue of Silhouette, the Soviet Estonian fashion magazine, where you can see an example of such a tailoring pattern. The figure resembles a mannequin, but references a contemporary woman and her experiences. Mari Lannemets, Estonian art historian, rightly observed that in her dolls, Põder commented on women's obligation to measure up to the ideal that is put up before them, and also commented on how they feel the insecurity in their own bodies. It is not surprising that Before the Performance and other dolls created by Põder and also other works made in this period made critics discuss her work in the context of pop art. Whether pop art existed in Eastern Europe has been debated for quite a long time. Some scholars, like Katalin Timar or Piotr Piotrowski, pointed out that in Eastern Europe there were artworks resembling pop, but they added that this labor obscures more than reveals. as it does not help to understand the specific meanings of the works created in different cultural contexts. Contrary to them, I believe that artworks labeled pop and created in various parts of the world have more in common than merely visual resemblances. Their creators often shared a critical interest in consumer culture. It refers also to Põder. Talking about consumer culture in relation to Soviet Estonia may seem problematic. But as David Crowley rightly pointed out, I quote David, in fact, the fact that Eastern European citizens confronted shortages and queues in their daily lives is undeniable. But that does not mean that they were unaware of the existence of consumer goods. End quote. They were also aware, as many works of female artists demonstrate, of expectations and pressures on women produced by consumerism, also in its social version. We can see it in female figures created by Põder. In her works, the issue of consumer culture refers to the idealized female body, as mentioned above, but also to the way female sexuality is presented in it. The socialist culture is often perceived as de-eroticized. Katie Shukrov, for example, in her recent book Practicing the Good, Desire and Boredom in Soviet Socialism, claimed that, I quote her, the economy of use value eliminated sexuality in socialist culture. And as a consequence, sexual intercourse is of course present in it, but it becomes one of the modes of communication within the framework of existential necessity, be it love, friendship, or even just psychological need. End of quote. According to Shukrov, in such a culture, it was not necessary to represent or circulate sexuality's sovereign images, as the simulacra of desire separate from their tie to existential or wanting necessity. While Shukrov's argument is appealing and convincing in general terms, I think that we should supplement it with the historical analysis of socialist consumerism that developed in particular countries, also in Soviet Estonia. And we should think about what consequences it had on the presence of eroticism in socialist visual culture. From some historical studies, we know today that in this period, when socialist consumerism developed more intensively, which usually happened when state socialist countries decided to open more to the capitalist West, so in this period, sexuality entered the popular culture and manifested itself in numerous ways, such as beauty contests, increased sex workers' visibility, and eroticized images of objectified female bodies. It was also present in the art realm, where gender power relations remained traditionally male-dominated, despite the Soviet ideology of gender equality in all domains of life. This process occurred in various European countries, Eastern European countries, at different times, depending on local politics. It was also visible in Estonia, for example, in graphics and art photography. Writing about the latter, Mara Trala recalled a very successful photographer, Peter Toming, whose works she described as bad photography, meaning that they objectified women's bodies for men's pleasures. She claimed that they substituted pornographic images banned in Soviet countries. I would add that such works were an important point of reference for women artists who took on the subject of female erotic experiences. alongside erotic press smuggled to Eastern Bloc countries from Western Europe. One of Estonian graphic women artists, Aili Pind, admitted her negative reaction to it, saying, I quote her, "Towards the end of the Soviet era, whoever went abroad was nagged by friends to bring art books and playboys." I continue quoting her, "I look at those playboys. There was nothing about the mystery between a man and a woman. No primeval desire between the partners, no subtle enigma." End quote. Her artistic response was to create works in which she aimed to share women's sexual experiences through alternative images. These were initially colorful gouache paintings with shapes evoking sexual connotations. And later, these were photolithographs in which she used photos of fragments of her bodies. Here you can see examples of both series of works. It is in this context that I perceive Anu Põder's works from the 1980s. Initially, she commented on how a female body functioned in socialist consumer culture, the one she knew, Estonian consumer culture. Later, the artist concentrated on creating an alternative aesthetic that embraces a woman's experiences. In her works, the objectified a female body gradually dissolves, making space for bodily forms that offer an insight into intimate erotic encounters. These two works that I am presenting now, Doll which was made to stand and Doll which was made to sit, still depict a woman who is not only immobilized, but also her body is constrained. In the first case, by what seems to be a corset or shapewear, and in the second, by protectors of some body parts, breast and pubis included. The figure that was made to walk, created in 1984, offers a different image of a woman, not only because she is now on the move. Also, the outer layer of her body, which we can associate with mannequins, and thus with meeting expectations regarding a female body, so this outer layer of her body cracks. It makes another dimension of the body visible, contrasted by its organic quality with a plastic outside layer. A juxtaposition of a plastic figure may be ideal but somehow lifeless, and formless juxtaposition of this plastic figure and the formless textile elements evoking touch and intimacy is crucial for a work made 1 year earlier, Composition with a Torso. These works demonstrate that the rigged mannequin-like form in Põder's works refers not only to expectations regarding the body's shape, but also to disciplining women's sexuality. In the case of works mentioned above, the figure does not fall apart, but we see it happening in other pieces from the same period. In them, we encounter a different presentation of bodily forms, and we are introduced to the intimate sphere of erotic relationships. In 1983, Põder created two sculptures, Composition with a Nez and Composition with Ropes, in which she presented intertwined organic forms. Far from any realistic depiction, they can be perceived as an alternative to erotic images that circulated in socialist Estonia and offered views of objectified female bodies. Although we do not see bodies, we are confronted with objects that make us think of bodily intimate meetings. And these are not always positives, these meetings. Intertwined bodily forms suggest physical and emotional closeness, but using a net as strings, which seem to keep these forms together, introduces a sense of some form of violence. We can sense it also in very old memories, created 2 years later, in which recognizable human forms reappear. The artist included the head of one person, whose neck is embraced or held with force we cannot determine, by the head of another person. Anu Põder's works from 1980s resonate with the works of several other women artists active in Eastern Europe, who created various forms alternative to the socialist modernist erotization of visual culture. A similar passage from works that depict restrictions imposed on female bodies and female sexuality to sculptures that deal with multiple aspects of erotic relationships can be found in the works of Polish sculptor Maria Pinińska-Bereś. In the 1960s, she created a series of rotundas and corsets that reflected on restraints imposed on women by traditional religious morals still present in socialist Poland, aspiring to modernity. At the end of this decade, she started doing works in which not only a female body, but also sexual relations were overtly present. This shift corresponded with a change in Polish culture, in which consumerist eroticism, as one of the commentators called it, developed at that time. Pinińska-Bereś, in her works, confronted it critically. Then, at the beginning of the next decade, in the 1970s, she started looking for a way to express the erotic experiences of women. It is evident in how Pinińska-Bereś started to represent a female body. It lost its precise shape and became soft, undefined form, which evokes bodily parts rather than represents them, as if the artist did not want to enclose the body in any fixed visual formula. Also, the Hungarian artist Ilona Keserű departed from works that had direct references to images from popular culture, as in Couple from 1967, into presentations of a female body, that were at the same time more allusive and intimate. For the second Partnev exhibition in 1969, she proposed a work titled Approach 2, a work from a new series in which abstract multiplied curvilinear forms bring associations not only with a body, but also with erotic encounters. The organic sensuality of these shapes is emphasized through colors that the artists often used, various shades of pink and red. Here I am presenting you a cover of a catalog exhibition, of a solo exhibition by Ilona Keserű from 1972. Keserű's works might remind gouaches of the above-mentioned Eily Wind, but also realizations of a Slovak artist, Jana Żelibska, from the same period, as they are all indebted to hippie culture. We also saw some reflections of hippie culture in Pinińska-Bereś's works. In 1969, Żelibska realized an environment, Kandaria Mahadeva, in the Václav Spa Gallery in Prague. It can be perceived as a sanctuary of female erotic energy. Although the space was filled with erotic images of a female body, it stressed not the objectification of women, but rather the power of their sexuality. In the case of Anu Põder's works, we do not find elements of a hippie culture that many female artists referred to, looking for alternatives to socialist modernity. We could instead perceive influences of another counterculture, BDSM, bondage discipline sadomasochism. But in the existing literature, there is no information that would allow the development of this trope. As Estonian curator Eha Komissar of underlined, Põder, an extremely introvert artist, in her views, I quote Komissarov, kept silent about the details that may have been behind these fascinating studies of the body. Those mentioned above and other female artists refused to participate in the reproduction of objectification of a female body that was visible in state socialist countries at that period. And they also refused to participate in obscuring of the female erotic experiences that were present in socialist consumer visual culture. Presented one to another as here, they create a group. They seem to create a group. However, as Anu Põder, they were standalone figures in their artistic milieus, singular voices of ignored or misinterpreted feminine socialist sexual liberation. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the panel discussion of Anu Põder in the context of Estonian art, accompanying to wonderfully comprehensive exhibition Space for My Body, curated by Cecilia Alemani in Cusp Museum in Switzerland. We are really happy for Cecilia Alemani's interest and Cusp Museum generosity to host this amazing survey on Anu Põder's work. It was a pleasure to host also Cecilia in Tallinn, to drive around in Soviet area sleeping block to see where Anu Põder used to work and have her studio and explore a bit of context where Anu Põder is coming. Just to give you the brief context, Anu Põder is one of the most original and significant Estonian sculptures and installation artist from the 20th and 21st century. In her practice, she's exploring the human body and its fragility. Her works are particularly striking due to her artistic ability to express the mental and physical experience of daily life. And she works with a really experimental and performative sculpture forms. Also, throughout her career, she has been experimenting with new abstract forms and variety of materials, from plaster and wood, charcoal and textile to light, scent, and even taste. And what's also maybe really special to note is the context and time frame where Anu Põder worked. So she started her artistic practice in a really, really deep Soviet time, when Estonia was a bit like kind of had a different narrative from the Western art world and was living under the Soviet area. Then throughout the wild 90s, where Estonia gained independence, up to the zeros when Estonia aligned itself more with kind of, let's say, Western narratives and became independent and part of European Union. So this is the kind of like maybe time frame wise, which Katrin will look into more deeply, but kind of the context in a time frame wise. But we talk about it in a second bit more. Before that, I would like to introduce our brilliant panelists. I also start with alphabetical order, so to be fair. So let's start with Edith Carson, Edith Karlsson is an Estonian artist based in Tallinn, who is representing Estonia in upcoming Venice Biennial with a great sculpture installation. Edith studied sculpture in the Department of Installation and Sculpture in the Estonian Academy of Arts. Throughout her practice, she has been interested of depicting animals and people as a main protagonist. Her often large-scale sculpture pieces produced by means of mixed techniques show a variety of characters from ceramic dogs to the cement dinosaurs and Neanderthals composed into this really amazing, sensitive installations and spatial installations. Karlsson also has collaborated with art collective Gelatin and British artist Sarah Lucas. And I would say, if you talk about contemporary sculpture in Estonia and masterfulness of the materials and sensitive dramaturgical approach, then Edith's name is one not to miss out. Katrin Kivimaa is an independent art historian, culture critic, and translator. Her research interests include feminist art history, modern and contemporary Estonian art, nationalism and art, feminist curating, and the historiography of Estonian art history. For many years, she has worked as a senior researcher and professor at the Institute of Art and Visual Culture in the Estonian Academy of Arts. In 2010, she co-curated the exhibition The Soviet Woman in Estonian Art at Kumu Art Museum. And in 2008 up to 2010, she was a member of a research team for the exhibition Gender Check, Femininity and Masculinity in the Art of Eastern Europe in Vienna and Warsaw, which she will, I think, talk a bit more about later. She is also author of numerous publications, include National and Modern Femininities in Estonian Art, 1850 up to 2000, and working with a feminist, curating and exhibitions in Estonian Eastern Europe. Berit Teer, our third panelist, is an artist and cultural manager. She has practiced jewelry and photography and installation art, and her most noteworthy exhibitions are those with the artist group FFF, Fun for Five Females, which was active in 96 up to 2005. Over the past 20 years, Teer has edited publications, designed and curated exhibitions, including Fashion and the Cold War at Kumu Art Museum, Tallinn in 2012, which was co-curated with Eha Komissarov. Berit Teer currently works in the production company called Valge Kuup Studio, where she manages international art projects, including collaboration with the state of Põder to preserve and represent the sculpture's legacy. So also Berit has a really good insight of making of the current exhibition in Sush, and really like deep knowledge on Anu Põder's archive. And I am Maria Arusa. I'm director of Estonian Contemporary Art Center, also a curator. And today I'm in a role of moderator in this panel. And also me and Edith, we are working together for upcoming Estonian Pavilion in Venice. So this is my role here. But it's really special to be together in this panel, Anu Põder in the context of Estonian art. And I would say that Anu Põder doesn't just hold a special place in Estonian art history, but also I think in everyone's heart, because when we prepared this panel, we also shared a couple of stories and personal stories. So also today in that panel, we tried to give you a bit more wider context, especially thinking of Estonian art history and the Estonian art field, but also going to bit more like personal aspects of Anu's practice. But to start now with discussion or with a panel, I would first of all give word to Katrin Kivima. And Katrin, maybe you could open up a bit more the Soviet Estonian context and the role of female artists, and also Anu Põder in it, because Anu somehow didn't fall into this line of principles which were so-called bronze area in Estonian art in Soviet time, which I guess we can talk more, but I think especially in your context, it would be also super exciting to hear later, like this kind of development of a timeline and how Anu entered into the feminist art exhibitions, because you are one of the founding member of Estonian feminist art, if you could say, and feminist curating here. So Anu, Katrin, I would give word to you.
Thank you, Maria. You're very kind to introduce me as one of the founding members, but indeed the feminist discourse entered the Estonian art scene at the time when I was a young art historian and critic predominantly, and so it was very much the younger generation, I could say my generation of younger artists who sort of started this feminist revolution in Estonian art. And Anu Põder's role, of course, was slightly different in that, and I will talk about it a little bit, especially because she was, first of all, of a different generation, and also it seems to me that she was very much an independent artistic personality. She didn't sort of belong to any groups, and she always followed her own route. But to talk about the context, of course, the late Estonian Soviet sculpture was, especially the one which we see nowadays as our public heritage, was very conservative by contemporary standards, and it was very much based on classical language of sculpture. And we have to make differentiation here between the official commissions, which were usually public art, and Anu Põder didn't make these. So the official commissions also fell into different categories. Some were political events, commemorating political events or political figures, which was very much governed by the the prescriptions of Soviet ideology. But then there was an area which a lot of contemporaries of Anu Põder were involved with, was a depiction of the figures, important figures from Estonian culture. So this is something which we have as a heritage from that area, especially in our public space. But also more experimental approach in sculpture was present, abstraction, or sort of modernist tendencies, which was possible to do in the areas which were called so-called of monumental art or more decorative art, which was used as an interior design or as a design element for different types of institutions and buildings. So this was very broadly that different type of context in which Anu Põder chose to become a sculptor. And as I already said, she never engaged with that official part of late Estonian sculptural practice. So you already mentioned that area was called, that era was called the Bronze Age, and it's true because that was the most widespread, most popular material for sculpture in the 1970s and also 1980s. And this had to do with the fact that, first of all, because it was very much considered the proper material for classical language of sculpture, and obviously all the public monuments were using either stone or metal, but also the exhibition sculpture, which was much more experimental, quite often used bronze as a material. So in that sense, it's really already, something which we have to take into account, that Anu Põder's choice of materials was very much idiosyncratic and very different from what was the Estonian sculptural school at the time. What was another important contextual point to make is that in the 70s and already before, there was a tradition of large number of Estonian women sculptors. So the first generation of women sculptors emerged in the 1930s and early 40s. Then they studied in Tartu, which is the second largest town in Estonia, in the art school there. And a lot of them obviously emigrated due to Soviet occupation and continued their work abroad. But in the 70s, when Anu Põder was studying at the Art Academy from 1970 to 76, there was a large number of very interesting women sculptors. So that in that sense, there was a tradition that women could become sculptors, and they did become sculptors. And in that sense, you know, she was, you can't say that tradition didn't exist in Estonia. Now, talking about her education, it's been said, and this is true, that the education model at the Art Academy at the time was rather conservative. Obviously, the educational models and the art scene itself had changed a lot from the times of socialist realism and also socialist modernism, but predominantly it was still very much concentrated on realist depiction. And as I already mentioned, then there were already some more experimental and abstract tendencies also present. In terms of influences, already during the time when she was a student, what's been mentioned is pop art, which was very vivid and very popular starting from the late 60s in Estonia. And also Anu Põder herself, she has, in many interviews, she has acknowledged the influence of pop art on her practice, and also the influence of surrealism, the 20th century, very, you know, in popular art language, not just in the Western Europe, but also in the Central Europe and many other parts of Europe. So that is also the influence which has been noted in relation to her art. And perhaps it's also important to acknowledge that at the time, in the 70s, when she was a student, it was very difficult for students or artists from Estonia to travel abroad. And so the contact with the art world somewhere else came only through mediation. The lectures on modern art did exist at the Art Academy. Also, some books, not many, but there were books which were both which were translated as samistats. So they were kind of circulating privately among artists and art historians. But the art magazines published, especially in GDR and Poland, were available in Estonia publicly. They were, you know, available in the libraries, including the library of the Art Academy. But also American art magazines were circulating. So you could say that obviously, you know, Estonia, the art world wasn't completely cut off from the tendencies and from the new movements of the art which was happening in American art or Western Europe. And they were very familiar with what was happening, or quite familiar with what was happening in the Eastern and Central Europe. So when Anu Põder finished the Art Academy, she herself said that then the pop art influences perhaps were not that important to her, and she said herself that she concentrated her artistic practice on the use of material of sculpture and on the ways how to mix different materials. And it's been already mentioned that one of the ways she was so unusual and idiosyncratic in the local art scene was that she, as opposed to pretty much most of her colleagues, she was using soft, everyday materials to create her sculptures: textile, wax, soap, plastic, also wood. And she started to exhibit actively in the 1980s, and she was noticed. From the 1980s, perhaps the most notable works are her soft female figures. And again, they were truly unique in Estonian art. And what was interesting, of course, that the context and especially the frames for interpretation for her work were perhaps not in place. And this is why her raise to both, especially to international fame, happens much, much later. But this is not to say that she was not noticed. I mean, she received in 1979, she received an award, a Young Artist Award. 1990, another award from Estonian Artists Association. Also, there has been a short film made, or like a TV program by national TV. And she exhibited actively, and she was also written about. But yet, one could say that the arrival of feminist discourse in early 90s, in the first part of the 90s, opened up a totally different way and knew how to understand and interpret her work. I do think that it's important to acknowledge and respect Anu Põder's own position that she didn't really identify with feminist movement and feminist ideas. I mean, first of all, she was an artist. She was a very private individual. She didn't want to belong to any groups, as far as I can understand. And she said that her concern is to make art, to make sculptures, to work with material and technique. And she wasn't opposed to new types of interpretation. She wasn't opposed to feminist interpretation by critics, but she said it's kind of their concern. Yet, it's obvious that her art emanates from her personal experiences as a woman. And this is something which she has also never denied in her interviews. She has several times said that, pointed out how her work is related to her everyday life, her experiences of being a woman, her experiences of motherhood, which they emphasized on several occasions. And so in that sense, it's her own description also which lays foundation for not just her work, which lays foundation to incorporating her work into feminist discourse. And she has said something quite interesting about what's been motivation and inspiration for her art, that she considered herself as a woman, she considered herself physically more fragile, physically more weaker, but she decided to turn this fragility into strengths and to create her artworks based on that. Her body of work include quite different themes and also different types of objects. But I just want to point out, perhaps for me, what do stand out is, of course, the female body, which is often fragmented, semi-erotic, distorted, quite enigmatic as well. But the second type of works which stand out for me are the symbolic objects which relate to bodily memory, and such as clothes, footwear, but also furniture, old farmhouse furniture, which she has used. And these sculptures refer not only to her personal memories, but they also evoke the history of collective Estonian memory as well. Yes, so taking into account this idiosyncratic use of impermanent soft materials and also the centrality of her work on female bodily form and personal memories, it's quite logical, actually, that she was taken up by emerging feminist curating and feminist art history discourse. And I just give a very brief timeline of the exhibitions in which she was exhibiting. The first time, actually, any exhibition in Estonia evoked a feminist standpoint or feminist context was in 1994. It was an exhibition, Code X, curated by Reet Varblane, and that included Swedish artists who were already obviously coming from a very different cultural and political background. The young Swedish artists strongly identified as feminist artists. And then their work was juxtaposed with works of 3 Estonian women artists, one painter already from the pre-war Estonian Republic, and then 2 contemporary artists, one of which was Põder. And her exhibit was entitled Softly in the Light. It included 6 works from the early 1990s. And these were very personal works with a strong sense of material and form. And curator Reet Varblane described these sculptures in soft materials as the symbols of a strong, resilient woman. And for instance, one of the works, long back from 1994, contained references to classical female figures carved from stone, but this is but it's been executed in textile. And Põder herself described the choice of material at the time as follows, that there was a time when helplessness and incompetence led to a sense of aversion to work, until I realized that as a woman, I should take advantage of my weakness. I settled for materials that were convenient for me, end quote. It's really interesting perhaps to comment that, that statement, because she was also working as a freelance artist until 86, if I'm correct. She was a single mother of 3 girls, and later she was earning her living as an art teacher at the art school, and then already during independent Estonia, she was working as a teacher of sculpture at the Art Academy. But it's been interesting that a slightly older colleague of hers, Mare Mikov, has quite several times said that the women artists at the time in the 70s or early 80s, that often they were basically forced to use different materials, because unless they had a public commission for the work, but bronze actually was much more expensive. And I'm not saying this is necessarily the only reason, but that was obviously something which we do have to take into account, and to understand that there is difference between the commissioned work and the works produced by a freelance artist for the exhibitions. But of course, Anu Põder also has said that she very much wanted to break away from that bronze material and that classical sculpture. So she was indeed turning, as she said, her weakness and incompetence into strengths. In the early 90s, when Estonian art life opened up to international scene, and there were quite a few group exhibitions, sort of survey exhibitions, which introduced Estonian contemporary art to Scandinavia or to Central European countries. And in these exhibitions, actually, Anu Põder's work was not included. So obviously, there was some how would I say, perhaps marginalization of sculpture in general, because now the interest turned towards installation, photography. Also painting has been very, very important and perhaps more appreciated in Estonian context than sculpture. But she did, as I said, she was incorporated into some of the feminist exhibitions. She also participated in 1996 in the big, perhaps the most important annual exhibition organized by the Center of Contemporary Art. So she continued to exhibit very actively. Now, regarding her, let's say, gradual incorporation into feminist discourse, in 2009 and 2010, when I was very privileged to be able to work in the team which prepared the materials for Gender Check exhibition in Vienna and Warsaw, which was curated by absolutely wonderful art historian and curator Bojana Page. Then I also proposed, among other artists, I proposed one work by Anu Põder, and that was her work from 1985, a doll which was made to walk, which was very characteristic of that period. The soft material mixed with pieces of plastic and the dolls, which the female figures, which she called dolls, which also in some ways might refer back to her memories of playing with dolls as a child, but also bringing forward the bodily existence of a female. So I think that was a little bit confusing description, but you can edit this out if you wish. So what is interesting, obviously that exhibition, Gender Check, it was huge event which included hundreds of artists from all Eastern and Central European countries, basically all countries which had historically been which historically had a state socialist system. So it was a huge exhibition, and it's really difficult to say how much one or the other artist managed to draw attention to their work. I do remember that Reet Varblane, who has been working a lot with Anu Põder and who has also curated her personal exhibitions after that codex, which I already mentioned in 1994. She also published the first catalogue of Anu Põder, and she later recalled that when she was attending the conference of Gender Check in Vienna, she was also distributing those catalogues of Anu Põder there, and sort of regretfully, she says that, you know, there was perhaps they didn't attract as much attention as she would have liked. But I suppose this had to do with the fact that it was such a massive event with so many artists, and of course Anu Põder was represented with just one work there. But another important step towards international recognition of Anu Põder was her retrospective exhibition in Estonian Art Museum Kumu in 2017. And that was curated by feminist curator Rebecca Põltsa. And that was the first time when Anu Põder's work was put in conversation with the work of other feminist artists, not from Estonia, but from different countries. And I'm just mentioning that, you know, there were only 6 artists in addition. Altogether, I correct. Altogether, there were 6 artists, Anu Põder and 5 other artists, 3 of whom were young contemporary artists, but in terms of historical importance, who were juxtaposed with Anu Põder's work were Anna Mendieta and the Polish-French sculptor Alina Szapocznikow. So in this exhibition, the curator was really interested in the question how specific types of experiences are conveyed in a similar artistic language in the works of very different artists who are not aware of each other, who live in different times and in different cultural contexts. And the exhibition was entitled Be Fragile, Be Brave, obviously taking a cue from that statement of Anu Põder, which I also quoted before, that she, from her disappointment and from her fragility and frustration and her weakness, perhaps as she called it, she managed to create such a powerful and engaging art. So that was obviously one of the steps, a very important step, which firmly placed Anu Põder in the context of contemporary feminist interpretation and feminist discourse. At that exhibition, perhaps the emphasis, especially the interpretative emphasis, was on female subjectivity and representation of female body. But along these issues, also different types of Anu Põder's works were exhibited. So it really worked, you know, predominantly it was her retrospective. And then in addition, sort of a conversation with the works of other artists working in a similar artistic language. So the other works evoked very much the personal and collective memory, and these were not so much concentrated on the embodiment, the female subjectivity and the embodiment, but they were evoking through symbolic objects, evoking collective memory, personal memory, and they were relating to rural life and farm life and the land. And this is something which Anu Põder also was very familiar with. So I also wanted to mention the work Claude Hopper, Food Space of a 20th Century Man, which was also an installation from 1999, which was also exhibited in 2017. And this installation, the central sort of element of that installation is inside sort of space from a typical footwear of farmers and soldiers, which obviously evokes the references to rural identity of Estonians, as well as to potentially cultural trauma. And another work from the same period, which from 1998, was tongues. And there are two versions of that installation, which consist of the magnified forms of human tongues, and these are made from soap. So in Estonian language, as those who speak it and know that there is no difference, we have the same word for the tongue and language. So the connotation of just the bodily element is somehow not necessarily sidelined, but it's a reference to a language in the global age, which also Anu Põder herself has described, that potential interpretation of that installation, that it could be seen as evoking certain questions or issues about what happens to language in the global age. So that there is this interesting double play of how we can look at this work. And that work is also important in international recognition of Anu Põder's work, because the first version of that work belongs to the collection of Estonian Art Museum, but the second version of this installation was in 2021 purchased by Tate Modern, and it's important to note that actually was making Anu Põder the first Estonian artist who entered this prestigious collection. And finally, of course, the same year in 2021, Cecilia Alemani, the curator of the current exhibition, she included Anu Põder's works in the main exhibition of the Venice Biennale, and that was kind of, another important sign of her incorporation, not any longer just into the local context of feminist discourse, but by now she has earned her rightful place in the context of European feminist art. And so I think this was the very brief timeline, and I would like to stop here, but if you have any other questions, Maria, we can come back to maybe what I said.
Yes, I think let's come back to it, because I mean, you touched upon so many important topics, and before we are kind of entering the contemporary moment and the role of Anu Põder's artwork in that context, I would still dig into these questions of materials, because also, Katrin, you mentioned that Anu Põder was really like exceptional in her use of materials, didn't go align with kind of this scene or what was used. So she was like experimenting and being really kind of, created this kind of a new understanding, a new reading, or brought completely something new into the sculpture scene here. So Edith, maybe you as a sculptor would like to comment on it, like how much working conditions, studios, life around, and so on, how much these kind of things influence the choices for the materials, if you look at Anu's practice, or even if you think it through your own practice.
Yeah, hello everyone, and I'm very honored to be with this respected people here. Yeah, the thing is, as I'm not an art historian, I'm just a simple artist, and there's the only possibility how I can talk about Anu is through myself and through maybe my practice also, because I compare myself with her, and this is the way I can do this talk right here, right now. So with Anu, I must start from the beginning when I first kind of acknowledged her presence. It came by surprise because somehow, I don't know, maybe I was missing the lectures of the school or something, but I never had actually heard about her, because when I studied sculpture, then the funny thing is that all my teachers actually were the Bronze Age sculptors, actually, and they were all male teachers, and the only material I had from when I was beginning with my studies was actually a huge box of clay, and because of the money and this kind of thing, so I also have this I had like Bronze Age teachers, but they were already, we're talking about 90s and the beginning of 2000s, but they were like, they were trying to understand already the new waves and things. So it was very unsure ground where I started to, I don't know what would be this word, but where I raised up somehow. So it is, I think, very interesting that no one actually mentioned ever Anu Põder to me. And I remember the first work I actually saw was this, I say the name, I know it's in Estonian, but in English it's this lectern. She was using their only wood and little glass filled with water, and it gave me a very, very, very strong impression somehow, and for me also, because like I said, the only material that we had, like we really could use like amounts of clay in my studies there, but when I saw this work, then it was very somehow eye-opening also, because I understood that there is a possibility to be a sculptor, but also use different kind of materials instead of figurative molding and sculpting things. So it was interesting. But now, when I was asked to participate here, I have been reading a little bit more about her, and the more I read about her, the more I was interested actually about the materials she was using, because like I said, I was raised in an environment with only clay and so on. And when I read that she was a single mom with 3 children, she got her first child. I mean, when she finished studies, then she already became mother, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, I also have a kid. I'm a freelance artist, and the more I think about this, to be a single mom in Soviet time, where people, if they wanted to go to shop, they couldn't just buy food. They had to have those little talongs, so they could get something. And I know that she belonged also to the Union of Artists, and they like spared those talongs. But as I have heard from different kind of places, that it wasn't always that she got those talongs to get to go to the store to buy food. Maybe it's a legend, but I have heard this, and this made me feel also that maybe her fellow sculptors also felt that she's like maybe too different to get the same kind of treatment as there, and so on. But I think this gap happened probably. I mean, it's so hard to be an artist, freelance artist, even with one kid nowadays. And I can't even imagine what a struggle it has been in these times. It's like it hurts me even thinking about this, actually. And I know that I use my materials usually only because of my what are my possibilities. Money-wise, usually this is it. It always dictates my choice of materials. And if we go back now to this info that the single mom with three living in Soviet time, she had this, I know she was also studying sewing and living in highest apartment in Lasnamäe. It's the sleeping area. Artists actually had apartments, studio apartments there, and this was her studio. So this classical sculpture, no way you could have done your classical sculpting art in this kind of environments. You just have to figure out how to manage to do what you have to do in your way. And like Katrin said, fragility is into strengths. And I think this is what I think being an artist, this is maybe the key statement, even somehow, fragilities to strengths. I think I have been also trying to work my fragilities to my strengths, because if you're not maybe so good in one thing, or you have not opportunities to use whatever materials, then you just have to start figure out how to manage to survive with the things you have, the opportunities you have. And I think without knowing her personally, I have met her twice though, I have this inner feeling that she had a hard life, and considering that the work she has done is incredible, because I see there so much strength, and also this what is this word now? There's strength and also some kind of sadness, and sadness mixed with even weird to say ghoziness also, because her work, I don't know, maybe every time you see a fabric, like a material as fabric, then it makes already a cozy feeling in someone's head. But for me, even more, I see somehow this struggle of life. Somehow every work is deep struggle somehow. And if we talk more about the material she was using, I actually went to talk with her friend Mare Mikov. She's like also a fellow sculptor, and they were friends. And Mare Mikov, she has like managed to be this so-called real sculptor. Then if we are talking about this Bronze Age sculptors, she worked basically most of the time with bronze and those bigger scale works. And when I asked her why did Anu Põder use those materials she was using then, and was she herself thinking herself as a feminist artist, and Mara actually said that she didn't identify herself at all like a feminist artist, and most of the time she was only very interested in the technique, how to make the thing she had in her mind. And I think this is actually the main thing or similar thing with sculptors, that you always struggle with the question of the techniques, how to make some things to work out, because there's so many layers. You want them to stand up, and it's always there are always so many questions about how to work those things out. And she wasn't different at all from others in these questions, because she was as Mikov said, very interested about those questions, how to build those things she was building, and all the technical questions. And she was struggling with them more than the maybe even the meanings of the words. But I doubt that if I look at her works, like I said, they were so strong with all the emotions somehow. So I think she was just very not open with her inner life. And also what I heard, for me it was interesting, because this specific material she was using, this plastic, this bodily pink plastic, even nowadays it's hard to I don't know if I would like to have an image, this skin toned surface, it would be to me a struggle to manage to do that. And she has in this hard time, she managed to get this very interesting material, this plastic. And I asked about this also from Mara, where did she get this plastic? And she said that her brother was a surgeon, and she got the material from her brother. And Mara was even, she said that it was such a good material. I would have also wanted to use this, but I had no access to this. So again, it's about accessibility, how you can get some material. And if you get some material, then you start using it and play around with it. And so for me, it was interesting to hear about this, because I think this pink plastic in Estonian context, no one else has ever used that material in this way at all. And what I also admire in her work is this sensitive composition. There's like, whatever work I look, I see that the composition is just, you can't take anything away, you can't put anything more there, it's just perfect, the composition. And this is also very interesting, this perfectionism in composition. And it's just very pleasant to look at also. And what I want to also talk about is one work. It's this, was it Ancient Light, maybe? And this is also something, it's so simple. It's also what I want to point out, the disease of sculptures is that we are very material based and very interested always in materials. And sometimes when you're so interested in all kinds of materials, then you always get more skills about all kinds of materials. It's like lifelong learning. And the more you know about them, and the more you feel skillful, then sometimes you forget how to, that there is a possibility to do some works more simple way. I mean, without not building from the start something. And with this Ancient Light work, I see this simplicity, simplicity, and in the simplicity so much power in it. I am that kind of person who overwork all the time with my body, because I have also this disease that I wanna, the more I put my body into it, my sweat, my muscles, then it's a real thing. But this work, this Ancient Light, actually again brings me back time to time to doing a bit more, like to calm down and understand. I will understand that it's not about killing yourself with all the skills you have, that sometimes it's very okay to just put the thought into it and just some little bit extra. And she also was very strong with those simple powerful works. And I think it's I would like to be like her, let's be honest. But I am who I am, and she was who she was. She came from that time, I came from that time. And like I said, I do also try to put my fragilities into strengths, and I struggle every day with this everyday life, to be a mother, to be an artist. But I still think that in my case, I'm in a good spot. But she came from a hardcore time, and I think it's very important to acknowledge that the work, the environment, and the place where she came, and the single mom aspect is for me very, I think, important aspect, considering everything.
Yeah, I think in in what Edith said, like this context of time, and also what Katrin opened up, this generation who was born in like 40s, because Anu was born in 47. So entire generation born in 40s is this artist generation in Estonia who lived through so many changes. I would say that, you know, living in a Soviet time, having this kind of like limited access to the information, sometimes to materials and so on, but you had like, you build up your artistic life in a really, really certain context. Yes, you might be alone if you're a bit more experimenting. It wasn't only Anu, it was like Elo Järv, many other artists. As soon as you are a bit more experimenting, you are alone in your discourse, or almost alone. You don't have this kind of discussion or discussion partners. And I would say this hasn't changed so much in these days, because I mean, the scale of our art world is small. What we have now, we have accessibility to kind of, we are connected to the wider world. So it's not so disconnected. But I think also if you think of Anu, still a bit more of this time context than 90s, what happened in Estonia when we gained independence, then everything like opened up, or there was such a hunger for new media and kind of fast video, so on. So also the kind of entire art world, I would say, collapsed or kind of reshaped itself. And then with Zeros, it kind of established a bit more of the stable and being aligned with kind of this Western logic. And I think by now we are trying to find, like, let's say, appreciate our localities, and like not talking anymore about like Estonian art history and world art history, that we're understanding that we are part of this world. Unfortunately or fortunately, because of our geographical locations, I think we are always on this like edge of Europe, which means that you are not always part of this kind of this discourse or discussion. And even more because of those facts, it's really, really amazing to discuss Anu Põder's work in the international context and to be able to see her works in that context, because that's where she belongs rightfully. But Berit, now listening Katrin and Edith's reflections on Anu's practice, and you have been working past year quite thoroughly and deeply with the exhibition in Shush, but also since 2019 you have been working with Anu's archive. And how would you reflect on like Anu's practice and her position in Estonian art, and kind of also maybe because you have like the insight of the things what maybe rest of us don't. So would you like to kind of open up what have you found from the archive, and is there still something to discover?
Thank you, Maria. I'm really honored to be in this panel. And I have to say that during the past year, there have been so much information, so much emotions concerning Anu's art, and everything connected to the such a big event, preparing for the catalog. So maybe it's a bit difficult to concentrate on this work only. I think I have to start from the first impressions I got from Anu's art. It was, again, the 90s when I was an art student. And there were two exhibitions that Katrin already mentioned. The Codex in 1994 and Estonia as a Sign from 96, which I remember better, and especially Anu's cut fur coats that really impressed me at that time. And then everything that followed. But then the earlier work was introduced to me much later when Anu wasn't anymore among us. So I would say that working with Anu's archive and her heritage, then everything that goes further back is more enigmatic and maybe more interesting. And also for the curators, I think, and for the art lovers, it has been more difficult to get the stories behind her works, because he didn't explain that much about her earlier works. I think that was also, like Edith said, that connected to the materiality and the techniques and quite a lot of explaining how she did those things and about the forms and achieving the perfect form under this slight inferiority complex that she felt during this Bronze Age. So while preparing now for this exhibition, because it indeed has been the largest of Anu's exhibitions I have worked with, I searched a lot, and I would say I became a little bit obsessed with this to find the stories and also about how she started. And I might say it's maybe unfortunately or maybe fortunately that the earliest works that one of Anu's daughters came with were already in a very late phase of the preparation, so they didn't reach the exhibitions. And also I think that none of the curators or art historians have seen them are Anu's drawings from the early 70s when she was still an art student and in the Art Academy, the State Art Institute. And when we look at Anu's artistic path, then actually she studied for 9 years, which is quite a long period. She started in Tartu Art School and then entered the Art Institute. That it's a really long period compared to current art education. I think that many study 3 years, perhaps 5 years, but not that long. Of these very early works go even further back from her daughter's memories. So there have been some little bits of information from her former husband, and with whom they were actually working really closely during that time when they were students, Jüri Kask, and also some interviews where Anu hints a little bit on what was the driving force behind her art these days. For example, I remember from one interview she telling that she thought that fine art and poetry also always go closely together, and that she was quite sentimental kind of a poet back then when she studied. So maybe these really, I would call them surreal, and she has mentioned this surrealism also as one of her influences somewhere else in an interview, that these kind of surreal drawings really show this kind of inner poetry or heart of a poet when she wasn't yet a single mother, when she even wasn't identifying herself that strongly with being a sculptor, I think, yet. I'd like to also to refer to this sculptor's identity, because as Katrin said, that Anu wasn't a member of any art group, which I think it's true. But on the other hand, they had a really strong group of friends or co-sculptors with whom they like socialized. They were socializing. They had a common shared studio before she moved up to this the Lasnamäe, the upper floor of the blockhouse. And I would say, you can, Edith, maybe say that I'm wrong, but that the Sculptors Association and also the sculptors, they have always had quite a strong identity of being sculptors, because nowadays we call Anu also installation artist, but she never called herself an installation artist. She was a sculptor, and from all the interviews, I even can't remember herself calling her just artist. She was always talking about viewing things as a sculptor and doing things as a sculptor, even with the really back then innovative materials. And also if you look at her earlier exhibitions, then many of them were initiated by the Sculptors Association also, or some already during the international times after the collapse of the Soviet Union. There was some like the sculpture quadrennial and quite sculpture-centered exhibitions until she was discovered by the curators in the 90s and put in a different context as a feminist artist. And even that the Sculptures Association actually in Estonian is called Kujurite Ühendus, and this now we go to the linguistics again, but Katrin already opened that linguistics channel for me. So Estonian word for sculptor, we also use the Latin sculptor, but the real Estonian word, which is a bit archaic, is kujur, and that is like a statue maker, to have a right translation to that. So actually this Sculptors Association calling itself Kujurite Ühendus, then like the Statue Makers Association is kind of archaic, but also positioning the sculptures very strongly on this kind of classical sculptures field. Even they later on started to do something different.
Or maybe even not only statues, but this kujur is also like someone who kind of shapes everything into the kind of like figures, basically, like a figure maker.
Like a statue or figure. So this kind of abstract, and as Anu has also told, that when she was practicing these new materials in the 80s, she was still thinking constantly of how they would stay together, how they would stand up. That was part of the education of the sculptors, to make things solid and to last as a form, or stand up as a form, that they wouldn't be like laying on the ground. And then when she started to talk about the 90s or even the 2000s, when the performance art and everything appeared in Estonian art scene, that she felt it kind of liberating, that she didn't need to think of her works as this kind of a solid sculptures. And I remember in one interview she was quite proud that when the Estonian Art Museum acquired her first work, which was the composition with ropes from 1983, she was proud that this artwork, which didn't resemble any something that we could call a statue, that was acquired by the art museum as the first of her works.
Maybe a couple of more things which I would like to kind of reflect on. It is one which Katrin and also Berit touched upon a bit, is this kind of influences that, as Katrin said, it wasn't like completely cut out world. Like, I mean, there was information coming in through the art magazine and so on. And I think art students and young artists at the time were really eager and hungry for this information. But who would you bring out as kind of like, or is there any knowledge about like who Anu admired as an artist, or even like, I mean, international, but also locally, like from her contemporaries or from our own art history?
Well, one thing which has been mentioned in some of the articles, and also I suppose in her interviews, if I remember correctly, was Ülo Õun.
Exactly.
And Olavi Männi, who was their teacher at the Art State Institute, I thought was also mentioned somewhere in some context. But another story which I remember from one of the interviews with Anu Põder was that when she finally had an opportunity to travel, and she saw for the first time works of a Polish artist, Magdalena Abakanowicz, then she had a sense of recognition. But that meant she didn't know about her works, but it's almost like she recognized the kindred spirit. So at least she consciously, obviously, didn't remember her works. And so these are some of the, well, certainly, I'm sure there are other artists maybe with whom she felt such a kinship, but I remember from one of her interviews, she certainly mentions Abakanowicz and how she recognized, and she thought, yes, like, because obviously, especially that work, or, you know, quite a lot of her works, when I sort of saw them and looked at them as an art historian, because I knew already by then works of Magdalena Abakanowicz. So I thought, you know, I also looking from, you know, from the side basically, and not knowing whether artists had this kinship or what have you. There was something, yeah, you could kind of recognize that they think along the same lines, and they, you know, experiment with similar artistic languages. But that's why also Rebecca, how she built up her exhibition in the 2017 exhibition. She didn't, you know, I mean, she didn't argue that somehow Anu was consciously influenced by, let's say, Anna Mendieta and Alina Szapocznikow, because, you know, obviously I don't think she was aware of their works, but basically the idea was to look at how different artists from different cultural contexts and time periods kind of address the same something in a similar artistic language. But certainly she has mentioned a couple of Estonian sculptors who were more open to experimentation, and Ülo Õun was one of them, yes. And then, of course, you're absolutely right, Berit. It's true that they had the friendships and they shared the studio with other women artists. But it was not a formal sort of, not an official art group.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant. That they had like I think that this kind of circle of up to 10 artists that their background was also sculpture.
Yes.
So they were like kind of, yeah, they were socializing, they were sharing ideas perhaps, but they never formed any official group. There was one exhibition in Tartu Art Museum where there were 4 of them exhibiting together. But again, the exhibition was called Sculptures. So basically, they didn't form. I can show it later on the as a visual, this small catalog of this exhibition. But if you call the exhibition Sculptures, you don't have like a common platform hidden under this name. So which I also found very interesting from her interview to Jaan Elken, which is in this book as well, that she is mentioning not only artists' name who were inspiring her, but she is also mentioning like the list of names that I should explain longer to the international audience. She's mentioning Kongo, Starkov, Kits, Hermaküla, Unt, Vilimaa, meaning that these were people from the field of culture, but from other disciplines like writers or from theater, or it wasn't that the influence was solely artistic or in the arts or fine arts. So it was the whole field of culture. And also what to say about the Soviet era, that also since the Second World War, the Soviet era also passed different periods. There were sudden openness, like during the Khrushchev's time and the Cold War, and then when even the information from the US was let in, like to that the Soviet people would become more competitive. They had to know what's happening behind the Iron Curtain, like for a certain time, and then it suddenly closed again totally. And where Anu said that the 80s were full of angst and people were really feeling without any information or contacts. And so I think that for these people who had experienced this kind of a mild melt period before that, when Anu started to become an artist. And then when this kind of total closed society like dropped on their heads to say that they feel even more oppressed by it than those who hadn't experienced any earlier times. So it was, in that sense, the Soviet era was so complicated, and especially when people didn't have any knowledge or any hope about the future, how would it go, that you basically you see no light at the end of tunnel. So until the very end of the 80s, maybe.
Can I just add one thing, Maria? Is it okay?
No, of course.
Yeah, because it was really, I was also, because it's so difficult to remember everything you want to say, and but I really liked what also Edith was saying about the constant struggle with the, between the creation and the everyday. And this is something, again, from a point of view of women's history, it has to be emphasized, and Edith, actually mentioned it, that the whole, especially the stagnation period, sort of late 70s, early 80s, this is when Anu Põder became an artist, that there was a constant shortage of everything. And of course, this shortage continued into the late 80s and early 90s, just before the dissolution of the Soviet Union. So, and also what is important that one of the area which was completely undervalued and underlooked, and also the goods which were necessary for bringing up the family and for female hygiene, that was one of the type of goods which wasn't even available, not to talk about the variety of food. So this was also like, an extra burden and a struggle for an artist who is as a single mother and being a woman and living in this society which actually didn't deliver for the women's needs, despite the fact that at the same time there were kindergartens and the education was for free, because that was part of the Soviet system, and that was good part of it. But at the same time, it was also that the women were all expected to carry the double burden, if not triple burden. So that relates very much to what Edith was saying.
Yeah, because the ideological background was this female emancipation, which kind of let us think that, but it's actually like a double shift in a way. But to look at the time and to wrap it up, also, like, I actually wanted to touch briefly maybe this kind of question of reception also, like how, I don't know how briefly can we touch such a huge topic also, like, because I think what we keep repeating that Anu's work is maybe even perceived like there are like 3 different periods to perceive it in a way. In Anu's case, like I think Anu's practice, to simplify it the most, it's kind of like this period where she was really inward thinking and working with this womanhood and motherhood, and then later period with independent Estonia, when she was commenting maybe a bit more like outward looking, commenting more like societal issues. But if to kind of comment briefly, like how Anu's work were perceived, like I don't know, Soviet time, 90s, and in the contemporary moment, because I think the shift in a way, like there are like several shifts in that perception also.
Who will start?
Was that a question to Berit? Yes.
To all of you. I don't direct now the questions. Or is there anything like what you would like to bring out? If not, also we can drop this question and move to the last one. If you kind of want to conclude this panel, maybe all of you could comment this from the contemporary perspective, like Anu's importance, or where do you see her in this current moment? Because obviously she's like, as said, rightfully taken her place in the contemporary art scene. So yeah, basically, how would you comment her journey to that? Who wants to start? I don't know.
This is a difficult question, of course, because obviously, I mean, to be honest with you, when I prepared for this talk and short presentation, and when I kind of outlined those exhibitions and the timeline of what had happened, it just, you know, as I said, it seems logical. I mean, it was waiting to happen, and I'm really glad that it has happened, because it's kind of sad, obviously, that she herself couldn't see that international.
It makes me so sad somehow. You have to die.
Because now she has got so many dialogue partners, both from the past and from present. But it kind of makes sense. But that, you know, that is somehow this is so often the fate of the artist, that it takes a very long time for the, you know, proper context and proper understanding and appreciation of their work to emerge. And I think this is also what happened to Anu Põder.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like it's exactly with many of this generation artists, or even like older generation, this kind of case to look at things. It's always there, but just the kind of context and time around the influences is so much that your focus is shifting like somewhere else. And I mean, in Anu's case, she was always exhibiting artists, that she wasn't like undiscovered artist, but maybe the contextualization and reading of her work, which is kind of like, which now has got its fullest power, and not now, but, you know, already like past 10 to 20 years, maybe.
Because it's true. I mean, there were, you know, because obviously the first time when actually Estonian artists had the opportunity to work internationally, that opportunity opened properly, let's say, only in the 1990s. And for whatever reasons, whether it's the personality or the lack of the right connections, or the perhaps also there were not, I don't know, not the lack of communication between the art institutions, because at the time there were different type of artists who were also put forward and imported, you know, and presented from Estonian side, because as you said yourself, the interest was somewhere else. The interest was in multimedia, video, photography, performance, all this new type of very engaging, you know, sort of not necessarily even socially engaging. It would have been also existential, but it's just like, for some reason, she didn't have that backing, perhaps also in the form of a supportive curator or somebody. So it didn't happen then at the time. Somehow her work translated into international context much later. Could have happened already in the 1990s, in fact, but it didn't.
Good.
Yeah.
I just quickly say one thing, that I am lucky at the moment to work together with very many young people. I mean, 20s, people who are in 20s, and if I have asked them about Anu Põder, they know very much about her. So it means that Anu now in this newer generation, she's very, very well known, and I think she's much she's like more known than maybe in my generation, I guess, because they're very knowledge about her work, and that they sense the importance of her, and that's, I think, really cool.
Yes, what I wanted to say about the 90s also, that when the curator started to be in search of feminist art in our region, then the younger artists were so much louder in feminism, in the sense of feminism. They were louder, they were expressing their ideas, either visually strong being either visually strong or even like literally strong with strong feminist messages. And Anu was so silent that at that time, even there was such an urge to go to the international art scene with the feminist art that nobody even had time to read between the lines, I think, because she had written everything between the lines. And then just the younger and louder feminists reached that art scene much quicker, and she stayed behind as a very private and quiet artist. And only now, when maybe also the art scene got tired of this louder kind of feminism or feminist art, that the curators had time or also interest to look into these kind of hidden messages and interpreting all this just now, which is too late for Anu, like personally, but not too late for her art.
I think it's a beautiful note to end our panel. Thank you so much, Katrin, Berit, and Edith, for sharing your thoughts on Anu. I think, as said, it's never too late for Anu's work. So I hope all of us, we can see it in some point or somewhere in some point in the world. So, but thank you so much. And thank you for the exhibition. So we had a reason to talk about Anu again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome you all. I'm excited to welcoming you to the first panel discussion of the symposium. Today, we will be discussing Anu Põder and her influences and connections with the international context. I'm also very excited to welcome our esteemed guests, Manuela Moscoso, Andreas Nilsson, and Matilda Taszyska. Before we start this conversation, I would love to read the biography. I will start in alphabetical order with Manuela. Manuela Moscoso is a curator and critical producer. Moscoso is the inaugural executive director of the Center for Art Research and Alliances, CARA, in New York City. In her practice, Moscoso studies the process of art making and its effects on the art world. Inspired by non-Western forms of thinking, Manuela is researching different understandings of embodiment, porosity, kinship, and digestion as a way to challenge Western conception of the body and its relationships. Manuela is part of the advisory committee of the Helsinki Biennial 2022-2023, and is the former curator of the Liverpool Biennial 2021, The Stomach and the Port. Until 2018, she was a senior curator at Tamayo Museo in Mexico City, where she worked with artists such as Chimurenga, Nina Canel, Yael Davids, Trevor Paglen, or Rashid Johnson. She co-founded and ran Zarigueya, a program that activates relations between contemporary art and the pre-Columbian collection of the Museum Casa de Alabado, Ecuador, between 2014 and 2018. In 2014, she was the associate curator of the Bienal de Cuenca 12 in Ecuador, and previously, she was the co-director of Capacete, a residency program based in Brazil, where she also co-ran the curatorial program Typewriter. On to our next guest, Andreas Nilsson is curator of Moderna Museet Malmö, and his curatorial work is often situated at the intersection of visual arts and performance arts. At the moment, he's planning a large-scale exhibition titled On the Absurd Drama That Is Also Life, opening in October at Moderna Museet Malmö. At the museum, recent co-curated projects include solo presentations of Moki Cherry, Jimmy Robert, Isabel Lewis, and Merike Esna, and the group exhibitions Condition Movement and For a Fragile Moment, a performance trilogy. Curated exhibitions elsewhere include the trilogy A Situation, Tallinn 2019, Groundhog Day, Helsinki in 2017, and The Visitors, Varu 2015. Nilsson has worked with art spaces such as Kim, Contemporary Art Center Riga, SIK, Helsinki, Vermilion Stands, Copenhagen, and the Tallinn Art Hall. He's also program coordinator for the lecture series KHM and MMM, a collaboration between the Malmö Art Academy and Moderna Museet Malmö. Finally, Matilda Tashiska is the head of research program of AWARE, Archives of Women Artists Research and Exhibition, where she leads initiatives and direct research on women artists from the 19th and 20th century. Among other things, she's in charge of the planning of conferences in partnership with museums and universities, as well as the coordination of the AWARE Prize for Women Artists. A graduate from the École du Louvre in Paris, she worked at the Monet de Paris before joining the Polish Institute of Paris as head of visual arts. Tashiska is also an independent curator and art critic. She has curated Wanda Czechowska, Art is Not Risk at the Museum Sush. So I hope I didn't mispronounce many of your exhibitions, but I'm very excited to welcome you all here and thrilled to be talking to you and with you about the incredible work of Anu Põder and her many parallels and affinities with other artists and cultural producers across the rest of the world. I would love to start with you, Manuela, because I know you worked directly with the work of Anu Põder, in particular in the exhibition you curated at the Liverpool Biennial, was the 11th edition, titled The Stomach and the Port, which is a title I love very much, and also acknowledging that you did this amazing work during the pandemic, which is often forgotten. I unfortunately couldn't come and see the exhibition in person, but as I was also working on my edition of the Venice Biennale, I admired it from afar. And you also included a really fantastic work of Anu, which is called Tongue, and it's a number of cow tongues made of soap. So why don't you tell us how you first got to know the work of Anu Põder, which is in the Tate collection now, and also what kind of relationship he had with other international artists, which were, of course, around her in your exhibition, and any connection that you want to share with us would be amazing.
So, yes, thank you for that. Yes, it was a biennial. It was a biennial that happened during the pandemic, but most of the research happened when we were it was pre-pandemic. Mm-hmm. So actually I arrived to the work of Anu Põder through the collection of the Tate. I hadn't seen before. And I knew, as you know, when you're preparing biennials, you have different venues. And as curator constructs exhibitions, the idea of narratives among venues, but venues having a narrative of its own, it was important to me. And the whole or the entire biennial, the Stomach and the Port, and things that I'm very interested in the last years have been around the idea of, thinking of the body as display, very much influenced by ideas of anthropophagia, that, you eat the other and you transform the other, and this, and the skin kind of questioning, this ultimate frontier of inside and outside. So there were different perspectives within the biennial, but specifically just to make it about Anu Põder, in the Tate, I wanted very much to have mainly women in the exhibition, and that would be centered somehow in sort of the across times and as well across geographies, the history, interlinked histories of feminism, were clear that it was a rebellion, it was a political and cultural rebellions to you know, the structural white male heterosexual power. And so while I was doing that, I also knew that the Tate had an amazing collection. So I had this kind of amazing resource where I could expand the exhibitions, as you know, as well. Budget also affect our selection processes, and, you know, like making, having the Tate as a beautiful and incredible archive of work. I started to work with the Tate team, and they gave me, like, I was like at the beginning, you know, like really roughly what I was thinking. And also in those days when I was talking very much about the body, everybody was like, about the body again, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, I'm sure. But, you know, it was quite, you know, like, was quite like kind of an old-fashioned idea. It's like the at least. So I was kind of, maybe at that time I didn't know how to articulate it as well. When you have an idea and, you know, like it's more like sensorial and more from the gut, and rather like, okay, this is what I want. So I worked quite a lot with the team over there looking at the collection, and I arrived to Põder, and I thought that it was, I mean, the work is incredibly strong, and it had different readings that you know, that are important. Like, first of all, had some sort of like a body part, like the tongue, you know. So it was about this idea as well about different, I mean, very much I'm interested like about the idea that, you know, one experiences the world within the whole world, with the whole body, and, you know, this center in the brain as the main sort of, you know, mandator of our experience, and how the world experiences us as well. So having the tongue as this important part of, you know, like the beginning of the digestive process, you know, the one that allows us to speak, I thought it was a very suggestive work. And then I started to get to know more Põder through that work. So I think that the work who opened me the sort of the work of Anu, and in terms, like, you even made a question, like, I didn't saw the exhibition at Tate, the one with Ana Mendieta, so much, but I did. It was for me, like, even in understanding how to present the work of Põder, I was always going back to Põder, Be Fragile, Be Brave, which was curated by Rebecca Polsam, I think it's pronounced. That was like a very sort of, you know, like when you're like working in an exhibition and there's like, okay, I want to see how other works look, you know, like kind of to create some sort of relationship with what existed. To me as well, like for me, it was very, very important at the Tate as well to create relationship intergenerational, like breaking the idea of time as a chronology of, you know, we start here and we begin here, there. And it's something that I am interested in relationship to my work. Doesn't stop me because I can speak a lot.
Tell us, describe us maybe the room where Anu's tongues were exhibited. What was around her sculptures?
So
what were the kind of other international artists that you were thinking of?
Exactly. So the works were close to Martin Sims, was close to Nicolas Holobo from South Africa, was close to Jutta Kutter, and across a whole you had Judy Chicago, Ines Dujak, Hitler Kolkwom, Ebony Patterson on the other side. So it was mainly women, with the exception of Holobo.
Yeah. And one of the amazing challenges of her work in general, and I think especially in this one that you exhibited, is that these are fragile works. They're made with materials that are not supposed to be there forever. I mean, the tongs, she made them with basically handmade soap that I remember somebody was telling me that she would grow up in this countryside place in the south of Estonia, and would see her grandmother with the giant pot of soap, handmade soap, which of course is made with pig fat, and it's very stinky and smelly. And so it was something in a way quite beautiful, but also quite visceral, right? To think these cow's tongues made of this ephemeral material. Was it challenging to install, or did they change throughout the exhibition? And were the other artists that were using similar techniques?
So interesting enough, is like, you know, is the Tate. So the conservation there is very strict. And I think, you know, like it loses something, right? Because they are really strict, they try to, but just to describe the work, it's 11, if I'm not mistaken, 11 tongues of different colors, quite bigger than what you expect. It's not the tongue size, it's like enlarged, I would say like 20 centimeters. I'm just making it up a little bit. It's not exact, but it's larger than the tongue. So they are much bigger than what, you know, you would imagine a tongue to be. And then you have this place where there's water, and there is supposed to be that you wash the tongue, you know, which I felt it was really, is not only that it's very fragile, but the idea of the piece itself is to wash it and to wear it and to clean it, you know, and in a way, I mean, of course, has to do with the labor of it, you know, and who is in charge of those, you know, aspects and in the, you know, at home, but also the idea of women's being, you know, like you have to wash your tongue, you know, like the way that one can speak, but it could go, I thought it was very interesting as well, because in the way that she grew up as well, this idea that not everything can be outspoken, you know, the idea of silencing, you know, so, and concealing and erasing as well, not making disappear. So in the way, the act of washing is present more as a suggestion now than rather than you can do, you know, wash your hands there. But I did exhibit it very similarly actually from the previous exhibition that we just mentioned, that had like a metal, so they had like some sort of metal flooring, so to speak, and yeah, like I wanted it to be sleek. And then funny enough, we had Yuta Kutter on the left, Holobo on the right, which is like kind of the work of Nicholas is like a kind of a strange sculpture that is made of tires that are usually a labor that happens in South Africa that it's for male. But what he did is like a transformation with this material and a lot of stitching, and it's kind of a humbled figure. It's a strange sculpture. I will send images later on. And in a way, his question as well, like who makes the labor, you know, like kind of breaking up masculinity. So it was one relationship to that. And later on, you had as well Martin Sims about gestures and how gestures are appropriated. So in a way, for me, it was important, Anu Põder, in both in the material that she's using, you know, this kind of everyday, that is embedded, like the idea of washing as well. And the gesture of doing it, I think it gave like many, you know, interesting points of contact with other artists that maybe she didn't know and she had no idea, but, you know, you could do it, you know, the fights are the same. We are like in 2024.
And it's you know, it's interesting that we start with your show, which was of course a group exhibition. The other exhibition that I mentioned was called A Clearing in the Forest, which was a small group show at Tate, London, in the tanks, where Anu's tongues were put in dialogue with Anna Mendieta and Veronica Ryan. And then the other show that we mentioned, Rebecca Polsam, the Be Brave, Be Fragile, also was in the context of different international artists. So I want to move to Andreas, if it's okay, who I didn't realize that you had actually worked also in Tallinn. So that's a wonderful connection. But also you worked in an amazing museum, Moderne Museet, which has dedicated several exhibitions recently. And I know you're working also on several coming up that have been dedicated to amazing women artists. So I'm curious to hear your perspective on the work of Anu Põder, which I believe you haven't worked necessarily directly with, but I think it aligns with some of your interests. And also if we can talk about a sort of Nordic region context, and if there are any artists that you can mention or kind of similar strategies in other exhibitions or museological approaches that through which we can read the work of Anu Põder in a different way.
Yeah, well, for me, it was also, when I first encountered Anu Põder's work, it was also in this Be Fragile, Be Brave exhibition in Tallinn. I think it was 2017, and I was blown away, actually. And And I didn't know of her before, and but afterwards, yeah, now we see her work everywhere, and I can also see how you mentioned the use of the material and how original it is, and nowadays we see it from a very large younger generation of artists working with this ephemeral materials such as soap or plaster or textile and so on. And so that really made me interested in her work, because there's some, yeah, it's very fragile in a way, and this how it will it last, for how long will it last, and of course then also comes my interest in performativity and the performance part of it. They move without moving in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in the Nordic context, and we're talking now about the 80s or 90s, I think of quite a few artists working in similar ways as Anu Põder. And one that I would like to mention in this context is Lenke Rothman, who was born 1929, Hungarian-born Holocaust survivor who came to Sweden in 1945 after surviving both Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen. And of course, in the same way as Anu Põder, there is a lot of trauma in her work, and also experimentation with material, and the body is there without really being there maybe all the time. And Lenke Rothman was an artist who used all types of material, and painting, installation, sculptures, ready-mades, and which he turned into assemblages, which also, of course, resembles what Anu Põder did. But the aspect of her work that I also very much refer to Anu Põder is the work with textiles and clothing, and which I find so interesting also in Põder's work, especially those from the mid-90s, I think. The Space for My Body or Ancient Light, and Lenke Rothman had more or less the same strategy in a way, that how a simple worked fabric can hold a multitude of diverse memories and feelings, and in this also the aspect of the fragment is very clear in both of the artists, and how the clothing become transmitters of identities, of course, but also of memory. And there's this really nice quote by Lenke Rothman about our lives are cut, stitched, and rearranged as if they were cloth. And I really like that, and it very much also resembles, I think, how Anu Põder worked in her work. So. And then, of course, the political situation were totally different from being in Sweden and being in the former East or in the Baltics. And I mean, Sweden is just right in between the East and West. Until very, very recently, we were not part of NATO. We are now. I won't go into that more, just saying. And then, and I mean, the 80s and when the wall came down, it of course also affected Sweden, and the economy went both up and down in a very fast pace, and that also affected the art scene. And then, of course, the postmodernism that I think also affected all of this, how artists started to experiment a lot more, both with material, but also with discussing topics such as identity, representation, authenticity. Yeah.
I want to come back to you with a question about dance, but I'll come later. And I'd love to introduce Matilda and also talk to you about the amazing work that your organization does, Aware, which is such an important resource for all of us. I mean, I just speak for myself, and as I'm doing exhibitions, and for instance, for the Venice Biennale, was an incredible tool of knowledge and discovery. So I'm quoting your mission statement that states that your goal is to rewrite the history of art on an equal footing, placing women on the same level as their male counterparts and making their works known long overdue. So I think it's of course something that I believe we all embrace here. And I'm just curious, first of all, to know if you knew Anu Põder's work, maybe you met her work through the archive of Aware, or you have any other anecdotes or memory to share. And then also thinking about when you work on the Aware project, how do you map this incredible universe that is artists, like female artists, women artists across the world, and how do you create maps of affinities and sympathies that go beyond purely geographies or more familiar encounters? So how do you use this incredible archive to tell stories that are beyond the art history?
Thank you, Cecilia, for the invitation and this question. So I already knew Anu Põder's work, not as well as you do, of course, but I first encountered it in 2017, quite surprisingly in France, because a smaller version of her exhibition traveled to La Galerie in Noisy-le-Sec, which is a contemporary art center in the suburbs of Paris, which has an ambitious and a feminist program showing important women artists that could be shown in big Parisian museums, but for some reasons they are not. And so this small art center often surprises with its program, which is, I would say, of museum level in its intention, even if in its production, it's still at the level of a small art center, right? These are not big museum retrospectives. And so that exhibition was curated by Barbara Siriex, who is a French feminist curator. And it was quite unexpected for me at that time in 2017 to see this Estonian important artist in this context. It was it obviously attracted my attention on the one hand as a feminist art historian, but also as an art historian of Polish descent, which means that I'm often also more sensible, I would say, to the artistic paths of artists coming from this region of Europe, and that we don't see so much in Paris. They remain quite invisible in France. So I was surprised, but positively surprised and impressed by this project. And also, Anu Põder was already in our database, thanks to the text we republished from Dictionnaire Universel des Créatrices, which was our partner, the Universal Dictionary of Women Creators. I would translate it in English. So this is a text which is from 2013, which maybe should be updated soon because more research has been done since the first publication, but which had the, I would say, merit to exist already and to give some important information on her career and her artistic choices. So if we speak about Aware, what can I say about our method? Aware is celebrating 10 years this year in 2014. So for an NGO, it's actually a success because you know how difficult it is to ensure the sustainability of this kind of projects. And also because it's a small team, it's quite easy to change and to move forward. So our method has changed since the beginning of the creation. And today we see each other really as a platform that encourages and makes visible research on women artists. So we gather around us hundreds and hundreds of researchers, of writers. I think today we may count around 500 different writers on the website. We don't think we discover women artists. I actually don't like this term of discovery or rediscovery of women artists, because I think this term never protects women artists from amnesia, contrary to the in-depth research. And so our role is really to make this research, to push the research forward and to make it visible. So what we do is that we actually collaborate with specialists, with experts from all around the world. We look for right people to write on the artists. We don't write these texts, most of the texts you see on the website ourselves, even if it happens obviously from time to time. But for many artists who are coming really from all around the world, and now we have research programs embracing Southeast Asia or Caribbean region or some countries in Africa. Obviously, we are not all, we are an association based in Paris. We are not experts of all these artists, all the topics. So today, we really think about AWARE as a collective project. So it's a little bit different from a curatorial method, right, in the museum, which is more maybe solitary, more singular. AWARE is a team, and as a team, we also look for other teams to collaborate with. So, for example, when we work on an artistic region which is underrepresented on our website, but the step of fundraising is obviously important for us. But after this step, we gather research committees. So we build research committees with experts who are mostly based in the countries we want to work with, who are close to the artists we would like to represent on the website. And we ask them for the advice in to help us to select artists who should be the priority to be published on the website, because obviously we are never able to publish every artist. We would love to, at least not in the first time. It's a multi-year project. And also to help us to identify the right authors, the right writers for these texts. So yeah, from this point of view, AWARE has a more collective method, but which also allows us to work very globally, right? Because we are able to grasp the expertise from all around the globe.
And because we're talking about Anu Põder in the context of, in a larger context, I want to ask both you, Matilda, and of course Andreas and Manuela. Something very striking about Põder's work is that she lived through two very different eras, right? She was born in the 40s, and Estonia was already part of the Soviet Union. And so she made most of the work. I would say it's a kind of split, right? She started making work in the late 70s and in the 80s, where she made this incredible, most of the dolls and mannequins and figurative works. And then 1991 comes the independence, and her work shifts quite dramatically, actually, because in a way, the year or the kind of decade of the independence and the sort of global opening to the West, her work seems to take on a rather intimate approach, a more like sort of thinking about her work with the garments and the coats and the jackets. So looking almost inwards, both in her body and her personal memories, looking back at her kind of rural origins, using these very poor materials. So I'm interested in, it's a broad question, but how important is the biography of an artist, or the social context where she or he or they are living? And in particular, thinking of the Soviet bloc in those years, what do you think, and this is maybe for you, Matilda, the difference between working, of course, in Estonia, which was part of the Soviet Union, versus working in Poland, for instance, which was, of course, a socialist country, but not part of the Union. So it's a broad question, but I'm just curious to hear from you on this.
So should I start?
Sure, go for it.
Well, we usually speak about Eastern Bloc as if it was, and it's a commonly accepted expression, but we can have a false impression that it was a very homogeneous geographic and political area, and this expression conceals, I think, different realities, geographically, but also over time. So contrary from Estonia, for example, if we compare Poland and Estonia, Poland was, for example, was not part of the USSR. It was part of the bloc, so it was controlled from USSR, but it was not part of the empire, which allowed Polish artists, I think, to have in some moments a little bit more freedom. And for example, in the 1970s, there is a period of a relative freedom in visual arts in Poland. And then in the 1980s, the state control tightened again, and which actually pushed many Polish artists to withdraw from official artistic life. So I think every political and historical context has really to be studied separately, right? To really give justice to the way artists worked and the conditions in which they could develop their careers. And to reply more globally about the facts that how if it's necessary, right, to analyze the political and social context in which of an artistic practice, I think we could say that since the beginnings of the feminist art history, we know, for example, how important it is to be able to understand in which conditions artists train, work, but are also recognized. So it's not only about the context of the artistic practice, but also of the critical réception critique, the critical reception, acknowledgement of their work. So also our point of view of the art critics from their time, but also of us as art historians and curators today are necessarily situated, and we put some ideas on this work. So personally, I think it's impossible to separate aesthetic judgment from political and social context.
And something that you said before, thinking about Poland and Estonia, Anu's work is often not necessarily compared, but mentioned together, the one of Magdalena Abakanowicz, who was a bit older, but had a completely different career, right? She was much more well-known abroad. She was able, I believe, to travel, which you could not do until 1991 in Estonia. So do you know if they knew each other, or do you see this compare? I mean, Anu Põder mentions the work of Magdalena Abakanowicz later in life. She said in 2000, I wish I'd known her before, because I see so many rhymes and resonances between our work. But could you draw a comparison between the two artists, and maybe tell us, do you think it's a good example of an artist that was much more free to travel around and to get to know, global tendencies, versus the total isolation that Põder lived in the 70s and 80s?
I think this comparison is useful. I would say that the exercise of it's tricky, the exercise of comparing, right, for me, because I think it's at the same time at the heart of our profession as art historians and curators to compare artists, to compare artworks based on formal similitudes, on conceptual proximity, or also on historical or political context in which works were made. So I think that the comparison between Põder and Abakanowicz it obviously may be very useful in the sense that both artists worked in a similar period. They both worked with textile. but in a very different way. I think, and also because it's true that their lives and their careers evolved very differently. Abakanowicz was allowed to travel. She actually enjoyed some kind of freedom, which was also her, I think, personal freedom in the way that she has less family attachments than Põder, who, as I know, had 3 children. So also above the political context in which she lived, also she had some personal involvements that maybe enabled her to move, to be so mobile. So as Abakanowicz was. Also, I think the starting points of their work was probably not exactly the same, in the sense that I have the impression that Põder embraced, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not the expert of Põder, but I think that Põder embraced textile as a sculptor from the very beginning. She rather trained as a sculptor, and she had this academic also abilities, while Abakanowicz came to sculpture from textile work. And actually her force was to transform textile work into sculpture. But she, for a very long time, she was teaching textile at the Art Academy, for example, in Poland, because it was also probably one of the spaces in which women were placed by the system. And she had this intelligence and this force to transform it into something else and to go beyond what was supposed to be the textile for the system at that time. So from this point of view, the works are slightly different. I think Anne Coxon probably analyzed it as well, maybe a little bit in slightly different way in your book.
And there is another comparison that always comes up, and this
Szapocznikow.
Szapocznikow, yes. I'll open up to Andreas and Manuela, and of course you, Matilda. I'm curious. It's both in writing, and when we opened the exhibition, I was doing a few interviews, and there was a male critic writing from a very famous newspaper who could not accept the fact that I said, like, he really insisted on the fact that the use of soap and fat was coming and garments was coming from Joseph Beuys. And I kept saying that, in my opinion, I could not affirm that Anu Põder knew who Joseph Beuys was in the 70s, because I don't know if his work even made it in pictures or in art books in Estonia in those years. But for him, it was inconceivable that I could imagine that a woman artist working in Estonia was actually working with these incredible materials for other reasons than not being inspiring or copying Joseph Beuys. So I'm curious to hear from you guys what you think about this comparison, which always comes up often when we talk about women artists. They of course are appropriating something that was already invented by the master. So Andreas, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just about to say that these topics and discussions often come up with female artists and never with male artists, almost. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And and as I said, the first time I saw her work was in this Be Fragile, Be Brave, which was part solo exhibition, but also part group exhibition with Alina Szapocznikow and Anna Mendieta as 2 examples. And it makes sense in one way. We like to find these threads and connections between artists, especially if they've never met and maybe never seen each other's works. Then it says something also about the zeitgeist and what's going on. But then I never thought of it in relation to Beuys, actually. Maybe it's my ignorance, but what I understand from Põder's choice of material was also because she wanted to be independent, wasn't it? To be able to work by herself, she needed any industrial
Yeah, and most of it,
personal.
those were materials that she grew up with, the soap, the fat. I mean, it wasn't necessarily an original choice, meaning, of course, it was original in the field of sculpture, but it wasn't like she was working with what she had around, which was not a lot of stuff, probably in the 70s, also when she starts using agricultural bags or kind of thing like linoleum. These are like literally materials that she found around herself, which then I think she imbued with meanings, but I don't necessarily think that she used those materials for their meaning, for the initial meanings, which I think is more the case of someone like Joseph Beuys. Manuela, I wanted to jump.
It's, I mean, like,
and
I mean, mute.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. Let me rephrase. So, Manuela, I would love to hear your opinion on, of course, on Beuys, but also, I think another comparison that often comes up, which again, I think is not necessarily a literal comparison, but with the work of Anna Mendieta, because Anu also started making this, like the idea of the bag and the silhouette is something that comes back quite often in her work in a very, very poetic and violent way, which is very, very similar to me to Anna Mendieta. I'm not claiming by any means that they knew each other, or like I have no idea if Anu Põder could have known Anna Mendieta in the 70s or 80s. It seems very unlikely to me, but I'm curious to hear your take on it.
I mean, I would say that a comment like that is a comment from somebody who is in the center and thinks that that's the position of everybody, that is kind of a universal place where things just move around. So, and I think if you're coming from the global south, I mean, you definitely know that, you don't have access. And many times, like, and has in relationship to your first question, I totally think that, the idea of proximity and what are you, are surrounded with is what, contaminates the way that one does work. And especially in those days where, like access to things, what's, like physically, which were more, proximus, is not like now that we are more like sort of global citizens, and not everybody, the ones who can travel again. So, I mean, still up till now, visas and all that affects to some and not to others. So, so I would think that I never thought about Joseph Beuys again. And I mean, as well, is like, it was not at all in my, I was much more drawn by the idea, like I thought she had like a potence in her work, that I could see in many other female works that had this, like fight to be heard somehow, and, but also with, I mean, it's kind of, we arrived to tropes, but the idea of being vulnerable at the same time. And I thought that somehow Anna Mendieta, and again, if we think kinship beyond the, it's like somehow like esoteric kinship that, there is these women in different places, like Anna Mendieta and Anu Põder, that in a way, this systems, structural, forms of oppression do have an effect in the bodies of women in a particular way, where, how do we translate that and manifest within the materials we are around and our own sort of, intellectual kind of research that Anu Põder had versus Anna Mendieta. They are totally different geographically, like what they were exposed, but there is something very important about the presence of the body. And I think about the performativity and how politics are completely differently played by women than with men in the relationship to politics. There is always much more of like, it's not direct, there is not a truth. I think I'm thinking very much when I was also thought that Anu Põder, I was thinking a lot. I love the work of Ines Dujak. You will see it when you're here, but I really love her work and her position is very like visceral as well and grotesque, and how almost like sense of humor is there. And I think Anu Põder might be as well like kind of harsh, but has sense of humor as well in her work. No, it's like there is always something that goes beyond of the trauma. It's like there is like, I wouldn't say joy, but more like kind of humorous sort of perspective in her work, like these oversized tongues. There is something there that is kind of, humorous about it, or like all these. Yes.
It starts with this little piece, which is one of the very, very early pieces, very traditional plaster, but it's called Traveler, and it's from 78, and clearly is also a comment. Not only is a masterful sculpture, but it's a commentary on the fact that nobody went anywhere with a suitcase on their lap because you could not travel. So I think, as you rightly say, there is a thread of humor and kind of irony in her work that is very subtle, but it's very powerful at the same time.
And I also, I mean, thinking in Latin American practices, and especially in those days as well, there is something about the, you know, the materials and somehow what the material does to a work, I think is very present. I don't know, like in, you know, Ana Maria Moalino, I never pronounce her name, but, you know, like Ligia Clark, you know, like they are like the main Brazilians, but Lisiana Sanchez from Cuba, you know, there is something about even Marta Minujín, you know, there is something about like kind of the material itself and kind of be true to that, that I think is, I mean, I don't know, that's how I related to Anu Põder, much more from that trajectory than rather Joseph Beuys was not, you know, Joseph Beuys for me is, you know, it's fantastic, but in a different sort of universe, you know?
And another interesting aspect that not a lot of critics mention is her relationship with dance. And so I want to ask you, Manuela, but also go back to Andreas. So she was trained as a dancer when she was young and wanted to be a ballerina, but because of her kind of figure, she couldn't. And so she started, you know, be dedicated to the visual arts more professionally. But this idea of the body in pose, performing, is very much present in her work. In several works, especially from the 1990s. So after a series of the dolls, you have these full figures that are soft. So she starts using different kind of materials, but they're almost performing, not just the famous piece called Before Performance, which I'm going to share in a second, but also her later sculptures. So this piece is called Before Performance, and it's clearly a sort of reflection on this idea of the perfection of the body that needs to be achieved, the perfect shape and the size. But also she continues, sorry, I'm going to jump, with works that are more on the sort of soft side, which have this kind of performativity within them. So I'm just curious, maybe Andreas, if you agree with this sort of performative dimension of her work, and if there is anything that you see a parallel in other artists or in other art forms.
No, of course, I agree that there's always a movement in her works, I think, and especially you can see the ones on the screen now, and also the older mannequins. They are always in a movement. They are walking. They are never standing just. And also the ones you're showing here, the assemblages or whatever we call them, there's also some twist and turn in them that makes them into moving sculptures. And I also remember sometimes they have been put on display on platforms with wheels, for example. So yeah, of course, we all see movement in them.
Just to interrupt, I think as well the choreography of the everyday life, I think, is very present somehow in her work. Like there is a choreography, like having 3 kids. I mean, like I can imagine now, you know, like there is something about the choreography of everyday life that is present for me. And that's why the works are very much in relationship to that, no? To
there's also this
not
idea
an
of
object itself.
Her characters that move and reappear in her work in different dimensions.
But Manuela, I think you're into something interesting there, because I'm also thinking about her later works, like The Screen, I think it's called, huh? From 2007 or something. But then it's maybe not the work in itself that is moving, but it imposes a movement on us as visitors to move around. And here we can also see, in my opinion, how Anu Põder's work is opening up to society in another way than from being very personal in her early stage. And then here it opens up to something else as well. And here also the humor is there with the Kinder chocolate eggs.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it almost seems like she comes to a global approach a bit later than one would expect, which would be just, when the frontiers came open and in the 90s, consumerism came to Estonia. These are, in those years, in that decade, her work is much more intimate. While here in the early 2000s, she starts opening up to, hyper communication and hyper consumerism with this incredible piece, which is made with this kind of ready-made bars that are covered with Kinder's eggs, or like these two, the tongs, these two liquors, these two incredible, almost pop sculptures that are covered with aluminum foil with these incredible sensual and aggressive tongues that come out. So, and that kind of takes me also to another question for you, Andreas, which is the sort of, what do you do with the so-called relationship with pop art that some of the critics have noticed in some of the early pieces, but I would say also in these later pieces, and in particular thinking, and this is purely a question, but thinking of the museum where you're currently working and the role that someone like Pontus Hultén had in bringing American pop art to Europe and to that part of the world in the 60s. Of course, I'm not saying that it's still unclear what she studied, what got there, but what is your take on pop art and Anu Põder?
Now, to me, I think more of pop art in these later works, actually, the screen, for example, and when there is a more clear comment on the capitalist society and consumerism, and also the fast pace of society. There is something there that I more relate to pop art, but I also understand what many has written about Anu Põder's earlier works and the use of the ready-made and the clear, vibrant colors and so on. But to me, it's more the later works. But please disagree.
Do you have any sense, in your opinion, of what, I know this is a technical question, but of what could have gotten into Estonia in terms of pop art? Something that I understand is that through Finland and like radio, kind of illegal radios programs, one could actually have a sort of a small window onto the West, but I'm not an expert enough to say that if that's true. But have you ever encountered any, examples of artists that were able actually to communicate between like the Baltic regions, for instance, and Sweden or Norway or Finland?
I think there were a lot of connections, but I'm not an expert in that. But I know also there was a great Soviet hippie movement, and they must have gotten their influences from somewhere. And as you say, I think a lot come through Finland. Yeah.
Matilda, do you have anything to add on that side? Do you have any secret information?
No, I don't think I'm a specialist of the Nordic region.
Great. Okay, and then maybe Matilda, I'll pass on to you with a very broad question about feminism, because that is a sort of issue that comes up quite often when discussing Põder's work. What are we discussing exactly when it comes to feminism in Estonia versus other countries? And I'm going to quote an essay from the catalog by Bojana Pesik, who wrote this incredible piece. And she has worked with Anu Põder many years ago in many exhibitions. And she says, however, hardly any woman artist active in the 1990s in Estonia, as elsewhere, would publicly admit that she was doing feminism as such. Rather than finding themselves in a ghetto, they simply desire to do art, untainted by ideology. And this is also a reaction to one of the very rare interviews that Põder gave, in which I believe the interviewer asks her if she would define her work as feminist. And she says, and I quote, "I haven't delved into the phenomenon of feminism myself, but the plentitude of any layers and marginal developments is enriching and mind-broadening. Feminism is a conceptual notion, and it's really the task of art theoreticians to compartmentalize it. As an artist, there is no way I can ignore the essence and the role of a woman." And she, in other sort of interviews, she seems to push back for a reason that is very clear, likely in the 1990s, after the fall of the wall, nobody wanted to have anything to do with any ism, especially in the years of liberation. But what is your take on this approach, and especially considering the work that you do with AWARE?
Oh, I think you have already partly replied to your question in a way, because I think Bożena Pezik, she actually did a brilliant analysis of the problem of looking at Anu Põder's work through the feminist lens today, which is actually a problem that I think we have while looking at many artists of her generation, and actually not only in Eastern Europe. So Eastern Europe has its own specificity, and we can talk about it. But even in France, when we observe this generation of artists here at AWARE, I'm the director I'm the director of editing. I don't know how to say in English. I'm sorry. Of the interviews we publish with the winners of our special merit, outstanding merit prize, which are the artists more or less from the same generation than Põder, or maybe born, some of them 10 years later. And many of them, they don't recognize themselves as feminists, even if they were raised and lived in Western Europe. Because I think for that generation of artists, being recognized as an artist first was actually more important than being identified as a woman. And because many of them, I think they more or less unconsciously accepted the idea that women's work was of less value than men's work, they protected themselves from this attribution. And this is what I see while discussing with this generation of artists here in France as well. But however, I think it's important to stress that in the Central and Eastern Europe, so in this former Eastern Bloc, the situation was even more complex because feminism as an idea, as a thought, didn't exist in Soviet Union and in Eastern European countries for many reasons. One of them was that officially the state was promoting the equality between two sexes, which we know today that the reality was slightly different, even if this image of a bourgeois woman, a housewife, was existing in Eastern Europe, in the sense that most of the women worked and they also took care of the house, of the children, etc. So actually they had this double professional life, which was a difference from the North American or French bourgeois model from the 1950s, for example. So this is one of the reasons why feminism was not probably didn't introduce itself into the intellectual circles of the time, and also because obviously the censorship protected the society from Western influences as much as they could, and feminism was seen as a Western thought. So I think yes, this is what makes also the difference in the way Anu Põder could see herself or not as a feminist artist. But what is interesting, I think, in the quote you just read, is that she didn't refuse this interpretation either, right? She said these classifications are to be made by art historians. The only thing I can say is that my experience as a woman cannot be completely removed from my work. maybe I don't identify myself as a feminist, but actually I have a feminine voice. It's something that I cannot go beyond this.
And it's
so
interesting because that's a sort of strategy, but that's a methodology that she often uses. You know, there is a video interview in which she wasn't a talkative person. She wasn't that of a talkative person. And in one of the rare interviews, she has a similar approach when it comes to a question about, you know, do you ever think about the future of your work that are made with such perishable materials? I think it's a museum conservator that actually asks, and she says, I just make art. It's the job of the museum to think about the legacy of my work. I can't really think about that because I'm so incredibly focused on making my own art. And in a way, I think it's a sort of parallel with what you just explained about her approach with feminism. You know, she wasn't necessarily concerned with those ideas because she was really focused on making her own art. And then the art is what kind of created bridges with other ideas and concepts. So, Manuela,
but because in her work, she I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it was actually, I wanted to make this bridge to Manuela because I wanted to talk about the body, the fact that the body still is one of the main topics of her work. And from this perspective, her work is really very fertile, I would say, to be read through the feminist lens. Because when we look at her work, we realize that probably it's also about her own body. And as you said, when we were talking about performance, she wanted to be a dancer. When she was younger, she was interested in the way the performing body was built or was also, I would say, encadré, framed by the system. And I think it also strengthened her sense of identity as a woman. And so that was a little bit a bridge to Manuela, because I know that this is the topic you worked on deeply.
Are you muted, Manuela?
I don't know. You wanted to say something specific, Cecilia, in relationship? I mean, like
you know, thinking, of course, different definitions and ideas of feminism across the world, which I know it's a giant topic, but I know it's
it's a giant topic, but it's something that I do. I mean, I do think we have to talk. I mean, the idea, for instance, at Tate for me was to create some sort of alliances, you know, like proximities. And I think this is as well as our work of curators, that, you know, the approximation of practices, what things, you know, set in relationship, well, you know, whereas they are in different times and different moments. And what I felt, and, you know, like, you know, things from the past can be read very, like when I see Anu Põder, she's so amazing, actually. So nice to see her work again. But like, it's quite contemporary. Like you were mentioning, Andreas, about the younger sort of generation that is all about the body expression, kind of the fragmented, and this idea where, you know, like where the body begins and ends. I think there are contemporary questions that we are still thinking, you know, like about the violence that is, you know, that is still expressed toward the body as well. Now, of course, we have other forms of feminism that are more intersectional, you know, intersectionality come across, which are very important as per perspective of, you know, like what is to be a woman in the world today. And of course, queer, you know, identities also coming into play. But I feel like she is very much really thinking about the body as an expression, as a form, and her work really shows through materiality, through the choreography, through the performativity. I mean, like this, like the fragmentation of the body, but the sense of humor. I do feel like even that maybe she didn't think herself as a feminist, now that maybe we can ponder a little bit long in these different trajectories of what feminism could be, you know, without having like one answer. I think there is, you know, this approximation is an interesting one, I think, in terms of all what, you know, feminists could, you know, as a common ground can, you know, push and amplify the frontiers of what women can do in the world today and be recognized for it, you know, and recognized not only through a masculine gaze, of course, you know. So yeah, I think, I mean, also, like, again, coming from the global South, when it was like heard feminism, I was like, ooh, what is that? You know, it's like, And then you learn more about it, and then you're like, wait, I think there is things that I am familiar with that actually are aligned to that I didn't think of, you know? So it's also about how sort of the Western world categorize things in a very specific, you know, in education and academy, that's those things are legitimized, that maybe coming from the fringes is a little bit, you know, you see it with suspicion at the beginning until you can see that there is place for everybody. Something like that. I don't know.
I think this is a great way of ending this lovely conversation, unless, Andreas, do you have something to add about the topic of feminism?
Yeah, well, it made me think a bit actually about the Swedish artist Moki Cherry. And she was more or less the same age as, she was born 43, passed away 2009, and she was a traveling person, and she lived all over the world, but basically in the countryside of Sweden and in New York. Yeah, and during these times, and as Matilda also said, how feminism, do you want to label yourself as a feminism, and different time and place really affects on how you think of these things. But for her, it was, of course, it was taken for granted that she was not only an artist, she was also expected to take care of family and household and friends and planning for traveling and whatever. And she wrote in her diary how she survived by taking a creative attitude to daily life. And I think that also is in relation to what Anu Põder did. She didn't define herself as a feminist in the theoretical sense, but she was always aware of being a woman and an artist, and to combine that. So I just find that interesting.
Thank you so much. I don't know if any of you has more comments to share, but I think this was a lively and lovely conversation. I think we could continue going for many more hours, but I really do hope that through the exhibitions and the catalogs and also this symposium, the work of Anu Põder will get out there even more than now, and will, you know, allow for these conversations also to continue, because they're vital and in all of our works. So I want to thank you personally for participating in the symposium, and hopefully you'll come to Sush to see the exhibition, which is on view until the end of June. It's not because I organize it, but it's really, it's a special place and museum. So maybe when you're in Basel, you can take the train for like an hour and come.
Yes. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. Thank you for this invitation and this lovely conversation as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Anu Põder, body object versus body space. In this lecture, I would like to examine a thesis that I propose about Anu Põder's works, which I find to be an undercurrent of her whole oeuvre. It is the following. The prevalent dynamics in the works of Anu Põder is to dismantle the idea of the body as an object, especially women bodies as objects, dolls, mannequins. To dismantle or to sabotage, one has to do it from within. Thus, Põder used dolls and mannequins herself. She appropriated them in a way that gave a different meaning to the use of dolls and mannequins, not only because she was a woman, but also because of the context of her art and how she developed the idea of the body, which I am just about to analyze. Anu Põder seems to deconstruct duality schema, where the body is like a container for thoughts and soul and experience, and she challenges it with a different understanding of body and space relations. We may observe various strategies of transgressing the body as an object in Põder's works. Let us have a look at this chronological choice of her works to pinpoint the existing strategies. In Before Performance, 1981, the figure is frozen in the moment before movement, before the mentioned performance. Does the word performance here allude only to Põder's interest in dance? Or is it at a more general allusion to the way we appear to others, perform for others, make ourselves and our bodies present, and how the bodies are either exhilarated or overwhelmed and dumbfounded by the presence of others. Põder's works before performance, figure which was made to sit, seem to confront ideas of discipline for the body. Discipline, which, as Foucault would show, come from different institutions, like education, including, of course, education for girls to be nice and aware of their bodies and gestures, which may result in restrained poses. The combination of communist and Catholic discipline, even though the two influences were obviously at odds, in Soviet Union countries could indeed result in rather restrained, monumental poses to be seen in socialist, realist sculptures, but also interiorized in life. Yet here the material of the sculpture is soft. The sculptor wears actual shoes, and already there is a rebellious touch. And when we look closer, the figure is divided into sections, bringing to mind Burda magazine projects to self-make clothes, read by women who wanted to have dresses like women in the West, just that they had to sew them themselves because of the lack of clothes in general, not just luxurious ones. And then, like a cherry on top, there is also another feature, no head on the top of the figure. This leads us to interpret the sections of the body differently than in terms of fashion hunger, more that of the hunger for meat and for consumption. Woman figure is divided into zones like drawings of cows divided into different parts that will be used for consumption. Why the lack of the head drives us there? Well, because of the way in which lack of heads of women would be interpreted in works of men surrealist artists. Deprived of heads, they become an easier prey and object of erotic fantasies. Nevertheless, this symbolic decapitation, this gesture, is appropriated by a woman artist. Such a strategy to appropriate men's chauvinistic or instrumental approach was strongly advised by one of the French feminists, Louise Bourgeois. She argued that in this way, it becomes a reversed and redirected weapon. Thus, Anu Põder's strategy might be read as critical and sarcastic. We are used to placing the whole identity in the head or in the face. The body deprived of it may be seen, therefore, like a toy. What Põder does is that she sheds the light on it by appropriating the gesture, and thus the sculpture is dense with semantic layers, and it becomes powerful. Things become even more interesting with figure which was made to walk, 1984. Here, I would disagree with Bojana Pejc's interpretation of what she calls slashes, and perceives them as a violent gesture in her article, Affective Gestures. The way I see it and interpret it is that these are rather cracks that appear when the surface layer becomes broken because of the tension from within. I would not interpret them as gestures from the outside. Why disturb the beauty of a mannequin or of a doll? Everybody wants them to be beautiful. The plastic is smooth and perfect. In the 80s and 90s, associations with plastic were far from where we are now, with all the problem with ecological crisis. Especially in the Eastern countries, plastic might have been seen as something luxurious, almost dreamy and poetic, like the Barbie skin, or very hype, like certain furniture. Beneath this idealized plastic, there's a real organic material that comes to life. Cracks show as the figure is walking. The shell of plastic uncovers the fragile white and yolk of what is definitely organic. I do not see it as a violent or negative phenomenon. The perfect object, the doll, is gone. The natural and organic is born, or at least this is a transition. It may even be a kind of premonition for her later works, as if the organic was born and if there was no reason anymore to be ashamed of it and to show the truly soft. 4 years later appears with a trumpet from Lazname, Pink Bird, 1988, which challenges relations within the body, no longer being its classical, at least in proportions, representation, as well as the relation with space and movement. The body is the movement and space, a constant flow. Perspectives change all the time, as in Cubism. And then there is Long Bag, 1994, maybe the most thought-provoking work of Anu Põder. It was made using, or actually recycling, a much earlier work, Doll which was made to stand, 1981. What happens to the doll which was made to stand? She is still able to stand. But how does the fabric change her situation and the meaning? Is it about a claustrophobic feeling of suffocation, of social roles? The body seems to be half surfacing, half sinking in the dark woolen fabric. Usually drapery gives a silhouette, an aspect of status. Here, it rather seems to be dragging or following the silhouette. Is it then the semantics of bags and bodies, which is rather somber? I found it more promising to look at the sculpture as an anti-monument. Why an anti-monument? Well, first of all, it uses materials in a way contrary, oxymoronic to any monument. It is not marble, iron, bronze, any durable one. It is a soft fabric, and yet the bag gives the silhouette a pedestal, as would be the case with a monument. But this pedestal is almost melting. Just that the silhouette is not proud, seems awkward in the situation, one can almost feel the tension and her will to retreat. A lot of monuments portray a figure in a pose where one leg is stepping forward in a proud march into a future, into one's ambition, leading. And usually, most of the time, it is indeed a leader, a male that is represented. So all these are the contraries of a classical monument. It's an anti-monument, soft, retreating, representing female figure. But to understand this work, one should maybe suspend the assumption that the recycled doll and the bag are separate things. What if they are one? Maybe it is exactly the body that grows on us in space, that cannot be objectified, that can save us or haunt us, follow us, drag after us, and precede us. What if the title Big Bag is meant to restore the representation of the body? It is not an object, not a doll. My body is also the space I left behind and the space in front of me where I will be present. It is a situation, a phenomenon, a space we inhabit, but will never understand. Anu Põder's rejection of iron, bronze, or other cast materials is often highlighted when talking about her work. It is very characteristic for her sculptures in times when, in the early 1980s in Estonia, and other Soviet Union artists used such durable materials. Her rejection of bronze or iron was not about accessibility or cost, but rather it was more practical and easier to use something less heavy. And yet, it strongly feels that bronze or iron were not in resonance with her as an artist and what she wanted to express. With her choice of materials, such as plastic and fabrics, she brings sculpture closer to the body. And finally, some reflection on the work Space for My Body in 1995, a sculpture where body is absent. An anti-sculpture then? There is just a space cut out for it, ready and waiting. But is that so? Will this new body, after the whole evolution of it, fit in there? To sum up, the techniques that were used are, first, appropriation of male objectification. The second, cracks and thus showing underlying non-ideal and more organic and formless matter. Third, movement as transgression of the body in space. Fourth, the body being larger than itself, transgression of the body, or the body being lost to the unknown. Bag could also be read as some kind of vacuum. And fifth, not representing the body at all, the anti-representation, which gives it the most space. What is then the place of the body in sculpture? The answer seems almost automatic and immediate. In fact, as far as we know, sculpture starts with representations of the body. Oldest sculptures we know are little figurines representing women's bodies with pronounced erotic areas such as breasts and buttocks. Thus, we know that already the oldest sculptures uncovered, dating back to around 40,000 BC, certify to the interest in female body. And yet, it is here that the immediacy and obviousness stops. We do not know with all certainty who made them and why. At least in the case of Anu Põder, we do know who made them and to some extent why. Nevertheless, in a certain way, this ambiguity between objectification, treating body as an object, and empowering, giving the feeling of self-control, making it into one's kingdom and space is still there, even today. Although body is always present in art and philosophy, its presence has been implicit, symbolic, censored, indirect, camouflaged, repressed, etc. Therefore, important questions relating to the body start flowing in the 20th century with an unprecedented intensity. And this happens both in art and in philosophy. Yet this, of course, does not happen from one day to another. Precursors and progenitors of an approach centralizing body and transgressing the dualities of the European culture, like the ones between body and soul or body and mind, can be found and named. Among them, one has to definitely mention Friedrich Nietzsche, who wrote, quote, "Body am I entirely and nothing else, and soul is only a word for something about the body. The body is a great reason, a plurality with one sense, a war and a peace, a herd and a shepherd. An instrument of your body is also your little reason, my brother, which you call spirit, a little instrument and toy of your great reason. I, you say, and are proud of the word, but greater is that in which you do not wish to have faith, your body, and its great reason that does not say I, but does I," unquote. Sexuality, organic nature, ephemeral status of the body, all contradictions and all that has been hidden before becomes central. In this context, the works of Anu Põder question the idea of the body as an object. They also seem to redirect us into an understanding of the body as space. Thinking less about the body as an object and more about the body as space makes it impossible for the body to be seized by the gaze of the other. The question, whose body is conjugated in those different forms and materials, can navigate the reflection on the sculpture of Anu Põder, not only to think about the body as such, but also about the place of the body between what is individual and what is collective. Thinking about some collective body of womanhood is not easy task at all. Maybe never was, but today it is tainted with the idea of non-inclusiveness. The idea of subjectivity of a woman, taken in a collective manner by the first waves of feminism, was heavily criticized by the third wave of feminism. Women who felt discriminated against on the basis of their race or belonging to a lower class, or their sexual orientation or identification, felt that the first waves of feminism did not represent them, and therefore they saw no such thing as one collective subject of women, womanhood or femininity. No essence that could be characteristic to all women and that could be shared. Isn't it the case, then, that dealing with woman's body is heavily loaded with strata and layers of meaning and can hardly be seen as an innocent endeavor? Simone de Beauvoir, in her work The Second Sex, from the year 1949, writes in the first pages that she was hesitating for a long time whether to write about the woman, because this subject is a delicate one, especially for women, and it is not a new subject. And yet, as Magdalena Schroda points out in the introduction to the new translation of the book into Polish, the subject is still very current. timely and topical. Therefore, it sounds almost like a joke that Simone de Beauvoir writes that so much ink has already been in the discussion on feminism, which she writes in 1949. And then she remarks that today there is almost nothing to talk about, and yet we talk about it all the time. A lot of what has been said about women was not women's narrative. So this story has to be rewritten by women themselves, becoming subjects of their own story. And then de Beauvoir asks, what is the problem that we see? Do women exist at all? It could be noted concerning her words that there is a difference between accepting the fact that women exist and believing in some common essence like womanhood or femininity. And yet, it can't be denied that one's body shapes his or her point of view, or rather, as Maurice Merleau-Ponty put it in one of his most important works, Phenomenology of Perception, one's body is one's view of the world. It is indeed impossible to completely abstract one's point of view from one's body, since it shapes our experience and gives us a point of reference in space. Are we then talking about some abstract and collective body of mankind or womankind, or rather, it's about the personal experience of living in the body of an artist, of a woman, of Anu Põder in Estonia? Agata Jakubowska mentions an interview with Alina Szapocznikow from a film L'Art et les Hommes, Journal de Voyage en Pologne, 1969. The fact that a certain question appears does not have to mean that it always has the same answer with every single artist. Answers may be different, but the question may remain. And this question is, whose body is it? Is it the artist's? In a certain way, Alina Szapocznikow, Polish artist from the same around period, replies to it in an interview with French journalist Jean-Marie Drotte from the film I mentioned, concerning her work called simply Leg. So Drotte asks her, "This is your leg?" Szapocznikow, "Yes, sculpted a little, slightly smoothed out. Half of it was my leg." Drotte, "What do you mean half?" Szapocznikow, "Up to here, it is my calf. Here it's sculpted and here it's rough." Unquote. The same question we could ask Anu Põder. This is your leg, this is your body, this is some version of you, a self-portrait. Even more interesting in this respect is another fragment from the conversation quoted by Agata Jakubowska in a monograph dedicated to Alina Szapocznikows oeuvre. Quote, "I was introduced to many people, and everyone was surprised by my appearance," says Szapocznikow. "That these sculptures are so ugly, so big. They could not see the resemblance to the person, but maybe it's what everyone holds inside oneself." Unquote. Indeed, the portraits or self-portraits from the beginning of the 20th century strike us with the change of their iconology. They no longer focus on the actual looks. The physiognomical logic of showing the inside through the outside or the strive for an adequate physical likeness are replaced with a rebel approach, not to satisfy the viewer with another obvious likeness. A morphology of the face or morphology of the body is questioned. To conclude, can we really explain somebody's personality or character judging by their looks, by the outside? And what would be a self-portrait of an artist? An image of a perfect likeness, or rather, what is felt from within?
Hello and welcome to the panel discussion in frames of Anu Põder Space for My Body Online Symposium, accompanying artist exhibition in Muzeum Susz. Anu Põder emerges as a significant and insightful voice that has influenced the Estonian art scene for the past 5 decades. Her departure from the traditional sculpture mediums into the realm of the fragmentation of the body and innovative material explorations reflected her profound interest in the ordinary elements of existence. She dared to redefine the medium through soft, pliable materials and managed to combine brutality with the softness and ephemerality of form. My name is Agnieszka Sosnowska, and I'm a curator of Dysputacją SUSZ, a discursive program at Muzeum SUSZ, and assistant professor at the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Science. I have a big pleasure to moderate and share this conversation with prominent speakers and specialists in the field. Please let me introduce them in alphabetic order. Alina Akhmadeva is a London-based curator, art historian and writer, assistant curator of international art at Tate Modern. She works on exhibitions, displays, and the performance program, and as well is responsible for research and acquisitions into the collection with a focus on Central and Eastern Europe. Dina led on the acquisition of Anu Põder's work into Tate's collection. And her most recent curatorial projects at Tate, this is, for example, the exhibition of Magdalena Abakanowicz, Every Tangle of Thread and Rope. And I think we will also have today a possibility to talk about Magdalena Abakanowicz. Later we have Linda Kalyundi. Linda Kalyundi is a historian and a curator, professor of cultural history at Estonian Academy of Arts, and senior research fellow in environmental history at Tallinn University. She holds a PhD from the University of Helsinki. Kalyundi has published on Baltic and Nordic pre-modern and modern history and historiography, collective memory and nation building, as well as the entangled histories of environment, colonialism, and science. She has also co-curated a number of exhibitions. Adomas Nakrevicius is a Lithuanian curator and art historian based in London, currently curator at Cell Project Space. His research interests include nonlinear histories, time, the body, sexuality, and the limits of representation. Previously, he curated at Rupert in Vilnius. Anna Szykowska-Piotrowska is art theoretician, philosopher, and linguist. She's associate researcher at Sorbonne and also associate professor at the Academy of Fine Art in Warsaw and assistant professor at the Frederick Chopin University of Music. She's the author of books Afterface, Transgressive Visibility in Art and Philosophy, as well as Directing the Waves, Thinking in Visual and Musical Avant-gardes. So welcome. This panel discussion will revolve around the notion of body and defiguration in Anu Põder's oeuvre. So I will start with some maybe a bit general question, but I would like to quite quickly, that we get into the subject. Anu Põder's works from the 80s often depict fragmented, bound, and deformed body parts. They're both cruel, soft, and very deeply moving. They primarily deal with the female bodily experience and psychological analysis. And I think that when we hear the phrase Anu Põder and the body, I assume that we have exactly these works in front of our eyes. And I wonder, how do you see this work as a way of working with a personal trauma or rather a record of the condition of a woman in the 1980s in Estonia, or I would even maybe generalize to the East Bloc countries. And this is maybe the question that I could direct first to Linda.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really one of the crucial issues to depart from when discussing Anu Põder's work. And I think, like in many ways, her reception history has been very much, on the one hand, on the ways how she handles gender through and personal trauma. But I think that as this rewriting of the history of feminism and women artists in the late Soviet period has been changing and evolving in the recent times, then I think we also need to contextualize her works more at the background of these broader discussions around gender, sexuality, and women's role in the late socialist period. So I think it's really crucial to emphasize those aspects more, and also to see these connections between her works and many other late Soviet Estonian artists, including the printmakers, not just sculptors, and also designers who very much deal with the similar issues. So I think there is a kind of danger in just focusing on her life story and just emphasizing the personal trauma. And I think it also empowers her and gives more agency and credit to her, both as an artist, as a thinker, if we relate to her artworks to these more broader social and gender issues of the time.
I would love to jump in as well. I think, Linda, what you've said is so on point. But Agnieszka, I love your question as a kind of provocation, or parts of the question as a kind of beautiful provocation, because there are a couple of things in there that I think the artist herself resisted. I think Anu Põder herself resisted, which was this reading through the lens of personal trauma. So famously, and I think part of the challenge of working with her practice has to do with the relatively low number of interviews, conversations, statements that she made about the work, or specifically even when she made statements about the work, she absolutely avoided the discussion of biography. And that seems very, very important, not only in terms of respecting her wish, but at the same time in avoiding speaking about women artists, of course, through the lens of biography only. And I think the question of trauma is an incredibly important and interesting one, but I would treat it through the lens of affect. What does the work do? What does the work bring about? And why, or rather, what makes the work so resonant in the present? I think that's what makes the work so powerful, that we can attune to those gestures of whether it's cutting, slashing, binding. What does that do to us on a bodily kind of relational level? And how does her formal language speak across time rather than through necessarily the lens of the personal? There's also another quick, I'm going to stop in a second, but there's another quick point that I think I'm going to already throw in here, which was the question about the Eastern Bloc and whether the specificity of the Estonian experience can also then connect up to the wider space of Eastern Europe or Central Europe. We can discuss names. Which is that, of course, living under socialism and living within the Soviet Union are two very different things. And we might wish to discuss a little bit further of what it meant to exist in these conditions of being a woman artist within the context of the Soviet Union in Estonia versus somewhere like Poland, which I would say are very, very different contexts.
Yeah, I will jump in as well. I broadly agree with all that has been said so far. I would just also like to highlight that what is particularly striking about Põder's works from maybe the 80s to mid-90s is that they reveal a set of not only gestures but techniques as well, agential techniques, techniques of unwriting biography, or kind of almost techniques that are excessive to one biography, very deliberately so. So the way that she uses doubling, repetition, fragmentation, part objects, abstraction, or semi-abstraction of body, suggests that she is interested in a larger psychosocial kind of set of concerns and structures that are both embodied and personal, but kind of are excessive to that. And to me, that is a particularly interesting strand of her practice that I've been working on for quite some time.
Okay, if I could also add something, I really like this, what you just said about the unwriting of autobiography, self-biography. I think this is what can resonate with us still today in those sculptures like doll which was made to sit or doll which was made to stand. And actually I have a very particular association with it that I can share with you. Maybe that could give us some new ideas for paths of interpretation. I have this association which is very strong, that's still in me from like very early childhood days of a roll call. So like a moment where we are called upon to stand straight and our names will be read, and actually there's no, although these are our individual names, the idea of individuality disappears because we are there in a group which is supposed to stand alike. And those two figures make me think about this moment. I think it was probably something pretty common in schools in the countries of Eastern Europe, in the way that discipline, for example, was introduced. So I think it has a lot to do not only with experience of a woman, but overall an experience of a human being that is confronted at the same time with like collectivity, discipline. So of course that takes me to Foucault, who's not far away time-wise with his idea of discipline and punish. And of course, one of those instruments for this is education. So education here would be a very important trope, which works on both levels, right? The individual level, but also always the collective level. So I think this is something I'd like to share. I don't have like ready-made conclusions for this, but I would like to hear whether you can relate with it as well.
In terms of just a quick note, in terms of the doll artworks and before the performance artwork, I just love the fact that, of course, they are disciplined. They are given a set of instructions to sit, to wait, to walk, but they're given those instructions by the artist herself. So she plays with this kind of lack of agency and kind of reverses it in a very generative way. Yeah,
but isn't it what we always do? I mean, like that's the case with playing with dolls, right? That usually what happened to us, we replay it with dolls. Like, I don't know, kids being seen repeating what they were done to, right? So it doesn't have to concern parents. It can concern some other sort of authority or power as well.
I love how quickly we're landing within the realm of psychoanalysis here.
It's not psychoanalysis. Foucault is not just psychoanalysis.
No, for sure, but not on the case of Foucault. But the idea of that sense of repetition is a completely psychoanalytic idea that I think will also, at some point, would benefit from touching upon. I think the idea of education, though, is interesting there too, from the perspective of discipline, because one of the things, of course, we're kind of avoiding biography in a way, but one of the things that's quite integral, I think, to her practice as an artist, so to Anu Põder's practice as an artist, is her function as an educator herself. One of the things that remains, and one of the ways in which I think many of us as art historians, curators, have been able to engage with Anu Põder's work in more recent years has been through conversations with people that she has taught, whether it was in the context of a school in the 1980s. So she was, teaching children, actually, and then later on in the context of what is now the Art Academy. And I am interested in the dynamic of then perpetuating that, if you call it a kind of disciplinary mode in her own way. So that tension, right? That tension that runs through the work of, you are neither only the victim nor the aggressor. In a very, very roundabout way, somehow that plays out in her own work life mode.
Yeah, that's a great remark. Thank you for this remark. You're right. She's not only the one who receives, she's then the one who also has to have her own approach to that, right? Because she will be the one sharing her knowledge, sharing her ways with art.
And Linda, actually, here I'm very curious to ask, as this is a gap in my knowledge about Anu Põder's biography, what has been her approach to teaching? Have her pupils become parts of the Estonian kind of next generation of Estonian artists? And what would be the kind of reception of her methodology as a teacher, as educator?
Yeah, I haven't specifically studied it myself, nor do I know whether anyone has gone in depth about her teaching methodologies. I think there is this our legend around her life story of her being a brilliant teacher, and appreciating not only the opportunity to teach at what is now the Academy of Arts, where many of the prestigious artists also taught at the late Soviet period, but she was also teaching school children at the Tallinn Art School, which was the most prominent children's art school in the late Soviet times. And many of her students have indeed become prominent installation and contemporary artists like Kris Lemsalu or Anu Vahtra. So, and I think they've often pointed out in relation to her legacy, but I think that there is this kind of broader approach to her way of handling teaching in the sense of not valorizing only the teaching of champions or the new legendary artists, but rather valorizing also teaching school children, many of them at this children's art school as well, which I think is important to stress out.
I would maybe come back to the dolls, mannequins, also just to ask you about how do you see this decision to work with this medium? Because there appears this idea, dolls, playful. I see a lot of not playful atmosphere in Põder's work, especially when she puts her dolls in positions which are very uncomfortable. For me, especially the doll made to sit, where you're not able to sit that way, a body position. It's for me very, very brutal in a way. And we know that this period in Estonian art, it's a period connected with the bronze age of Estonian sculpture. So the mode of figuration was totally different
And I wonder, how do you see this gesture, which makes to use the dolls instead of, like the dolls, the mannequins? How should we understand it, especially in a context of times when she was doing this?
Yeah, if I may, I think that there's also a certain danger in overstressing the exceptionalism of Anu Põder's approach, because on the one hand, and then again, it so closely links to how we think about the canon of Estonian, Eastern European, late Soviet art, right? That on the one hand, we can tell this traditional narrative of the Bronze Age and like mostly male sculptures, but also women's sculptures working with bronze statues and so forth. But if you look at the art scene of the period from a broader perspective, we see many also women designers, applied artists working with very different materials, including textiles and leather and so forth. So there is actually this much broader art scene that discusses many of the similar topics that Anu Põder is dealing with, and I guess like her doll figures on that background do not seem so, exceptional in the sense that they raise the similar questions about female agency, for example, which I think is one of the most crucial issues in how we interpret her doll figures. That what do they tell about this? Her approach to how women are represented in art. What do they tell us about what she thinks about female agency? And are they mostly to highlight or emphasize the passivity that women are pushed into both in the art field and the society at large, or do they also signal certain ways of resistance? Because I think in that sense, I very much liked how at the Venice Biennial they were recontextualized in this Donna Haraway mode of cyborgs, which also is an idea coming from roughly the same time period. And we can also, in that sense, interpret these as signaling these messages of resistance too, right?
Yes, I would agree very much. I think this is what I feel when I look at those dolls. Like, these are not passive dolls to me. And this idea of slashes, I wouldn't be sure. I think I would rather agree with Agata Jakubowska, because I think these are more like clashes, the moments where something is bursting, the things which are covered with plastic to look like perfect, to cover the organic with the artificial. It's impossible to hold them back, and they're actually appearing. And I find it very positive. I don't see something brutal in it or violent. The way I read it is that there's something positive, and that these are some emancipated dolls. So we can say cyborgs, maybe, using Donna Haraway's idea of cyborgs who are, one can say, dolls which are very self-conscious, right? So they can radicalize themselves. So I think also through this idea of a doll that we often associate with something passive, like an instrument for play of somebody else, she enters already very deeply into this interplay of different associations with like complexity of all those semantic layers that have been so far used in art, and not only in art. And she does something amazing, because she's able to give her own meaning to it, like a new meaning that after such a long time finds like other like women who can dialogue with her. You mentioned Donna Haraway. I mean, dialogue in the sense, in a metaphorical sense, right? They never met, but in a way we can see them as companions in this kind of adventure, to somehow redefine those passive ideas of a doll, of a mannequin, of like a cyborg, a robot, right? And give it some new life, a life of its own, something that probably we are witnessing today on different levels. So yeah, I agree very much that it's not just about passivity with those dolls.
And what happens when she starts to build composition like of total fragments of the body? when we don't have really a visible doll, but some sort of a composition built out of fragmented bodies, very often cutted and so on.
I think it's also very interesting on the level of agency, right? What happens when the body is not a whole, right? When it becomes parts. Is it that each part has an agency of its own, or what is it? I think it's also some kind of question about fetishism, like us fetishizing certain elements of the body, and like the body being not just the composition of something, but it's also the composition in many moments that we prefer not to see.
In this case, I think it's really worthwhile briefly coming back to before the performance, which I think kind of codes or signifies a lot of, or kind of preempts a lot of techniques and gestures that then start recurring in the later compositions that are more fragmentary and more abstracted. I think there's Põder is a master of ambivalence, or holding two contradictory statements or affects at once, or even more than two. And we've been discussing about the passivity and activity or agency of the dolls. But for me, what's very interesting is that on one hand, there's this formal and kind of material technique to create part objects within, even before the performance, by kind of almost cutting up or highlighting certain parts of the body to kind of suggest that they are certain desirable, almost like kind of butchers, kind of yeah, slices of the animal, almost something quite vicious and brutal like that. But at the same time, and of course then there's this linguistic system, but like signification on top of it, the letters on top of it. But at the same time, there's that bodily depth, right? Which is something that a lot of artists might not go towards. So there's a sense that there's the gaze that Põder is kind of critiquing, this kind of desiring, kind of violent gaze that wants to take, wants to consume. But at the same time, there's this another set of techniques, sewing, layering, hiding, obfuscating, that preserves a bodily depth, which for me is that really productive kind of ambivalence of, or holding of a certain tension within before the performance, but then later work as well. And I think that especially starts becoming prominent with very old memories and other works from the late 80s, early 90s.
But even with before the performance, there's also this one more layer of how you might read the markings on the body, and that sense of butchering really resonates, I think, very, very strongly. But then there's also, if you are to treat that form as a kind of mannequin, there is also a relationship with dressmaking, or a kind of it being a dress form. And naturally, it then leads me to a bit more of a question of what kind of body is represented in Anu Põder's work. There is a level in which there's a certain kind of undoing or rewriting, I think, as Adamus put it. But then there's also a certain kind of, dare I say, normativity that's still present, that's at the same time being undone. And that's why that ambivalence becomes really interesting, because it's there, but at the same time it's kind of moving away. And I think, Agnieszka, your comment about the later works, right, when the body becomes more of an abstracted form, the rolled up figures, the kind of the softness that enters subsequently, much more maybe explicitly, let's say, there is an obvious kind of reworking of the body, but at the same time there's still something present that has not totally left, which is for me super, super interesting. I think that psychologically captures a much more kind of gray space that acts more powerfully psychologically.
And before the performance, there is maybe one detail that I would like now to talk about, because the sculpture, like the work, is decapitated, the head is missing. And maybe that would be a question to Anna, who is specialist on the philosophy of face. How you see this? You know, this work that suddenly misses, just in fact, it just misses the head, which happens. It's not the only work of Põder when we see this this gesture.
Okay, thank you, Agnieszka, for this question. It's a lovely question on decapitation. No, actually, it is, because I think in history of like philosophy, from where I come, it's very meaningful, the lack of the head. Actually, it's already in Plato's dialogues that it becomes noticed. Then these are like two different levels to think about the head and the face, and to think about the body, because we looking at the face, also for some, head and face are not the same. Like, for example, for Deleuze, who observes paintings of Francis Bacon, right? It's these are also two different levels of understanding subjectivity. But the lack of the head brings us to what is bodily in its impulsive kind of sense, like bodily, not focusing on identity as what is being present in the face, as like the carrier of like deeper meaning, soul, etc., etc. So, for example, in Plato, what's being said by Haitefron, don't know if it's the way we pronounce this name in English. Well, he says, look, if his face, his head was missing, we would see even more how beautiful the body is. And actually, this doesn't change that much from the Plato's dialogues to like surrealist remarks on how this dynamics between the face and body works. For example, we can easily find it in Rémy de Goncourt, who writes about women without their heads or faces, that it's much easier to have some erotic fantasies when the face or the head is missing. So this has been actually described beautifully by Agnieszka Taborska in her book on surrealist painting. So I think this is actually a certain dynamic between those two understanding of our bodily existence, like one more sensual and still connected to like mind, and before that to the soul, and the other one which is more connected to body as like a container for all that there is that we don't want to even think about, like, I mean, intestines and all this. It's a mechanism, and at the same time it's something organic and sensual, right? So it's been, for a long time, it has been something that we kept a little bit hidden, and the body becomes present. For example, in philosophy, it becomes present with such personalities like Nietzsche or Merleau-Ponty, and it happens like super, super, super late. It's unbelievable for us today, who are so obsessed with the question of body in art and in philosophy. It's difficult to think, oh my God, so what was going on then? Where was the body? Well, it was absent, and because it was absent, of course, as usual, it was also very present, but just in a undercurrent way. But here I think the idea might be in line with what was said in Plato's dialogues, and also with those surrealist comments, that actually she just wanted to focus on the body as such. And indeed, the lack of the head, it allows us to progress even further with abstracting this body, that it's not a body of a certain particular, right? We can imagine it much more like anybody of any possible woman, because that this is a woman like we actually do guess. So I think this is going in this kind of direction. And I would agree very strongly that there's this wonderful ambiguity in it, which is on the one hand dreamy, making us think of those, indeed, those journals which showed how to make a dress for oneself in the moments where it was not possible to pursue one's dreams. In Eastern Europe, that was deprived of a lot of lax products. And on the other hand, this consumerism can be taken to a less optimistic and less nice territories, with indeed this association with, like, for example, the drawings that we see in French restaurants, which part of the cow do we want to eat? So yeah, this ambiguity here is very present. But she seems to deal with this ambiguity of whether we want to look at the agency, at the person, individual. No, this is going to be a body that represents a certain common situation of bodies of women. That's my take on why there's no head.
What you have said just brought me to think about sexuality, eroticism. Also, because in the same space in Muzeum Sush, we have like the sex dolls, like the other work which use this ready-made dolls, and yes, so like the issue of eroticism. I know that Adamas is working on the exhibition, which like focuses on this topic in the in fact, in Lithuania only, or in the East Bloc?
The Baltic region,
in
from
Baltic
the
region
1960s
So-
till today.
And how would you see this work, or in general, Anu Põder's, in terms of eroticism and like this issues?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I would say something that we unfortunately will not have any of Anu Põder's works in the show because they are all in Museum Sush right now, but which is a great pity. But what we've during our research, myself, Inga Latze, and Rebecca Potsam, what we've the kind of let's say temporary conclusion, or like a provisional conclusion that we came up to in relation to what changes, broadly speaking, between the 80s and the 90s and the perestroika and the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Baltics and representation of the body, is a certain there's a certain collapse of the public spectacle of Puritanism that happens in the early 90s, and suddenly all the hypernormative ideals of masculinity, or ideas around masculinity and femininity, can be both critically assessed by artists, but also kind of pushed to their extremes in a relatively uncritical fetishizing sense. And to me, I must admit, I haven't focused on these specific sex doll works from Põder, but I would say that she pretty early on already is extremely reflexive of this collapse of the public kind of display of Puritanism, and this kind of new sense of mass media public kind of discourse, which has a completely different, or promises a completely different relationship with the body as a sex object. And for me, that work kind of engages with that already. And it's from, if I'm correct, from 1995-ish, around that era. Or
which work?
The work you referred to, the sex doll
99.
work. 99, yes.
Can I ask then, Adam, would you then rather emphasize change than continuity if we compare this work with this before performance? Because on the one, this 1990s work very much reflects also on this post-Soviet hypersexualized representation of women in these post-socialist societies. But whereas if you look at the before the performance, it also challenges the representation of women in art, but then also in this late Soviet mass media, it also reflects these canons of representing women in traditional art and sculpture, but with these references to dresses and mannequins. I think it also makes these references to the Soviet mass media, and I think in the 1980s you would have plenty of conventional representations of female beauty also across Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. But then the question was about change and continuity. That how do you think about that in the example of Anu Põder's works?
In the case of the status of prophet, I think there is for me, I'm thinking about a kind of almost a change of the object of critique. So the object of critique is no longer, she very clearly underlines the context has changed, and to be a women artist working on the subject of body, certain other kinds of forms and kind of visions of the body have entered the public realm. I think it's to do with the kind of intensity, like the kind of this, I think today quite difficult to imagine hypernormativity of the 90s, really. I think in a way, even the work is a little bit more, it doesn't hold as much for me personally, we can discuss, of that kind of signature ambivalence of Anu Põder. I feel, and that responds maybe to the brutal, kind of just the quite violent hypernormativity of the kind of 90s mass media and its expectations of the woman's body image. So that's for me, that's my kind of very off-the-cuff interpretation.
Just a very small point, I think, but I have been struck by, and this is on the point of change and continuity, I broadly agree on that sense of transformation, right? The ground shifting and the critique needing to shift with it in a way, or the object of critique then shifting on a kind of material level or on the level of substance. I remember being struck by the fact that the work Long Bag from 1994, I think, which includes a kind of, let's say, spectral figure and a form that inevitably, when we spend some time with Anu Põder's work, feels very, very familiar because it's the outline of the doll which was made to stand, right? So what's interesting is that the kind of shadow, almost this kind of shadow self, and these recursions, which I think are very, very interesting, not so much maybe from a gender standpoint, but from how structures of time operate in Anu Põder's work and what that means and what it's for. Those returns and those I suppose the returns that mean that something is still yet unfinished and there's more work to be done, manifest themselves in a very interesting way in this relationship between two works that straddle the collapse of the Soviet Union and the total shift of political systems that happens.
I would like to come back to this question that you asked. I found it great. What kind of body is it? Like, I think it helps to refresh perception when we look at it. And when I ask myself this question, what I think is that it's a body of future transformation marching into the world of advertising, and it's not yet this body that we see in advertising just because it is in this process. So that's like an immediate answer that I have, just let's say to some extent phenomenologically, right? Just like automatically that opens up. So thanks for the question, because it made me see it better. Just asking the right question sometimes changes the way we look at works.
I mean,
so that worked.
I admit that I have always been struck by her use of plastic, particularly for those mannequin works, the slashed torsos, right? But I have always been struck by the fact that the plastic had that very, very fleshy quality of like a kind of almost like a perfect body, which of course makes the violence even more interesting. And the relationship between the plastic there and then the plastic that we see in the work of 1999 with the sex dolls. I think that straddling is also interesting.
It is, but it could. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And the kind of material history of the sourcing of that 80s plastic, which, if I'm correct, and I'm sorry, Rebecca Paulson, if I'm not correct, but it comes from a friend who has been working in hospitals.
Brother.
Or brother. Which is something we haven't mentioned today, and
it was used to make really like a sort of a gorset, yes, orthopedic gorset. So it really had this discipline inscribed in the material, and it's for what it was used.
And again, that ambivalence between discipline and kind of a sort of skeleton for healing. You know, so there's that kind of corset that kind of both protects and suffocates. And then, of course, the 1999 is something completely different, and it's a ready-made, of course.
Yeah, just maybe it's also important to remind us all that plastic was not something that we criticized so much back in the 80s or 90s. Like, I feel like I spent much of my childhood dreaming of plastic because the things that I wanted were made of plastic. So maybe the change between the 80s and the 90s is also brought about with a different consciousness of what this material is, right? And of course, today, when we look from our perspective and knowing what happens with all the plastic, it's just going to be a different perception. So just a little reminder coming back from 80s.
I think this is something that Dina has been, at one point, I think our essay was very much straddling into the direction of the untimeliness of plastic. And Anu Põder's work, and at the end of the day, it became more of a secondary argument. But absolutely, that is a very important thing to say. At the time, the malleability and the sheen of plastic and the kind of, it's kind of almost magical pliability and transformability seemed extremely attractive.
Yes.
And not to, I think not to think in binaries too much, but that mindset shift, and is so, I think, so important, where I think spending a bit of time with how Anu Põder understood plastic in her material universe at the time, so working, you know, in the 80s in particular, where actually plastic sits in the same realm as things like epoxy in the 90s, things like soap that degrade, that perish, rather than what we see it today as this impossible to destroy, impossible to get rid of, impossible to process, absolutely unnatural thing. Actually, in the, dare I say, kind of cosmology of the materiality of these things, it's there with the lightness, it's there with the perishability, actually, right? Because the specific kind of plastic that she was using, the medicinal one, does perish, and as I understand, poses an absolute conservation challenge to the teams that are looking after those works in Estonia, the Art Museum of Estonia. So that's kind of interesting, I think, to spend a bit of time with, to look at. And the way that, yes, I mean, I think Adonis alluded to the fact that there's a kind of untimeliness that she's operating with as an artistic gesture in her own time. But it's interesting to then see how even when her work is gaining so much more traction in an international context and almost being kind of, let's say, provocatively kind of put into art history or being positioned within art history, there's this little moment of using a material that's so almost inappropriate to the kind of contemporary environmental dialogues that I think is so, I love that. It's somehow so clever because she's then becoming almost out of time again, but I think in this gesture of provocation that keeps her work somehow so live still. But that's a digression. Let's go back to the question of the body.
And to just finalize the digression, I just really love the joke that the inside joke that the conservation teams have shared with us, probably all of us on separate occasions, that the plastic is so particular and unique and so much more difficult to conserve than the textiles. So the kind of the toxic, the environmentally unfriendly material is the most kind of, it has perished, decayed the most, and is much more difficult to somehow find a specialist right now who could somehow put it back into its presentable form, which is such a, as Dina was saying, Põder move in a way. So yeah, I really love that detail.
Yeah, we mentioned already long back, and I would maybe stop on those, would like to stop on those works which mark this process of disappearing of the body in Põder's work. Like in long back, like for me, it's one of the most striking work that works really very strong on me, and I built at once a lot of associations of entering the darkness, disappearing, and so also I was wondering how you see this work also in this line that we have long back and not long later she creates the space of the body, which is like, let's say, considered the work when the body finally disappears, and she totally changed her way in which she's working with the body. Yeah, like her philosophy of the body like makes really like a big change or turn.
I mean, I can jump in there if you want. I do have some things. I think this idea of disappearance, obviously so integral to what she's thinking through in the 90s in particular. I think it's also Rebecca Polsam, who I think will keep reappearing in this conversation as an absent present. Mentioned this interview that Anna Põder gave in the 90s, and where she talked about making that conscious decision about whether she would create works that last or whether she would be creating something that's more of a conceptual gesture and this kind of disappearing gesture. And Rebecca says that she opted for something in between. And that I find very, very interesting. I have thought about the sense of disappearance, and particularly the disappearing body, a lot in relation to the work that is within Tate's collection, so the activation version of the tongues. And it has that quality of liveness that Anna Põder instituted in the work, which was, as a series of tongues at an exaggerated scale made of soap, with one tongue always resting in a bowl of water, the water needing to be refilled as it diminishes, and then the soap tongue slowly melting away over time until it disappears completely, then to be remade again into this kind of, suddenly we end up in a really interesting kind of cyclical cycle of time, which I think is also interesting to think through in relation to let's say rural modes of knowledge, but again that's maybe for like a slightly different point. But that sense of disappearance that at the same time maybe somehow resurfaces again is very, very interesting. So it doesn't feel or rather it has never felt like a total disappearance. It's not only the violence, but there's something strangely nourishing going on. There's a return, there's this constant return there.
Yeah, there is also replacement with the sensation of a presence. Yeah, that's this is my experience. I think also quite common, especially with the works when she uses clothes that that you have this very strong feeling of a presence. As through building of the sculptures, you have such a strong sculpture, then the body can disappear, and what stays it's only like those clothes in which she also later makes holes, puts the light. So I would say even in very direct gestures, she suggests this presence of enough of a body or of someone, or I think it's also very individual what we feel when we just enter the exhibition space and see this works from late 90s and like, let's say, after the political turn.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting, like how she uses plastics to address these different issues with regards to the representation of body or different body parts and norms related, especially to female body. And then, like in the 1990s, moves to work with textiles, where like the body itself disappears, as you just described. But then we can also ask that what appears then, it appears like this sets of different kinds of social, political, or historical issues. I'm not a very big fan of these claims, which would say that Anu Põder works moves from working with private trauma to working with the public trauma, because as I think we have all like explained in different ways, she also works very clearly with different social issues also in the 1980s. But then again, I think it's interesting that how this working with the textiles or working with different like modern human materials like the soap that enables her to address these different historical traumas of the 20th century that are not just peculiar to Eastern Europe or Estonia, but to a larger set of problems. And I think it's also, we can think of like how these materials then relate her to this international art scene, in the sense of, if you think about like the use of textiles also in the art of that period, or also in the mass media of the period, and how they relate to the different traumatizing issues related to the Second World War in particular, the clothes also, and as this different symbols in the arts or in the mass media relating to genocide and so forth.
In your text published in the monograph, you also build this, like you work a lot with the relation between the body and memory. And I think here that's also very interesting. When I was now going again through all the texts, I was just wondering if you both, like you and Dina and Adomas, would agree on this notion of memory and time, how her work, it is still historically, related to the history, and how much it's, because in Adomas and Dina's text, there was this notion, I'm sorry, now I'm trying to, of temporalities and getting out and in to the time. I was just wondering how you would see those two positions just among yourselves.
Yeah, for me, very try to be brief with this. I feel like, again, there's a very intentional negotiation of the artist in her own negotiation of her artist position in the both in the local kind of national art landscape art history, but also in the kind of more global European at the time perhaps art history, and her position was, to me, particularly interesting in the sense that she wasn't dismissed or kind of completely shunned, sidelined, nor was she a mainstream, let's say, spearhead of the period during its time. So essentially, that is so with Põder, we cannot really use that quite easy, quick fix of the marginalized woman artist who now needs to be reinserted. Or if we do that, we are kind of taking the easy route. But I think what is a more interesting way of approaching it is actually seeing how she worked with time and temporality in her own practice, in her own sculptures, and to, as you mentioned, Agnieszka, to highlight this kind of going in and out of time. So essentially, she's she's walking between, straddling that line between the social and historical time and memory, public, collective memory, and personal, familial, psychological, social dynamics. And that sense, I feel, is exactly the tactic that she used to be comfortably, again, from a position of agency, out of sync with the concerns of her own time. So not out of sync in the sense that she's anachronistic or she's sidelined, but out of sync to be able to pinpoint these to these either structures, their gendered nature, to criticize them from a position of agency and a position of and using formal techniques that didn't have maybe equivalents in theory and art historical language in the region at the time. So that's kind of my mental map of how Põder uses temporality and various temporal devices to be productively untimely or out of sync with her own time in the 80s, especially, but I think the 90s as well.
I could, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Karen.
Just the word negotiation made me think about because you say she's not completely in sync, and I'm just thinking I'm thinking about the long bag, which is to me the most difficult work of hers to think about. Impossible not to think about, but also when you think about it, the thinking is gone. But now that you say the word negotiation, I think probably this is a work that in me sparks this feeling that this is a very fierce negotiation actually with her times. It's just that it's very sophisticated. So maybe that's why the fierceness is not commonly and generally perceived, because what she's doing for me in my reading with this work is like a reinvention of what is a monument. And there's this gesture of hers, which comes very early on, that she rejects bronze, casting in bronze. And we can, of course, think of some practical reasons, like it's going to be easier to handle, and she can do it together with her daughters, which is, of course, sweet and wonderful. But we can also think about some more like social political reasons there, and the context that can go beyond pragmatical and practical decisions. So this reinvention of what is a monument in the times where monuments are omnipresent, they're usually political, and we all know like political iconoclasms where when the monuments crumble, well, she made them crumble, but in a super soft way and a super sophisticated way, just using something that is that is an oxymoron of what is a monument. She made a monument, but a monument that is soft, whereas we would usually see it as inherent to monuments to cast them out of bronze. And it's usually men, I have to notice. So this is how this monument of hers, which is soft, is, I find, very interesting and fierce, although soft.
I think it's a really interesting way to respond to the question, Agnieszka, that you've raised around that relationship between memory and time, which I think, you know, Linda, you're thinking about memory. When you ask the question, my immediate thought, and also thinking with what Adomas was saying, immediately to me, there's the question of whose memory, right? And to just loop back a little bit to both the discussion of the disappearing body, but in this case, I will rephrase it as a disappearing figure. And then to also keep in mind our previous discussion of the absence of the face, I actually want to raise one more work, which is the study for a self-portrait, which in a way for a long time has maybe not even been considered within the larger body of work as a sculpture that sits alongside the others, but has this really interesting ambivalent status, a life mask of Arno Põder that was produced in the 1970s, obviously attributed to her, but would need to have been created with the help of someone else, inevitably. And it somehow in a kind of belated way now brings up that sense of both the disappearing figure, but also this wider sense of the erasure of self. And I think I would answer the question of whose memory comes up there in relation, that gesture of being somehow productively out of time goes hand in hand together with a kind of erasure of self that interestingly then leaves a space, a little bit like those 90s sculptures, then leaves a space for some other memory to step in, or some other body, metaphorically, imaginatively, to step in very, very productively. The study for self-portrait is so interesting because it carries that ambivalence of having the very, very close indexical relationship to her face, the face that may always be absent from her sculptures, though I do not always agree that the sculptures are her own body as such, or kind of stand-ins for her own body. So I'll be careful there. But what's interesting in the study for a self-portrait is the process of creating a death mask is a process of asphyxiation. So the art historian Hanneke Grottenboer talks about the fact of having plaster poured over your face when you are living, when you're still living, because of course life masks have a relationship with the death mask in the kind of wider European tradition. You are asphyxiated minus having these two air holes that keep you alive in that moment. So Hanneke Grottenboer talks about any life mask carrying this idea of a deathliness rooted in life, or a lifeliness rooted in death. And it makes me think of this kind of erasure of the self that happens as a kind of gesture of Põder being present, but already somehow removing herself from the picture, as it were, removing herself from the narrative. So even when these works are speaking on a kind of level of memory. Her own is already receding into the distance, and there is a space for these much more, let's say, communal or collective responses or impressions to step in.
Yeah. Perhaps we can also like to make it a bit broader. I think for me it has been relevant to also think how Anu Põder, in her sophisticated deconstructing way, with her practice relates to these most acute social debates. Like in the 1980s, it would be this issues around women and gender that many other artists and documentary filmmakers and other women also relate to. Then in the during the transformation period in the 1990s, it's exactly this questions of memory and trauma and reworking history. And like in her very later works, you would also have it, environmental issues, consumption or sexuality. But then I think that in relation to memory and time, then I think it's like the 1990s really is the time when this new narrative of the 20th century history is being shaped in Estonia and all across Eastern Europe. And memory scholars have talked lots about these different norms that are created, or normative narratives that are created at around the same time, like this national hero suffering from the Soviet-tended Nazi repressions, but nevertheless heroically resisting and not being like liable to collaboration and so forth. So I think it's Anu Põder's works in that respect again provide these more sophisticated, more nuanced, less easy alternatives to how to think about history and memory and trauma at around the same time. And I think it's also interesting, like how some of her works, the boots, also relate to the representation of masculinity with the wars and traumas of the 20th century, whereas the pattern as sign that they also take an interesting stand towards gender, because they are not that easily to relate to either femininity or masculinity, especially if you think about like the background in the Estonian countryside. So they could be worn both by men and women, right? They then also provide an alternative to this otherwise very gendered narrative of the 20th century, of the Second World War and the early Soviet occupation in particular.
When I was thinking about the memory, the thing that I somehow had in front of my eyes were the worn clothes, which became one of the key medium for working with the history, which is also so, I don't know, let's say now it's not so sophisticated, let's go. It's like very direct way that she works with the memory and history. And then I think it's so difficult with this material, which is so heavy with the history, with the traces of other people, then I think it's extremely difficult for artists to get this material out of the time, because of this, everything what it's related, or which is already what's the past of this material.
I think also to relate back to what Linda just described and discussed, the kind of the formation of the national hero in Central Eastern Europe in the 90s, and to relate it back to to Dina's idea of self-erasure, I feel, I sense that Anu Põder negotiates this space through abstraction, through fragmentation, but especially through abstraction, and that kind of leans into figuration, erasure, self-erasure at certain points. Especially when she knows that figuration or other kinds of commentary wouldn't be generative ways of addressing a certain subject or a certain political issue in its own time. For example, I'm thinking about the work Lectern from 2007, which is one of her most directly political works in a way, could be considered one of the most directly political works that work with historical memory in a way. But essentially, again, she uses that same or a similar device of exterior, interior, the interior being burnt, the exterior being kind of a clear-cut message delivered from the lectern. And essentially, so she kind of omits or kind of deletes the content of the message, potential kind of critical of the national hero or the heroic narrative, the national heroic narrative, but you sense in the the work of abstraction and the work of erasure of the message that is there to be again read potentially out of sync, to be read in the future in a kind of by deferred audiences. So essentially, I feel like now, from like maybe late 2010s onwards, in the Baltic region at least, we're much more able and capable and wanting to question certain narratives that have been built, developed, and entrenched in the early 90s and throughout the 90s. And perhaps the context was not right or not ripe at the moment. So again, Põder negotiates that space for a deferred audience to then converse and build upon that work.
I would maybe now gather the last comments to close the discussion. So if you have anything to add, that's the good moment.
Just a thought about self-erasure. I definitely agree. Just to add, maybe it was implicit in what was said, just thinking that it's not a kind of like self-erasure in human condition and death. To me, it's more self-erasure in collectivity. And all those gestures of using particular types of bodies like dolls or mannequins or cyborgs, for me, that only accentuates the self-erasure, but as I said, not through death, but because of what is collective, like giving up certain self-reflection because of concentrating on like human condition, women condition, and so on. So to me, this is not like death self-erasure.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps to add just one more layer to how Anu Põder's later works relate to national narratives and memories. And I think that one of the aspects where she's very original is also like that how many of the materials in her later work originate from a family farm or from the Estonian countryside, which is also super loaded in all across Eastern Europe, again, in national memory as the symbol of the golden age of the interwar period independence, and also as a symbol of repressions of the national body during the Stalinist times. So, but again, how she opens up these two different alternative interpretations, and then also brings in this non-human perspectives, because many of the materials come from non-humans or more than humans. So, and I think this kind of eco-critical reading is something that perhaps is still waiting to be done with regards to Anu Põder's works, and it might actually add up very many interesting layers to her handling of gender, both in the late Soviet times, but also in the post-socialist period.
Just to add, I think it's to your point, Anna. I think it's a really beautiful kind of reconciliation of the disappearance of the self in favor of the collective. I think it's brought a conversation into this really beautiful loop. Death, I think, talking about a kind of metaphorical death rather than I suppose a literal one. And on the point of the rural context and the farm in Kanepi, it's interesting. I think it's interesting the way you talk about it in nationalist terms in the 90s, because I've always looked at those works as somehow embodying a kind of rural or a local alternative to whether it's cosmopolitan narratives or whether it's kind of homogenizing narratives, and structures of time to me have always been very interesting in those works as possibly ways of embodying rhythms of time more aligned with nature, right? So thinking about the way that the soap sculptures Anu Põder spoke about as borrowing modes of knowledge from women who were boiling soap on the farm in Kanepi. And of course, this is where the more than human comes in, right? The animal fat that's being used in the work. I remember the conversation about the smell, that it's really, really palpable, that it's a kind of animal product, the violence of that. But it's interesting to think about reconciling or not this sense of potential other temporalities that think through a kind of return to the local also as a kind of mode of softly political gesture versus the nationalism that is kind of rampant in the 90s. And then we always go back to that question of like the good and the bad nationalism, right? Yeah.
So thank you very much. It was really exciting conversation. I hope it also opened the doors to some future interpretations of Anu Põder work. And I think I'm very happy that we also managed to a bit point to things that are not yet done and still like expect new interpretations and research. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marika Kuźmicz, Muzeum Susz, and I have a pleasure today to moderate a discussion dedicated to Anu Põder and the issue of fragility of her works. And I would like to thank you to my guests. I will just briefly introduce you. We have here today Anders Herm, who is Tallinn-based art historian and curator. Hello, Anders.
Hello.
He is also lecturer in contemporary art at the Institute of Art History and Visual Culture and the head of the master's program in curating at the Estonian Academy of Arts. And he has formerly worked as a curator at Tallinn Art Hall in 2002-2012 and headed the Estonian Museum of Contemporary Art until 2015. We have also here Hikka Hiop. Hello. Hikka is professor of the Estonian Academy of Arts, Department of Cultural Heritage and Conservation, and Dean of the Faculty of Art and Culture. Her PhD thesis treated the conservation, management, and contemporary art. She has studied and worked as a conservator in Berlin, Amsterdam, and Rome, supervised a number of conservation and technical investigation projects in Estonia, curated exhibitions, conducted science research and conservation and technical art history. Hikka is also awarded with a number of national and international rewards, and recently in 2022 with the Order of the White Star of Estonian Republic. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. And Maria Kask. Maria is an architect and a daughter of Anu Põder. She is a co-founder of Salto Architects Salto has taken a particular interest in the meeting points between architecture, landscape, design, and art, and their practice is mainly focused on conceptualization, public spaces, and buildings. Contextual approach to architecture implies awareness in each location, its inhabitants, customs, politics, economy, and natural environment. In other words, size specificity forms the starting point for each work of Salto architects. A significant part of Salto's objects is made up of public buildings where a critical and interdisciplinary approach plays an essential role, like Tallinn Cruise Terminal, Fotografiska Tallinn, and many others. In Salto's art projects, Anu Põder has always been by our side and give advice. And she has shaped the worldview and creation of the Salto, where art and architecture intertwine into one whole. So thank you so much, Maria, for accepting this invitation. It's a very unique opportunity to have you here, because I believe that you were also the witness of creating works, or some of works by Anu Põder. So as I already said, our panel is devoted to the issue of ephemerality and fragility of Anu Põder's legacy and the objects she created, most of them. This is a kind of paradox of Põder's oeuvre, because this oeuvre consists in ephemerality combined with a huge, precise execution. And this feature, I think, of her works was, let's say, encapsulated in the title of her exhibition that took place in 2017, the exhibition Be Fragile, Be Brave, in Tallinn. And her works are, most of them or all of them are delicate, fragile, as I said, but at the same time, they bear testimony to the artist's sculptural mastery and the tremendous sense of the material, which allows her to perform bold gestures. So today, several years after Anu's death, when there are still a few active Estonian conservators who knew her works and herself, we already have quite serious problems in keeping her works in a good condition, available to be presented at the exhibitions, available to be transported for being exhibited abroad, etc. So I would like to ask you, maybe I would like to start to question to Hikka, if you agree, because I would like to ask you, how do you see the working process with these objects in the future? How do you see lending them out, displaying them? Do you think that it will be possible? Or does it not have to be possible? Maybe it was Anu's way of working is a kind of challenge through the institutionalization of the art market. I would like to also ask you, Hikka, how do you see Anu's works in this sense, in a broader context of contemporary art and conservation of contemporary art?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I have to stress that I'm not, as a conservator, I'm not really a specialist of Anu Põder. Also, I supervised a few of our student works just before the Sushi exhibition in conservation, some of her works. But yes, indeed, in a more broader sense, the ephemerality can mean very different things. So actually dealing with ephemerality can mean very different things in contemporary art. Conservation, in contemporary art conservation, I stress, I'm conservative. And for example, it's also like kind of divided into groups. And for example, there is works which are conceptually short-term, but the authentic material as such is not important. And in Anu Põder's case, we have examples like the screen, for example, or rubber dolls, which are each time recreated. And in these cases, it's always important to follow the instruction of artist, or then when the artist is not there anymore, we have to kind of set the parameters how we recreate and where the materials, but often also we have to understand that it's only partially recreatable. So this is kind of a complex what you have to understand, and ideally you set these parameters together with artists. And then there is another type of artworks which are how to say, ideologically, I would say, ephemeral. And I don't have maybe good examples from Anu Põder's oeuvre, but most Estonian know it's very extreme example is how the work by Sirje Runge, the Great Love, or the how it's called, the Great Love, or Beautiful Rotting. And it's a huge painting which she put outside in the seaside, and the idea is fading away. So basically, the conservation of this work would really get into conflict with the idea of the work. And then there is a third type of artworks which are created not conceptually ephemeral, but just artist was using ephemeral materials. And probably I would suppose that Anu's works are mainly she probably didn't mean to be ephemeral, but just the materials are ephemeral, and she liked those materials. And I also know from Anu's interview from 2007, I think, yeah. She said that in certain moment in her career, he somehow got free from this stress of creating durable artworks and got free. And so, but on the other hand, the authenticity of her materials seems to be extremely important for her. So it's a very interesting discussion. And then in conservation of contemporary art, we usually never start from materials, but always from the idea or from the concept of or context of artwork, and the relation between material and concept. And then we get deep into each work. So it's the analysis. It's always like case by case. And I think in Anu Põder's, you can, maybe I'm not so informed, but as far as I know, the deep analysis of Anu Põder's works are still to be done and understood, how we behave, how much we give value of the authentic material, how much is recreatable, how far we can go with conservation, and then also the issues and how much we can show them, or should we keep the works in I don't know, dark storage space because they preserve better. So always to find a balance, but understanding first of all the concept of the work. So. Yeah.
So do you think that you say that the procedures, conservator procedures for her works are developing at this moment? You mean you develop you're trying to find out the way how to preserve these works?
but both from material point of view, for example, if we take Anu Põder's this medical plastic, and we know that for today they lost much of the material itself, lost much of the elasticity, and then it's appearing all these micro cracks. And as a conservator, I would say let's keep it in the dark storage room because, and then in the controlled microclimate. But then you ask again that to whom we keep it in the dark storage room, and certainly the documentation nowadays, or in case of contemporary art, is crucial, and also using like I don't know 3D documentation options, and maybe sometimes it's really wise idea to show the documentation or virtual 3D models or something. So I think this work is still all to be done with, in Anu Põder's case.
Yeah, thank you so much, because you mentioned a lot of interesting traces. I will say that we will back to it later. Thank you so much. I would like to also ask you, Anders, from your perspective as a curator and exhibitions organizer, how do you see this problem?
Well, the problem, of course, is huge and multi-layered, as everything that goes around with her works. But I think in many ways she was moving in her career from this very hard traditional sculpture form towards more object-oriented art, and then from the object-oriented art towards installation art. And I think that we have the less problems with the installation art because this is by nature an art form that must be reassembled every time it is exhibited. So, and we have very few problems with her early, like 70 sculptures in that sense, because it's also a material that is made to last. So that something in between the 80s and mid-90s, this is where the core of the problem lies, really. And there are all these questions, were they meant to be destroyed in the end of the day? Were they not meant to last? Are then crucial? And yeah, and the coats, the dresses, the bags, all these autobiographical memorabilia that she has actually assembled in her artworks. It's not only a question of material, but it's that object. So it is her personal item, and she reveals like herself, her biography, her personal stories through these materials that are used, and this cannot be replaced, I think. But also moving to works around the world and showing them at the exhibitions is always risky, and it's risky for the museum. But yeah, I don't know. There is no good or one answer to that question. Of course, I mean, if we show the works, the works get more damage. If we don't show the work, they cease to exist somehow. And so then we are down to reproductions, and that's also not that anymore. So yeah, I think that her work from early 80s towards the mid 90s is very, very problematic.
Yeah, I think that decisions about providing works to the other institutions should be made really carefully and smartly, and this is how I think the cooperation of Sush Museum with the Estonian institutions looked like, because the decisions regarding to each object were taken very carefully, but with the openness the owners wanted to present Anu's works abroad. So if it wasn't too dangerous, we got the permissions. But each decision was taken very, I would say, carefully and after the consideration. And I'd like to thank you so much, Anders. I would like to also, of course, ask Maria, because you established Anu Põder's estate, and the estate keeps still a quite, important core of her works. There are 3 institutions. So museum in Tallinn, which is the owner of the main part of the works, also museum in Tartu.
Sorry, I must also say that I'm currently also a curator here at the Kumu Art Museum. So I also represent
Yes, the institution, this part of the collection. Yes, thank you for mentioning it. But still, the estate owns important part of her legacy. So I would like to ask you, Maria, how it looks from your perspective as an owner, but also a daughter of the artist.
I must say it's all like really like personal. So it's kind of like having these mom's little sweet things we have, like all these, I think we are left with 10 or 12 works right now. And I was myself, I was this kind of really mommy's girl. I was always with my mom. I even didn't go to kindergarten. I was like her little satellite. So I saw really closely how she worked, which material she used, how she did it. So it was kind of really like nice process that she was kind of always working, but I don't know how she did it, but she had always time for us, for all 3 of us. So I had like 2 sisters, all 3 of us, she raised us alone. So it was kind of like always mom and us 3 children. So all these materials she used, I somehow feel that it is important part of these materials to age, or they were not just a net. I found from my mom's toolbox today, I found this net she used in many many places or many works. She used this net, and this net is actually, we had this country place or countryside, and it was meant actually, we had bees. We have always had bees at our country place, and this net was to protect your face when you went to take honey. And also this pink plastic, as my uncle was doctor in biggest Estonian hospital, then this pink plastic was meant for when you break your big parts of the body, like ribs, or then to fixate or to make this kind of cast actually. And I just found out yesterday actually that this pink plastic came from Ukraine at that time. So all this plastic or metal, or even this soap what she used, it's quite interesting because like some of the soap she used making tongues was made by my grandmother, this kind of like really handmade, used old time methods soap. And some of this soap was bought from this Lasnamäe market. Lasnamäe was this area we lived, this kind of Russians made big blocks of flats area, and this soap was like. I even remember the name of this soap. It was this Camay, this really smelling synthetic soap, and they kind of like mixed these. So it was, they were not just materials, they all had some concept of, but when I think about my mom, then I would still say that I think that she would have wanted these works to like travel, or because she was such a like positive or interesting, like she was always interested in things, or she wasn't just kind of doing stuff alone, or so. For us, of course, we are really careful where we will send these works, and we have given like 10 works to Kumu actually as a gift later, but we have actually sold right now only one work to Tate Modern, and like, yeah, for us, we would just like to make some, like if there is a chance to make some great exhibitions, which such exhibition is actually right now.
Thank you so much, Maria, for sharing so many interesting details about the process of creating her works, because I of course I was aware of the fact that some facts regarding some materials, but not that many. So I think that we still can dig a little bit deeper, and you know, the some new interesting details will appear if we're talking about the materiality of her works and the history of these materials used and everything. And yeah, I think that your memories as a witness of creating these works are really, you know, super important and valuable. So thank you so much for sharing this. I hope that some more that kind of interesting details will come to us during this conversation. So we have these fragile materials that we know, and delicate, sometimes mobile structures of these works, and the same high, you know, very high precision of implementation of each Anus objects. So how would you address this paradox that is contained in her works? This, you know, this tension between fragility and this precision. And do any of these two aspects you think stand out, or do you think that there is a certain balance between them planned by Anu Põder? What do you think?
I want to answer that question. I think it's very much a question of personality. And I think that she's super precise artist, as you just told. And she knew exactly what she wanted to achieve, and she did it. No matter what, she went for the maximum result in the frames of artwork. So there was no compromises, I think. And she cleared it from everything else in many ways. And she was creating this one particular work for this particular moment. So this event of the work, to the encounter of the work for the first time, for example, in the context of an exhibition, that was the most important thing for her. And she has stated that in many times. So every like second exhibition of the work was already kind of not her thing. So she, in a way, she was really ready to give everything for that first moment. So I think this is where the precision comes the fragility comes, I think, from the materials used, the concept, the idea, the personality, otherwise, or that she revealed something that was very personal, very delicate. But the other thing, and I think it's more or less more the case in the 90s, I think there was this particular mentality in the 90s that art is not for forever. So it is a temporary thing, that it is an event and it's not meant to last forever. And that was kind of a dominant mentality of the 90s art, also by the 90s artists who didn't really care about, because the event, the happening here and now was more important than the the eternity of the work. So I think that there was something of that as well in her ideas that she operated with, and the third thing is that she was perhaps not so fully voluntarily estranged from these hard, noble materials of the proper sculptor, let's say the bronze and marble, but she went for these materials. And as Maria told, she chose them very carefully. She knew exactly she was looking for these materials. And the materials themselves kind of insist on their temporality, or so they are limited in time, or that they will not last. So it was kind of encoded into this into the work. But that, of course, didn't took away her desire to work really on the edge, yeah, and that kind of was the case as I see it or feel it now. And it's very much present also, or the same mentality is very much present in, for example, also Alice Kusk's work, whose work is actually behind Maria there, behind her, one of the paintings.
Oh, that was my question. What was it?
Yeah, my sister is Alice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you know, see better.
there's the same kind of mentality in her work as well. So I see it continuing in that way.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a very nice clue. Yes, Hikka, yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Anders that actually this aspect you mentioned, and Anu Põder seemed that she was also very conscious that the materials are not long lasting, that they are vanishing. And this is also as an aspect, if we now decide to keep her works to, I don't know, eternity, yeah? Because the museums always have this, I don't know, will or wish or obligation even, and that it's always we are talking about not that long term, but really we preserve them for eternity. And so this is also as an aspect we have to consider that actually they were never meant to be, and were also not meant to be preserved from the artist point of view. So it's also aspect in conservation if we want to freeze them now. And I think it was in the same interview in 2007 when Isabel Aso, the conservator of Anu Põder's work, she was just asking that, for example, we can cast your works made out of the soap, for example, to epoxy resin, and they preserve forever. And then Anu was really had doubts about it, because somehow the ephemerality and vanishing is also, it's kind of written in the work. So it's also something to analyze.
Thank you so much. Yes, you put a few important questions or issues on the table. So like the 90s and the, let's say, some performative aspects of her works and the wind of changes that we had at the time, which also in some way is connected to her works, I think. So I would love to get back to this topic in a while. But Maria, would you like to add something to this, or?
Maybe only it's this that it is amazing how few tools she had. She had like, I have this box of tools right now. There are like, I don't know, 5 things. And it's also, for me, it's amazing what she could do with these, because she didn't have all these opportunities to like wide selection of tools or materials. I just remember our childhood actually was like this, that we were alone with my mom, 3 children and my mom, and we were like so poor that I remember my mom came home and she had this half of the bread, and then she cut it into 4 pieces so we wouldn't eat each other's piece. So this was the context, actually. So yeah, I'm also, she was this really precise, but at the same time really, kuidas on osav inglise keeles? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what was it became really visible when you can see this. You know, we have only a few moments when we can see her working. I'm talking about this short documentary film made, I think, by Estonian television, and we can see. I wasn't aware of the fact, knowing her sculptures, this made with the pink plastic, how very, not many, how poor workshop she had, how only a few tools she had, because they seem to be made, I don't know, by some very, professional team of the sculptors, and only thanks to this documentation we can see that she used to work at her apartment, actually, having you running somewhere in between and using only a very simple tools. So she was also super talented and really high skills as a sculptor, and this is something which is no doubt, like that was something which is obvious, but it became obvious when we have a chance to see how she used to work.
Perhaps these 5 tools can be now given to the conservators at the art museum. Only these tools are allowed for them to use when they encounter Anu's work. So same tools, the same works.
Planned by her for creating this works. We mentioned about the 90s and this moment, which was also a very special and crucial for her work. And I would like to ask you, because can we assume that the artist referred in some way through the formal aspects of her objects to some global or local, but political and social issues? Because of course her works seem to be very personal in some way. We know, of course, that she used to take her own silhouette as a starting point for some of her sculptures, not all of them, but some. But on the other hand, her sculptures were also sometimes humanoid, some, asexual, or rather even showed male figures. So it can be everyone, like
everybody can identify in some way with her works. And thus, can we assume that Põder was going beyond her subjectivity and maybe tried to diagnosing some problems and issues affecting society at that time? Can you agree with this, or how can we read them in this way?
I think that in a way, I think that she was as political as her body told her to be. So not more, not less. And I think that she very much poured herself into the works, as very few artists do, actually. There is this very pure, honest relation, almost, I would, of course, art is always mediated, kind of, but in her case, I strongly doubt that it is that very much mediated. So it's really straightforward in many ways. And it's interesting as the local art critics, up to a certain point, they only talk about kind of in her context about the trends and styles and materials, and from certain point onwards they only talk about I don't know, the feminine role, the feminine experience, and so on. But I believe she was an artist of great categories, kind of soft and hard, aggressive and tender, banal and poetic, sexual and repulsive, violent and caring. So all these things mixed together. So I don't think necessarily that Kinder Surprise or I don't know, Robert Sextols in her case are so much, criticism of commercialization of sex, but rather of sculpture and art. So I don't know, tiny micro sculptures inside a chocolate egg. Everybody want an experience that would be a kind of circus experience, a wow experience, from art. So this is, and she herself has kind of referred that the Sextols have the same similar sculpture form she uses. So it was, okay, I don't have time to work it myself. I can kind of use them as a ready-mades in my art. And of course, it brought in certain connotations which she never denied, because her works are multi-layered. And this was just one layer of her work. But in many cases, the political or social context is more visible. For example, for me, like in the works like Lectern or Metal Lining, for example. And I think personally, the most political work that she ever did is Liquors, because it is a kind of a mocking of certain type of humankind, kind of the smooth and soapy type, the kind of the ass lickers or something like that. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but for me it's like that. But most of her oeuvre is about trying to share the discomfort of being a human, being a female, being a mother, of being a body, of having a body, or working through the kind of, I don't know, country girl Kanepi legacy stamped in her body and ego and personality, her biography, all this autobiographical material and so on. And this then touches the question of, I don't know, Eastern Europe, female role, female sexuality, political situation, memory and past as kind of very important political concepts. in the context of 90s when these works were made, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think that if we're, talking about the many levels of her works, in some way there is only a topic of the collapsing of the, of the collapsing in general, the collapse which is there. And I think that we all remember the 90s, even if we were very young at the time. But that was a very special moment when the world has been changed very, radically. And there was I think that we can also feel it in her works in that way. What do you think, Hikka, Maria?
I just wanted to share one really strong memory I have. It was 1991 when Estonia was part of Russia, and then Estonia wanted to become free, and same year we did. But I remember this moment where we were still part of Russia, and then tanks started to come towards Tallinn and towards government building. And then what we did, or what the Estonians did, was we put the big concrete blocks to protect government building. And what Anu did was that she took us children and we went to this government building, and then we painted all these concrete blocks. And it was so okay, and it was so much fun, and it was so really, I remember this so well. But right now I have been thinking that it must have been like, tanks are coming, you are going with your children to paint some concrete blocks. It's and until right now I have this really proud feelings at how bold, or is a bold right word, julge, how bold she was.
Yeah, this is the this micro story is a part of our common Middle Eastern or Eastern European story that we all share. And if we have that kind of memories, I think that, well, we remember the past, so we know the history and we can prognose, the future, taking starting point from them. And I think that in this point, Anu's legacy is also a part of European legacy, and it should be broader known and it should be broader considered because of that also.
Yeah, but for me also that some people somehow say that she was not doing political art or neutral. So for me, it's not true, because I think at that time, these decisions that you didn't do, this head of Russian politicians, what sculptors had to do, this decision not to do it was actually really political. And when we had these times that we couldn't express ourselves, or then I think Anu found a way to express herself really honest and intimate way, actually. So for me, this was a big part.
I totally understand. Well, maybe this is not the moment for my personal, reflections, but to me, especially moving are these works by Anu made around 86, 87, these collapsing figures. And to me, the first recognition I had when I saw them, it was like some hunch or some presentiment of the Chernobyl catastrophe. because at the time my mom was pregnant with my younger brother, and it was something which affected us very strongly. And I thought that maybe it's in some way it's also about this, because you know that was something what was in the air, this fear we had. I don't know, maybe I'm very wrong, but you know, that was my first thought when I saw her works many years ago, actually, because I know her works for like around 10 years maybe. So yeah, that was very strong feeling, and I still have it in the back of my head. Hikka, would you like to maybe add something to this, or?
Not being really a specialist of Põder, as I said, but more like expert of materiality, maybe. I was just thinking that this period of change is also like coinciding with the Anu's, how you say it, freedom, or how she said, I think in this interview again, that she got somehow free of the stress of making durable art. And then this 1990s tendency we had in Estonia, it's not only in Estonia probably, that you really, I mean, it's not only Anu's work, but a lot of work is made of very ephemeral materials, and you just like make things for a moment, like Anders said as well. So it's all like connected. Also the changes in society, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I would like to also ask you for the issue that is also important for Anu's recognizing of Anu's works, because she seems to be like a forerunner of the recycling of some materials. And well, we know, of course, that there is her late works refer to the issue of consumption, maybe perhaps excessive consumption, that they are not explicit, but they can be taken position on the consumption, global market production, and so on. But Anu had already presented a very interesting point of view, close to today's young artists, some of them, by reworking, as I said, recycling her old works, for example. And we can see it in her early works too, not only in these sculptures made in the 90s, but also earlier. So can it be assumed that this way was more than just, I would say, a need of obtain materials, but an attitude, a kind of a statement by her? Yeah, that, you know, because Anu almost always worked with the materials, as we said already, that had been used before: clothes, sheepskins, or linoleum floors from the hospital, as we know. So can we agree that, especially from this point of view, her works can be her works are really contemporary in this sense, and still can be inspiring for the youngest generation at the time?
I think that in this context, the question of the younger generation is no doubt there. But I mean, it's very hard for me to imagine, for example, certain set of young female installation and sculpture artists from Estonia without her legacy. But I think that in her case, the recycling is kind of more like this Soviet woman mentality. Nothing is thrown away because nothing is available. And as Maria said, especially in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet art system, and the artist became suddenly very poor because that had kind of supported their work and existence up to that point. So the mentality is that all the children wear the same clothes as their siblings until they're completely worn out. Everything can be reused in order to make new clothes and so on. So I think, so this kind of everything that is self-made, everything is do it yourself, the mentality is kind of very dominant. I see it in my mother. Probably it's also true for Anu's case in many ways. And Anu herself has said in this interview that having 3 kids made her a master of sewing machine. So, and you see that's the life that is sewed together by the sheer like willpower sometimes. And she made it through. And I think that this is kind of her attitude towards recycling, perhaps. And this I see in the kind of later works from 2000s, when when she really starts to use materials for that purpose, kind of. But I think that this was a trait that she never really had a chance to fully develop, which is a pity, actually. But yeah, I don't know, Maria perhaps can reveal more on that, because she knew exactly how it was.
How it was, yes. But thank you so much, Anders. It's super interesting, and as you know, this perspective of the DIY. Yes, it's like really something which in a very new way fits to Anu's work. Yeah.
So Anders, so you passed this question to me. We spent a lot of time at the countryside, and we had this super nice grandmother and grandfather. And I think one really important thing was that my grandfather was deported to Siberia a long time ago. And when after he came back, I think it was really like traumatic experience, of course, and he spoke nothing about it. But only thing what I remember, and I'm quite sure it was same with Anu, that you can't waste food, that you have to eat everything you have, you can't waste things. So maybe this was one side how she was raised and how we were raised. But I really liked at the opening, Cecilia Alemani said that you can feel from these works that how Anu put time into these works. And it was actually, I later thought that it was exactly how I would describe how she raised us, that she put time into us. And I think it was maybe even same with all these materials, that sometimes using these old materials also gave this context to these materials, as I answered the first question. But I also think that she really enjoyed this process, or she was interested in this materials and all this even this work she has, this dress where this hand is bleached. So she kind of is using the time actually. So you can't separate even these things from her work, I feel.
Thank you so much, Maria. That was the question I didn't plan, but I think it would be also interesting to ask you, was it more interesting? I think that I know the answer, but just to confirm, am I right that for her, the most interesting part of, being artist was the process of creation? How was she also keen in exhibiting her works? What was how do you remember her? What was the most interesting part of this process for her?
She was really like, in a way, she was really like a shy person. So I remember her always working, so, like, doing some little stuff, but also at the same time, she, as I said, she always had time for us. So I don't actually know how she did it, but I'm quite sure that it was this process she was interested in, and until the end, she was never like bitter or bad mood or disappointed, or she was always like, it was kind of like, I don't know how to end this sentence, but
maybe that was the will of making, of creation, that was the...
And she also included everybody who was next to him, or next to her, actually. And I've actually spoken with some of her students, and they always say that she was like she was with us, that she was quite demanding, but in this way that like she really believes in you, or she takes you seriously, or like she expects or thinks really like good way about you. So this was the same way she was with us, actually. So.
And did she also encourage you to create something by your own, or she was like, it's your decision, like?
You mean later, as being an architect and like?
No, even sooner, like when you were children or teenagers, was it?
Yeah, we as we were like really poor, we didn't have nothing. So, and then I remember this time came when everybody had these Barbies. And then of course we didn't, and I think you don't have to tape this, or you can leave this out. I just show you this. I found this really cool picture that she was sewing her stuff, and then we were this is our creation.
Oh, wow.
These were our Barbies. They are almost as well done as Anu's. They all has these wires inside, and so it's true actually that we all also always did something next to her.
Oh, wow!
And we had hundreds of them.
Great.
Now it's my turn to share my memory of Anu. I was. Of course, I got to know her work when I entered the Art Academy. And the same year when I studied art history, Alice Cusp was the same year studying painting. And during the lunch hours, I saw her constantly talking to her daughter. They had intense, very heavy, but very silent. So never heard a word. But I understood that the discussion is absolutely like on the edge. So they all very heavily arguing something or discussing her. So that's my memory of the first image of her. Talking to Alice, teaching her, telling her probably some important stuff about how to be an artist and what to do and what not to do. And so yeah,
yeah, and she by herself, as we know from the people who knew her, she was rather introverted, but always she knew what she wants to have, and she was demanding, but also for the first place, it was the demanding from herself, actually. So now we have this, you know, the body of her works, and luckily that we have Estonian conservators that are able to take care of her works. And yeah, I would like to, would you like to add something maybe, or give a comment?
So you asked about her like exhibitionist nature, or was it existing? As Maria said, indeed she was, as a person, kind of very shy, but she poured all that energy into the work, so that the work would be that would speak on behalf of her in a way. And yeah, but also she worked very slowly, I would say. She did not do that much work, or she didn't manage to do, because she was very precise, and she wanted, nothing was like, okay, I will do this and then move on and do that, because everything was fully like thought through. And you see that in her oeuvre, that every detail is in the place, that everything is set to be shown, everything that is obsolete is taken away. So in many ways, I think that she's one of the most precise artists in her expression as I've ever seen. I mean,
I totally agree. Yeah, unfortunately, I had no chance to meet her in person, but like, to me, her estate it's a very unique example of the, you know, of the estate where each work is important and nothing should be excluded in some way. I mean, all of these items are there because she was sure that they should be presented, you know, displayed, that this is something which was like the, you know, what was made, and she was sure that this is something what she wanted to have. So also in this way, it's a very special collection, I would say. And we have, yeah.
I just wanted to add one more thing. You asked that how much she have guided me, like personally. I remember when we did the gas pipe project, and as it was our first like art project, being architecture firm, so it was kind of like first art project. And it was Venice Biennale 2008. We placed like real scale gas pipe between Russian pavilion to German pavilion. And there Anu was a big help, because yeah, we had no so much experience in doing like exhibition or like such a big scale and so on. So she helped a lot.
Yes, and now still we have a chance to see most of her works in the Museum Sush. So Maria had a chance to see the exhibition, Anders and Hika not yet, but you are warmly welcome, like all of our viewers.
I've only heard very good things from my colleagues. Audit,
I
so
also say a final word. I just wanted to add that in a way, I'm very happy that we had this conversation today because it opened up a lot of discussions. For example, with Mario, we had a very nice discussions, and then with my ex-students, and then the people who are dealing with Anu Põder's oeuvre. And I really hope that now we take it like really, we can't interview anymore the artists, but how much Mario and probably your sisters as well, how much you know actually. And this is something to document, and we really take it very seriously now, thanks to the conversation today. So it's maybe also something for future.
Yes, I think that memories of you, Maria, of Alice, and Saskia maybe as well should be written down as a kind of, guided tour maybe for the conservators.
Talk about the materials, because as a conservator, it's so great and important documentary information. So, Maria, I will call you.
Yeah, and also this, micro stories you can share as her daughters with us can make us more aware of the fact what we can see, because all of these stories are included in her works, and we don't understand the forms we can see without the stories. So thank you so much for sharing this, and I hope that we will be able to continue this, discussion in a broader sense. I just wanted to remind that the exhibition of Anu Põder, Space for My Body, will be available on display until 30th of July, so curated by Cecilia Alemani. So you are warmly welcome to visit us. And thank you so much for joining us today. Despite this, I know that you are busy, very busy. So I'm really, really happy that we had a chance to talk about Anu Põder's works in this sense. Thank you so much. I had a huge pleasure to moderate our conversation, and thank you so much for sharing all of this thoughts, details, and stories. My guests were Hikka Hjop, Anders Herm, and Maria Kask. Thank you so much, and thank you for accepting this invitation. And I hope to see you soon, maybe in Sush.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome you all. My name is Cecilia Alemani. I am the curator of Anu Põder, Space for My Body, which is the very first large-scale retrospective of Anu Põder's work outside of Estonia, hosted here in this amazing space of the Museum Sush. We're here in the first room of the exhibition Anu Põder, Space for My Body, and what you see behind me is a large platform that features many of Anu's works from the 1980s. You will see that they are mostly busts and dolls and figures. These are, in fact, the main characters of her production. And what is very characteristic of this time is that the figure, which is often the female figure, is never portrayed in its entirety, but bodies are fragmented, amputated, or distorted. They hover between being very sensual and almost erotic to being violent. In fact, Anu's oeuvre often features incisions and cuts and limbs that are broken. So there is this very interesting tensions between these two poles in her practice. One of the most distinctive aspects of Anu's practice is the use of unconventional material. In the platform behind me, you see many works from the 1980s in which she adopted a very special material, which is this pink plastic that you see used in many works, including the work just standing next to me. It's a plastic that she received from her brother, who was a doctor in a hospital. And it was a plastic that was used originally for medical purposes, or to make corsets, or things to hold your body straight. She would get this large plastic sheet, warm them up in her bathtub, and then cast them and mold them in different shapes and sizes, very often reminiscent of the female body, like you can see in this work here. One of the most important artworks of this period is the sculpture Before Performance, which you see just behind me. It's a work that Anu made in 1981, and it's a standing figure. It's about the size of the artist. It's about 160 centimeters tall. Anu, before being trained as an artist, was actually trained as a ballet dancer. She wanted to be a dancer, but because of the minute size of her body, she was told many times that she could not pursue that career. And so Before Performance, this artwork is likely also a hint to that missing career that she never had. And you will see in the rest of the exhibition, there are several works that refer to that sphere of dance and performance. In this room, we are featuring two of the oldest works of Anu Põder. They are both from 1978. She made works before this date, but these are the two surviving works that are the oldest ones. First of all, this bas relief, which is titled Red, Blue, Blue, Red. It's an artwork that is composed of these two mannequins installed in profile, back to back, and painted with these very vivid colors, blue and red. Many people and many critics have pointed to this piece as a clear indication that Anu Põder was knowledgeable and influenced by the pop art movement, but in the same sense, it is a possible indication also of a larger discourse. If you think of red and blue as also the colors of the Soviet flag on one side and the Estonian flag on the other side, it clearly shows a reflection on the split identity of Estonian people in the 1970s. And on this side, we have also another artwork from 1978. It's an exquisite plaster titled Traveler. It depicts a woman sitting on a sort of invisible chair, a large suitcase on her laps. And it shows how Anu Põder was clearly trained in classical sculpture, but also shows, in a way similar to Red, Blue, and Blue, Red, a sort of ironic take on Estonian society, especially in the 70s. If you think of a woman sitting and waiting for a journey that is never going to happen because it was impossible to travel in those years, it is a sort of ironic reflection of the impossibility of traveling. In this room, you will see a variety of sculptures starting from the 70s all the way to the early 1990s. The first artwork, or the oldest artwork, is this self-portrait made of plaster that you see here. It was made in the same year of the artworks that we saw downstairs, Traveler and Red, Blue, and Blue, Red. It is the only self-portrait that we know Anu Põder made, and it was made as a dead mask, which is a tradition that, of course, is very common for saints and other religious figures, but also political leaders like Lenin. In this case, though, Anu Põder portrayed herself with her hands kind of choking around the neck, almost in an act of suffocation. Starting in the 1990s, after Estonian independence of 1991, Anu Põder started using fabric much more than in the 1980s, where her work was very much dictated by this very rigid plastic that she used and you saw downstairs. Rolled up figure is one of the first examples of using textile and fabric in her work. At first, this sculpture looks like an abstract sculpture, but if you look at it carefully, you can recognize anatomical forms. This is a back that is covered with orange stitches that remind you almost as geographical coordinates of a map. And then this rolled up part hint to body parts like legs and arms, almost like a woman crouches, and here you can see the profile of her breast. So the reflection on the human figure and the female body is still very present in Anu's work, but she's changing completely the materiality of her objects. In this room, you see a work from 1994 titled Long Bag. It is one of Anu's most important works from this period. She continues using fabric as her main material and textile, and the sculpture itself is composed of two elements, a vertical one in which you can see the silhouette of a standing figure, and this long elongated black drape. It is one of the darkest pieces, in my opinion, that Anu made. It shows again her attention and passion for the human figure, but in this case the human figure is completely enveloped and contained in a thick layer of felt. It's almost hard to distinguish her shape. There is also an interesting fact about this sculpture. She recycled her own sculptures. So what you see contained inside is an early sculpture that she made in the 1980s that she decided to actually envelop and recycle for this sculpture. In this room, we are showing two artworks from the mid-1990s. Anu continues using textile and fabric in creating these soft and gentle figures. Anu was trained as an artist, but before being trained as an artist, she really wanted to pursue a career as a dancer, as a ballet dancer, which eventually she couldn't because of her minute and petite size. So many of these artworks that are made of soft materials actually hint to that career. So here we have two figures, one taking a step forward and one likely taking a bow, almost like they were entering the stage of performance. In this room, we're bringing together a number of artworks from the mid-1990s. They're titled Pattern a Sign, and they are basically winter coats that she either found or that belonged to her family and were passed on generation to generation. And she takes these ready-made coats and slice them open. She removes parts of them, she cuts them, and she exhibits what's inside these coats. So the lining, the fur, all the seams, and sewing pattern inside. So she uses the same strategies and methodologies that we've seen on the ground floor in the display of dolls and mannequins, but this time using ready-made objects like coats and jackets, really thinking about almost a forensic cut to show the guts of these coats. You don't see anymore the representation of the women's body or men's body, but Anu uses these coats as a stand-in for the figure. This is one of Anu Põder's most iconic artworks. It is titled Space for My Body, which is also the title of the exhibition. It was realized in 1995, and it follows the same procedures and techniques that she used in the coats and jackets that you see in the same room. In this case, though, the body is deconstructed by cutting open different layers of female garments, including a bra, a tank top, a t-shirt, and then a shirt. The only things that are left are the seams and the buttons of this skeletal sculpture, and you can still notice the little brand tags of the garments, which are rigorously Western. To me, is one of the most beautiful artworks here in the exhibition, and it's very iconic, especially thinking about the methodologies and strategies that Põder used, especially when it came to the female body. In this room, you see a display of works from the mid-1990s, in particular, a number of bags that Anu Põder slashed open, revealing almost the inner guts of this very mundane object. These are bags that she either had at home or found. They're all made of faux leather. And in a way, she continues using the same methods that we've seen in her approach to other garments and clothes. So slashing and cutting, almost like a surgical operation. But in this case, it's interesting to think about this sort of female object also as an indicator of female subjectivity. In addition to the bags that have been slashed open, I want to point out in particular to this bag, which is actually filled with soap. So soap is actually a material that Põder starts using in the 1990s and has references to her rural upbringing. She was born in the south of Estonia in a village called Kanepi, and she remembers her mother and her grandmother making soap by boiling this viscous substance for hours and hours. So soap is something that she has been using and experimenting with for many years, but also is an indicator or like a reference to her life and rural upbringing in the south of Estonia. This is an artwork titled Lectern from 2007. And I think it's one of the most original works of Põder. Põder is an artist that is not necessarily known for political artworks. Her work has been very much an investigation of female subjectivity, and this is in a way a fairly new piece in her vocabulary. It consists of a ready-made podium that she appropriated, and I think what it might be about is a commentary on the many political speeches that she must have witnessed in those years of the reformation of the Estonian country. And while the front of the piece looks like a generic plinth or podium, as you walk on the back, you discover the artist's gesture. And what she did, likely with a torch, she burned the surface of this lectern, or maybe she burned the person that was sitting right there. It's unclear, but this is also an artistic gesture that we've seen in other pieces, like the worn ornament, the necklace upstairs. This is a work titled Import and Export Bags from 2001, and it consists of 7 elements that are made of recycled bags that Anu Põder likely found in her farm in the south of Estonia. They were used for fertilizer, and you can still see on the surface of the bag text and writings that is written both in Russian and in English that says import and export. But what she did, she drew a silhouette of a person and then manipulated this silhouette in very different ways by slicing it horizontally, by piercing with a needle, or by inserting things like sand or pebbles, so bringing the human side into these bags. And bags, as we've seen, are one of Põder's favorite materials. She's used them before in the piece called Long Bag or Tested Profit, and this is a very beautiful, quite ethereal piece also. I'm standing in front of an artwork from 1999 called Tested Profit Rubber Bags. These are 4 linoleum silhouettes that she realized in the late 1990s. And she basically appropriated sheets of linoleum, which was a cheap material that was very common, perhaps from a house renovation, and incised them with these slashes and pierced to create a silhouette of a female figure. These are very evocative works in which, again, the figure is almost evanescent. It's almost immaterial, and yet it's extremely aggressive and violent due to this gesture of piercing and slashing this cheap material. The work that I'm standing in front of is titled Knotholes, and it's from the early 2000s, and it's composed of 2 wooden benches that she likely found around her house in the south of Estonia. Upon closer inspection, you can notice there are certain details that are embedded in the surface of the bench. And what they are kind of little sculptures made of papier-mâché that are representing the last vertebra of a human back, almost as depicting ghostly presence of people that once sat on this bench and have now left. This is Anu Põder's last work, realized in 2011, just the year before she passed away. It is titled Metal Lining, and it's composed of a male jacket and a pair of male shoes. This time, the act of slashing and dissecting garments has been replaced by perhaps a more peaceful act. In fact, the jacket is completely lined inside by a metal armature, almost to evoke a sort of ghostly memory or a presence that is not there, which is also highlighted by the fact that the jacket is almost levitating. And this is also a quite unique artwork. It's called Worn Ornament, and it was made in 2008. And it consists of a woman's necklace. You can see some of the original beads that are likely belonging to a cheap kind of Soviet-era necklace, female necklace made of plastic beads. Then the beads are intertwined with these large pieces of wood that has been charred in a very aggressive way. And to me, it's a quite fascinating object because it shows again the clash between something that would evoke female subjectivity with a very aggressive act, which we have seen also in another work in the show called Lectern downstairs. In the 2000s, Anu Põder changes subjects in her artistic investigation and starts reflecting on idea of senses, desire, and nourishment. Often in these years, she employs very original materials, including perishable materials such as honey or fat or other food-related ingredients like chocolate. So here I'm standing in front of a work titled Screen from 2007, which consists of a metal grid of industrial piping, which are punctuated by hundreds of Kinder eggs. And just behind me, behind this piece, you see another work from the same year called Lickers, which consists of two metal heads realized with fairly cheap industrial material like chicken net or fences, from which protrudes out these two sensual, pink, fleshy tongues.